come with a broom, please. Just a broom.
Definitely a calm park there comment.
nice, some of them, yeah. You're pushing in the right place. All right, nice.
Bye, Richard. Alright, good luck.
Okay then, see you later. Thank you. All right.
Bye, Trish.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Loton Park on this sunny Sunday morning. Over here in the commentary booth, the House of Dreams, got myself, Alex Burnham, and sat next to me, we've got Chris Ponsford. Morning, Chris.
Morning, Alex. Well, fresh from bacon, sausage, egg, butty from the butty van. That was lovely, wasn't it?
Yeah, excellent. Starts you off nicely. And
it does. Well, welcome everyone. Welcome to the live stream, HillClimb.TV. Rich Danby and Eleanor are putting this on, and I'm seeing comments come up on the screen, and we're just at the end of the batch. We've got a few more of the big class to come, haven't we, Alex?
That's it.
Big
so
single-seaters.
This is the first practice runs this morning. We've been seeing those go up the hill as we've been wandering around the paddock, which has been glorious in the sunshine. We've almost come to the end of the first practice runs. We've still got some of the big cars to go through as we look at pictures of the holding area up at the top of the hill. So we've got a few things to run through, and that'll be the end of morning practice first run. So we'll pick things up from here, and then we've got a sort of a hectic day of competition runs, haven't we? We've got some timed runs this morning before lunch, and then more afterwards in the afternoon.
Yeah, we have. Actually, at the end of this morning's runs, we should have a top 12 runoff for the Midland Championship cars, which are mostly single-seaters, and will be very exciting. So in other words, the fastest 12 cars in qualifying will qualify for the runoff, and then the quickest cars will get the most points, basically. And it's, I think it's probably like the British, that only 10 of them get points. You think?
Possibly so. Yeah, I think the top few probably will pick up the points. And yeah, this is the first competition run for a lot of these guys. First sort of proper event. There's been a few earlier in the season that have been smaller events, but for the Midland and things like that, this is the first one of the year.
It is actually. The conditions are great at the moment. It's a chilly but sunny day. There isn't much wind today. Yesterday was very windy, wasn't it? And the cake lady's stall blew away yesterday, which caused a bit of consternation. Yeah,
they were doing a grand job. That was the League of Friends who were selling cakes to raise money. Great cause. Unfortunately, they're not here today because their tent blew over.
Yeah, well, yeah, so it was great to see them yesterday. We've got, if you're with us today, we've got the Regalia shop behind Triangle here where we're commentating from. That's open today. Plenty of nice things to buy in there, and well worth a look. So basically, we're going to have some competition runs at the end of this batch, aren't we? So we'll have, I think there's another practice run, isn't there, for the main field, but the Midland runners, when they start, will be time runs to qualify for that runoff.
I believe so. I think we've got everybody's going to get another practice run. We've not quite finished with the first practice run. I think we've got the last few categories to get through in the next batch. Then we'll have, everybody will get another run, and then we're into times. So everybody will run through in a time, and then we're into a morning runoff.
Yeah, I don't think the Midland boys, aren't they going to get competitive on their competitive runs so they can qualify for the runoff?
Maybe, yes.
So I think the Midland boys definitely will be running competitive because they'll only have one practice run this morning.
Yeah, they got extra yesterday, so maybe that's right.
They did, That's right. But at the moment, as you can see on the live stream, the sun is out. Welcome to Loton Park. This is it's actually a private deer. It's a private estate, a deer park. There's lots of deers on the estate.
And it's a beautiful place. I often say this, but I think possibly one of the prettiest motorsport venues in the country. The views you get here, especially like today when the sun is shining, it's just a lovely place to be. And you can walk up the hill and get all sorts of nice views through the trees, across the ponds, and all sorts of
it is
great
worth the walk
vantage
up the
points.
top. Yeah.
It is, and luckily there are seats along the way. Because it's quite a climb.
It is
there we go. On the live stream, they're showing some of the lovely views across the hills.
Yeah, marvellous.
I don't know if that's towards England or towards Wales. Could be
I'm guessing
way.
that's towards Wales, actually, because where that camera is, that's sort of probably going top to the left and heading up towards Welshpool, that direction.
So lovely views. Hopefully this sunlight will stay with us today, and it should be a good good sunny day. Yesterday the track was quite cold, which caught a few people out. So maybe with a bit of sunshine, that'll just warm up the tarmac a little bit, give us a bit more grip, and I think we could see some good runs. We had some really competitive practice times yesterday. A few people really sort of pushing it. So with slightly better conditions and all that information under their belts, perhaps today we'll have some good quick runs up the hill.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a cold track, but it's definitely warmer than yesterday. So I was chatting to some of the big single-seater boys earlier, and they were saying it was very hard to get any heat into the tyres yesterday. But it's still early season. It's early season.
Oh, yes.
It's April. It's not going to be warm, is it really? Just to fill you in, actually, if you're watching from abroad, this deer park, this is actually owned by Sir Michael Loton and his daughter Ellie. And so it is a private estate, and, you know, they still live here. And we're privileged to be able to allow to race here a few times a year.
Yeah, oh, it's lovely. And you can see their big house. It's across the road, actually, isn't it, from the actual venue? Yeah. But it's great big old mansion. I don't know the history of it. I might have to have a look in. They've got beautiful old mansion, the church and everything. It's a nice little spot. Yeah. And then, yeah, there's an amazing park in their back garden, which is a deer park now, as you say, but was a munitions depot during the war. So there's still little buildings and concrete platforms hidden up amongst the trees from when the military were here.
Yes, that's absolutely right. A lot of the buildings are no longer here, but it was a very active base, actually. Just to mention now, so we got Mike Tregonning about to start his run. Mike is from Cornwall. He lives at Padstow. He's a friend of Rick Stein. He's racing a Pilbeam MP88 with a very special Duratec 2-litre engine in the back of that one. Lovely car. Pilbeam's not as popular as they used to be because Gauls have replaced them. But as you can see on the live stream, what an incredible place to come racing, isn't it? Here he comes down into Triangle now. Just lovely. The glinting in the sun just looks terrific, doesn't it, Alex?
That's right. So this is Mike Tregonning runs in Class K1, which is racing cars between 1600 and 2-litre with normally aspirated engines. As Chris said, this is a Pilbeam chassis, a little bit older now. What's this one? A 80s chassis?
Yeah.
And it's still competitive now. Mike can still do a good time in this machine.
Actually, it might be later than 80s because, well, just looking at the shape of it, it reminds me of Sandra Tomlin's Pilbeam, which is actually a 2013 car.
Oh, okay.
So I'll have to ask Mike how old that car is, but it's still a lovely looking thing, isn't it? And
That's
Mike
right.
is a terrific guy, and it's great to see him racing on the hills, actually.
Yeah, so Mike's done a 54.67 up the hill, which I suppose is it's a sort of middle of the times for his category. The Class K1, they'll be running sort of generally around the 50-second mark, some just below, some just over, so not a bad time for Mike.
Yeah, and young Mike, he had a 275 miles drive to get here, you know, from there.
That's a long way.
It's a long way, isn't it? This is a bit special. On the line, this is Jonathan Varley in the GWR Predator. That means Graham White Racing. Graham White built this car. One time, it had a V10 Formula One engine in the back of it. When Graham had it, it was red then. And it was an amazing car, but so hard to drive and get off the line, though he won championships and he got hill records and the like. But anyway, Jonathan has now put a V8 in the back of this. This is a Terry Davis V8 in the back. And tell us a bit about that engine.
Yeah, Terry Davis makes these engines by basically he takes two motorcycle engines, then he hand machines a block for them, which is like in a V shape, which he then puts those motorcycle heads and bits into, and creates this amazing 2-litre V8, which still revs up like a motorcycle engine, high revs, and it's a brilliant piece of work, and really quick. Now yesterday, Jonathan Varley was doing really good runs. His best was a 46.74. He's just missed out on that today, but this is sort of his first run, so he's just getting a feel for the circuit. But Jonathan was very quick yesterday. I suspect he will be in a contender for for winning his class at the very least.
Do you know what? Yes, I would think so. Here we got Aaron Colborne actually in the Van Diemen. This car is an ex-Formula Island car. It runs the 2-litre, but in fact it's got a Zetec engine in this one. I miscalled it a Renault engine yesterday. So Zetec looks absolutely stunning, beautiful paint job on that one, isn't it? Heads up towards keepers on the Cedar Straight.
Yeah, it's a lovely car this, and we say ex-Formula Island, it did start its life like that, but so much work has gone on. Aaron's changed so much on this that now it's a complete special. He's redone the engine, gearbox, suspension, wings, everything pretty much, and it's a good piece of work, and it's a beautiful looking car. I think it looks, if you were asked a kid to draw a racing car, that's what they'd come up with. It's just a nice machine.
Yes, I would agree actually. Aaron has just finished in 51.44. Here's Kevin Creven in another Pilbeam MP88. This one's running a Millington engine in the back, very rapid. There's a shared driver with Jonathan Evans, that one, and yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it's a nice little car. These Pilbeams, as you say, not as popular these days, but used to be the car of choice for hill climbing. Nowadays there's a whole range of other manufacturers you can go for, but this is a lovely machine, and again Kevin doing some good times yesterday. His best yesterday was a 54.18, so we'll see how he goes today.
Well, here comes John Cottrell in another Pilbeam MP82. Rather spectacular looking thing. All the flames and Pilbeam's quite a favourite for that, weren't they?
That's it. That used to be their factory paint scheme with that sort of I don't know what you'd call it down the side. It's not quite flames, is it? It's a sort of
it's quite spectacular, isn't it? But yeah, he heads into Fallow there on his way up towards the museum. He's sharing with his wife, I think. Nicky's driving today. So, and as we speak, it's Terry Davis, the man who builds those special little V8 engines. Terry Davis driving his Force TA.
Yeah, I love this car. I think it looks amazing in that yellow, and I think it just looks like a brilliant car. And yeah, he builds these engines pretty much by hand, and they're really, really quick, really competitive. He was telling me this morning he needs to lose a bit of weight off the car. So he's still got a bit of work to do to sort of bring down the overall weight. But it gets to a point where you start to, it's grams here and there to change. But Terry Davis does a nice 51.74.
Yeah, Andrew Henson just going by us there in the Gould Dallara. This started off as a circuit car. The Gould, the Dallaras made in Italy, weren't they? So this is a combination of the two, isn't it, really? It's lost its side pods from its circuit racing days because they used to have radiators in the side pods, he was telling me.
That's right, yeah, they don't need as much cooling because you're only on the hill for your 50 seconds or whatever. But it's still a quick little machine.
Here we got the first of the big bangers, Terry Graves in his Gould DJ 55 IndyCar engine in the back, about 700 horsepower. Terry actually is an electrical contractor from Cornwall, and he's sharing that car today, in fact, yes, with Anthony Hunt, but Terry owns the car. He's heading on his way up towards museum. Terry will be one of our quicker runners here today, and he should be comfortably in the 40s, going across the finishing line, finishing in 49.37.
Oh, well, that's good. That's his quickest run even of yesterday. So Terry off the blocks really quickly. Beautiful looking car, that, I think. I love the blue, white and yellow paint on that. It's really nice.
Just a quickie, Pete Tatham on the line. Pete's been having problems, hasn't he? He's been having throttling problems, in fact.
And that led to gearing problems.
Yeah.
And looks like they've continued.
I'm really keep my fingers crossed for Pete because he had a really scary day yesterday with this car, didn't he?
Yeah, so the throttle seemed to...
Triangle, let's hope it's all good. Yeah, brakes okay this time.
It still looks a little bit lively for him. I wonder whether it's not quite set up as he wished. There was issues with the throttle, as you say, and to fix those it was affecting the vacuum system that ran the gears, so he's managed to get out, which is
well,
good.
Fingers crossed, because we do worry for all our competitors when something's not performing dead right or it suddenly goes wrong through no fault of the competitors, basically, and that's a scary thing. But so far, this is looking good, actually. Yeah, he's gonna go in a time of 50.51. So that's pretty rapid, isn't it?
Yeah, that's not bad. Yesterday, he still, even with the problems, managed a 48.34, which was the best in his class. And so I think just getting a feel for the car now again.
So who have we got here then?
Graham Wynn, I think, on circuit now. This is a Gould GRW 59, and amazing machine. This one of the sort of the bigger single-seaters out on track, pushing his way up the Cedar, not so straight there. A quick old time for him, 108 miles an hour through the speed trap at the top of the hill.
Yeah, very rapid. Graham, actually, he's a granddad. He's 73 years old. He's Graham Wynn, OBE, and this is the same car that Scott Moran was driving last year. Graham owns the car. That looks like Ian Tucker in his OMS 28. That one runs a Hayabusa engine, a Suzuki bike engine. He comes from Cornwall too. I think he's from Newquay, so he's got another man with a long run, hasn't he?
Well, that's right, a lot from Cornwall this weekend, but that's fine. And Ian Tucker's going up the hill. He's sort of in a class of his own, is Ian, because very specific bike engine with effectively the bike gearbox still running, the integrated gearbox. But that doesn't mean he can't really compare his times next to other people. He's still doing good runs yesterday. 54.3 was his best. He's just done that 53. That's a very good run for him.
Excellent, well done, well done. So we got Ed Burgess on the hill. Ed is a Bugatti man. He's a committee man at Preston HillClimb. He also owns Bugattis. He bought this car from James Baxter. It's a GR55, so it's a jolly good spec Gould. It's got a great big engine, big V8 in the back of it, lots of grunt. Looks mean, doesn't it, in that black colour scheme? Do you like that one?
It does, yeah. He struggled a bit getting out of triangle there, sort of slightly overcooked it and headed a bit close towards the tyres on the exit, but he gathered it all together, powered his way up the hill, 96 in the speed trap, so a pretty good run.
Okay, here's Paul Crouch in this beautiful OMS 28. Lovely to see Paul. He's again a competitor from Cornwall, so he's had a very long journey here. That beautiful OMS has got a Jaguar V6 out of a road car in the back of that one. So it hasn't actually got the performance of some of the bigger cars, but
no,
it
it's
looks beautiful.
Slightly heavy and slightly down on power compared to the others, but I think he makes up for it in style points with that lovely green and white paint scheme, like the Formula One cars of the early 2000s.
Well, it was the Jackie Stewart colours, wasn't it?
That's it. The team run by Jackie Stewart originally. Yeah.
And yeah, that's great to see. So just looking on the line, there's the Nick Ledearden, the Nicky Cottrell there, and this is Jack Cottrell on the line. Jack is in his Delara Cosworth. This is Nicky's son. Very, very quick young driver. Did well yesterday. I think he was in the 46s yesterday. Yeah. This car started off as a circuit car, but being a Delara, but now it's converted into a hill climb car, running an IndyCar V8 in the back, so loads of horsepower, coming into triangle straight on.
Yeah, maybe a problem there for Jack, I don't know. I was chatting to him this morning and he was saying how, yes, the front end is a Delara Formula 3 chassis, the tub part, but the rest of it has pretty much been changed since then. And as you say, with that big IndyCar engine, it's a really quick car. Jack's best time yesterday, 46.44, but unfortunately not being able to complete this run for some reason.
I think he was really going quick into there, wasn't he?
Yeah, he hit 74 miles an hour in the speed. We've got a speed trap just before triangle corner.
Now this is going to be exciting. This is Will Hall. Will Hall is on the line in his latest Gould GR59. Big 4-litre Judd engine in the back. Will had a different car. Well, he got this at the back end of last season. He's got a car that can really do the business for him. He's a great driver. Finished 5th in the championship last year. So he's very, very good indeed. So we'll have a look at this one, folks. He's just on his way down now towards Fletcher's and Loggerheads. He goes round. He's coming into our view, into triangle now. Doesn't that look magnificent?
Yeah, it's a beautifully turned out machine, this, and Will Hall yesterday was definitely the quickest man on the circuit. He did a 45-second dead yesterday, which will be really good to repeat, and it's not that far off class record sort of numbers, so he's really in with a shout of not only his championship, not just the category win, but maybe fastest time of the day as well.
Yeah, heading up towards the finish now. So Will's going to finish in a time of 46.44. I'm sure there's more to come from him in that car today. Here's Andy Tippett in this glorious Brabham BT30. This is a 70s car, big Rover V8 in the back of it. As cars used to be in the 70s, really.
Yeah.
Big open engines, growly things.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Really, it just shows well, shows how much single-seaters have changed in the years. But I think this looks glorious. It's very reminiscent of the Formula One and that sort of thing of the early 70s. And just an excellent-looking machine.
Yeah, he built it from a bag of bits, I think, he was telling me. But here's young Robin Johnson in the Tigger. The Tigger 83 car, we think. It runs a 2-litre Renault engine in the back from memory.
Oh, well, you said Renault before,
well, I did
Chris,
say
yeah.
but I think I'm right with the Tigger. Anyway, it's a nice thing. They built a new engine box over the back of it over the winter. Looks good in yellow. The Tiggers actually were pretty popular in Formula Ford 2000 and things like that, and Formula Ford, weren't they?
Yeah, they were a good car. Again, this is what, late 70s? Maybe early 80s, I don't know, I'll have to find out when this was built, but it's a nice little machine.
I'm wondering if the SF83 denotes the year of manufacture, but Dave Parr, here's Dave Parr in the Anglia. Venerable old car, this one actually, still going very nicely indeed. Dave's been campaigning this car for years. Nice to see an Anglia on the hill.
Yeah, I've got a soft spot for Anglias and classic saloons in general, and we've got a real good mix of them today. Overnight, a whole group of beautiful looking classic saloon cars turned up in the paddock, so we've got some glorious machines going up the hill today, this Anglia being one of them.
Well, look at this one, Peter Herbert in this left-hand drive Porsche 911. That is a seriously beautiful car, worth lots and lots of money. He's also got a collection of very nice cars at home as well, but this one he's bringing out to play. He's got a few mates in the Porsche Championship, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think we had a good group of Porsches yesterday. This one, I don't know, I had a look at it this morning, didn't seem that modified, so I don't know whether he's done work underneath or whether it's still relatively stock, but it's a nicely turned out car.
Yeah, very nicely turned out car, to be fair. He's stopped up at museum. Oh, he's got going again now.
Oh, that might have just been the video.
Ah, yeah.
Well, he's done a 61.53, which is not that far off his best yesterday, which was a 61.12.
Yeah, Ross McDonald has gone home, hasn't he?
Yes, unfortunately, the other Porsche that we had here, a beautiful orange sort of machine, had a misfire or something, and they tried their best, but I think in the end they had to give up on that. It's a great shame because it was a very nice looking machine.
So now, what I'm seeing here, that's one of the Fassi cars. That's that little Malik, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like lining up. We've got a Renault.
Ben Fisher is driving that with his dad, I think. But this little Renault, this little Twingo, their other car is broken. So this is going to be Ben Cross driving the little Twingo. It's a totally standard Twingo RS, so it's a proper little road car. It's
nice though, but we've had a few people who their cars have failed or broken overnight, and so they've decided to run something else, and the organisers here have been good enough to let them on the track in a different machine, this being one of them. The AC Cobra that we'll see later is also a replacement vehicle. So it's really nice to have these sort of the ability to get out and have something else. But I suspect Ben Cross in this Renault, he's probably not going to set the world alight, but he'll probably still have a good time in it.
They'll have a bit of fun.
Yeah.
The other car you mentioned, that AC Cobra, that was Clive Austin. His Empire, unfortunately, had electrical gremlins yesterday, so he's taken it home. And he's brought an AC Cobra out of his fleet out for a play, a genuine AC Cobra.
Yeah, so that'll be nice. So Ben has had a practice run already this morning. He did a 62.78 in this little Twingo, which isn't bad actually. He'll be hoping to dip just below the minute mark, I'd have thought, by the end of the day. So good luck to him on that. We'll see whether he can pick up the pace and shave some time.
Actually, it's interesting. Yeah, here comes Phil Fisher in the Malik. This is a lovely thing. They've got lots of cars at home, and this is one of the ones they bring out to play. An old Malik, the Mark 11 Malik, runs a full 1700 crossflow Ford engine in, which most of them did. Just nice, isn't it? Looks a lot of patina, isn't it?
I do like a Malik, and this is a nice little thing. I'm wondering, I'll have to find out, are Ben and Phil Fisher related, or is that coincidence? I don't know.
No, father and son.
There you go, there you know. Excellent. So yeah, brilliant to see. We've got another Malik running today, so it's nice to see these sort of slightly older cars now, aren't they?
I love them. Brilliant. I absolutely love seeing Maliks. I think they're terrific cars. We've got the Nicholsons, of course, with their rather splendid Malik.
Yes, that's it.
21, I think it is. Malik 21. 2021. That looks amazing too, doesn't it? So, but I know that this will be a shared drive, so this will be one of the Fassi cars.
That's right, yeah, we're in the Fassi Championship now. I don't know whether we're staying with that or whether that's just the no, it's just the shared drive, so we're back onto a single-seater there.
Now that looks a bit like Weavers to me, one of the Weavers. I don't know, waiting on the line there before pre-start.
Yeah, the cone's gone out, which leads me to think we might be end of batch.
Yeah, could well be.
We may get everything coming down from the top. We'll wait and find out. They don't always tell us these things.
Indeed, so we might be end of batch. Have they got the red flags out here? Yeah, the red flags has been waved. So that's end of batch. So we had a lovely little batch of cars went up there, didn't we? That was very enjoyable.
A dramatic shot there.
A dramatic shot.
I would suggest in this little break, anybody at the circuit who has internet access on their phone or whatever, do go on YouTube. You can get the live stream of the event as well. That means you can pick up a few other bits that you might not be able to see from where you are. And anybody who's watching the stream at home or here or wherever you are, there's a new feature on HillClimb.TV where you can join the channel, subscribe for very little money.
You can subscribe for free.
That's right, and then you can join as a sort of a member from 99p, and that money goes towards HillClimb.TV and helps them continue and improve their coverage, which I think is already really, really good. So I'd love to see people help.
Amazing job Rich and Eleanor do. They if you think of Goodwood where it's got millions of pounds being spent, these folk, they go, Rich comes here pre-meeting, he puts cameras up the hill, he's got to make all the electrics work. He's a clever guy, I tell you, and Eleanor. And from 99p you can go on HillClimb.TV and you can subscribe, and then you can join from 99p, and then I think the next membership is of something like £5 a month, and then the big one is £12 a month.
And you do get a few little sort of little bonus features if you do that. But the main thing you get is to support the channel. And I know the few little things are nice, but I think you would pay 99p quite happily to get a channel on
a month,
Amazon, it's nothing.
It's nothing. No. So because he does another job as well. He's a computer wizard, Rich, isn't he? So here we go. Thank you to all our members on YouTube, so class winners.
Yeah, so there's tyre warming. I don't know which way around these are. Is that the 99p one? Possibly. I'd have thought so, yes. And all those people have joined. And then you can be the 2 second club, and then the class winner.
These are the 99p ones, so all the names of people, a lot of those are hill climbers already.
Yes.
And then you've got the 2 second club, and then class winner Andy Greenan.
Well done.
We know Andy anyway. He competes in that lovely single-seater with his brother.
Yeah, and I think it was only something like £10 or £12, wasn't it, a month?
Yeah.
Which is not a lot, but it helps keep the channel going. And so I think it's definitely a good thing.
They've got the Motorsport channel, and then they've got AG,
whoever that is, and
WPV Australia.
Well,
people in Australia, isn't that wonderful? Welcome to Australia. Welcome
we've already
to the world.
On the streaming this morning, we've had members from Australia and all sorts of places tuning in, watching, reading the comments. You see people from all over, the Netherlands and from Australia and everything. It's brilliant.
Thank you to everyone that supports HillClimb.TV and shares it and subscribes. You know, this is going to go from strength to strength. They've got over 10,000 subscribers already. I remember that from last season.
Well, that's a really good start. And
that's a great start.
It'll build. And I was talking to Roger Moran this morning, who's driving the Skoda up the hill today. And we were saying we don't know why hill climbing's not more popular. In today's society, on the old sort of social media, a sub 1 minute bit of action, of run up the hill in a machine, you'd have thought that would do really well. So maybe
you haven't got to sit there and watch it for hours and hours going around the circuit.
Not like Formula One, where you've got to spend the whole day sort of
to watch Max Verstappen win.
Yeah, exactly. So you could just pick up some of the really fast runs. He was telling me his son, who runs in some of the really big stuff, one of his runs has got millions of views on YouTube.
Well, that would be
really
Scott
impressive.
Moran. Scott is currently retired at the moment. He's only a youngish chap. He's got a family, though, young family. So he'd won the HillClimb Championship, 6 times. So he's having a bit of a breather at the moment. Occasionally drives the Skoda R5. Did at Rally Day at Prescott, end of last season. And last year, and the previous couple of years, he'd been driving Graham Wynn's Gould. and was, finishing runner-up third. Because of course we got this Scotsman at the moment, Wallace Mingers.
Yeah, he's doing all right.
He's doing all right, and he's won it for the last 4 years, and so he's a serious competitor. He isn't here today, but he has been at our opening 2 rounds, and he was due to be at Harewood today, but Harewood was cancelled because of flooded ground. Been a real problem this spring, hasn't it, Alex?
Yeah, Loton here's not suffered as badly as others, but it's certainly been a bit...
Morning to Simon Fido. Hello, one of our top marshals there. Give him a big him up job. There's Roger Still, eh? Roger the Dodger. Good morning, Roger the Dodger. Is Helen with you today? No. Yes,
Wow.
yes, she is. She's hiding from me, I expect. Anyway, wow, marshals, what a great job they do.
Yeah, we should say thank you to them while we've got a moment, because we really appreciate everything they do, and they do it so well and really quickly.
How do you become a marshal?
Well, you volunteer. You come to somewhere like this, and you go and you find somebody wearing orange, and you say, "I want to be a marshal." Yeah. And pretty much they grab you and they don't let you go.
They grab you. Do they press gang you?
I think so. Yes.
They train you, don't they?
That's it. So you get training. You get tea and coffee over the weekend. You get
food. There's sandwiches and cake.
Yeah. You get to see the motorsport action. Close. Not only for free, but really close.
Really close. You won't get no closer, will you?
And then when the time comes, you get to do some sweeping of mud off the track. God. Exciting jobs like that.
Oh, yeah.
I can't see why more people wouldn't want to do that.
I think, and actually, there is the only restriction on age is you can't go up the hill on a post until you're 18. But there's loads of other jobs that you can
we
do.
get loads of younger guys doing the paddock and manning the gates and just general helpers around the track. And you can see, I mean, the shot on the HillClimb.TV now shows the start line marshals, and we've had some youngish guys on that, haven't we?
This young man there, he's an excellent young marshal. He started off, he's excellent, like all of them. Anyway, we've got Alex Coles, our friend Alex Coles from Plymouth. He has a little moment going into Hall there, and he's driving this Force T8 with a supercharged Hayabusa engine in the back. Very rapid young driver. What's he going to do? Look, he's coming hurtling into Triangle, isn't he? He puts the power down. He's on his way up towards keepers. Do you like that one?
Yeah, he's doing very well. Now, he didn't have a good day, particularly yesterday, Alex. He did a couple of good runs, but also had a couple of fails. So hopefully, whatever issues were sorted. Bit of smoke from the back end there, but he's going pretty quick. Now, our timing seems to have stopped, so I wonder...
And so is he.
Yeah, I wonder if we've got an issue. He looks like he's got an issue. The screen is saying Renault Twingo, which it most certainly isn't.
Yeah, definitely Alex Coles.
Yeah, so hopefully, whatever our issue is, whatever his issue is, will...
Well, that's Tim Cross, of course, sharing the Twingo. And... we got a red flag, so he's going to go back into the paddock.
Yeah, I think
there might be. I think
Alex might have had an issue.
Car.
Yeah, and well, the timing as well seems to have dropped off. Hopefully, those will pick up. Hopefully, Alex has not had a.
Well, I was a bit worried when I saw a bit of smoke at the top of the cedar.
Yeah, that was a bit concerning for him. He then sort of slowed down quite a bit.
How's the engine gone?
The run's gone on as a rather unbelievable 30-second run for Alex Cole. I don't think that's going to be the genuine time, because he was doing sort of 49, 50-second things.
No, I think the car's
so I think
got an issue.
The car's got an issue, and the timing seems to have come back, so that's good.
But then, Richard Case has just left the line in the Renault Clio 197.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Yes, we're back on track. Richard Case in this Renault Clio, and that means we've probably dropped back into... We're back in category 1B, therefore I think we're on our second practice runs from the beginning sort of thing, aren't we?
Yes.
So here we go. We're starting again from the beginning. Richard Case out in his little silver Renault Clio. We get quite a lot of these hot hatches on the hill, Clio's being quite popular amongst them. There'll be a few different things, Clios, Honda Civics, that sort of thing going up the hill.
Well, you're quite right. Yes, actually, I can see Richard Case heading up the Cedar Straight now up towards Fallow. Andrew Leighton will be coming into our view in his Honda Civic.
A bit wobbly in his Honda Civic there.
Yeah, a bit wobbly, a bit of a wobbly R. And, but that's a quick car, actually.
Yeah, he seems to have gathered it together and nice through up onto the Cedar Straight. That's good for him. We'll see as he heads up. So Richard Case has done a 70.85, which is fractionally slower than his best run so far. As Andrew Layton hits 83 miles an hour on the straight.
I think you'll find this to be substantially a lot quicker. This car, I remember it from the last time I saw it, very rapid bit of kit. That R engine is very quick in there.
Yes.
As we mentioned, here's young David Feekins in the Clio 182. Early Clio, that one. The Feekins clan, I call them the clan.
There's quite a few, isn't there?
There's a few Feekins.
And they're all quick.
And they're all French cars. They're all Renaults and Peugeots.
Yeah, well, Benoit will approve of that.
Oh, he loves all that.
He likes a little French hot hatch, being French himself.
Benoit Legendre, he will be with us shortly. He's here.
Yeah.
We're starting off and he'll be dipping in and out, as we all are.
Yeah, well, he'll join us soon, no doubt. We'll see as David Feekins continues his run. Yesterday's practices, he did a 69.03.
This is Philip Steele in his Porsche, his Boxster, 2.5 litre Boxster. He's done over 50 years in motorsport.
It's good going, isn't it?
That's good going, isn't it?
It is good going. So
fair play to him.
Yeah, David Feekins goes a bit quicker, 68 for him, as we move on to Philip Steele and in his Porsche. And also we have on track Martin Turner's Subaru.
Do you know what? I didn't see that here yesterday. I've seen it before. That's over 300 brake horsepower in that Subaru. Quick old thing, 4-wheel drive. Drives it well, but he's probably here just for today. He didn't do the practice day yesterday. And in fact, Andrew Coleman, he'll be following him. He's in the Audi TT, the red one. Here he comes now. Here comes Andrew Coleman. This is another quick car. He had an Impreza last year. Oh, wow.
Very quick, yeah.
Didn't think he was going to get round then, did you?
No, he did 75 miles an hour down the hill into Triangle, so going really quick on that.
Yeah.
But he managed to slow it down all right.
I didn't think he was going to make it. Although he hadn't locked up, he looked to be going really quick, didn't he? And I thought, he must have some seriously good brakes on that car.
I think, yeah. It's mostly a road-going standard car, isn't it? But it's a quick road car, so I suspect it will be quick on the hill. As we wait for Ray Boole in what is possibly one of the maddest cars here today.
Yes, now here comes the mad car. This is a Mini, but it's not really a Mini.
There's not a lot of Mini
left.
left.
Silhouette Mini. It's got a Honda Type R engine in the back. It's rear-wheel drive.
Yeah, space frame chassis.
Fiberglass body.
Yeah, we worked out the only Mini left on it was the door handles.
Yes, because we thought that the wiper might be the Mini,
yeah,
but
not even that.
Wasn't even that. But either way, it's a mad Mini. It's 68 mile an hour up the Cedar Straight. Yeah, lovely little thing, really. I don't know whether I expect it to be quicker than it is. I don't know.
I think it can be quick. We'll see what his times are today.
Here comes that old Twingo again. That Twingo of Tim Cross this time. Shared drive with his dad and both instructors, you know. They're both instructors. They were at Prescott the other day.
Oh, okay, yes.
Yeah, so,
they learn the hill well.
They know their way up the hill. They're normally in quicker cars than this.
So Ray Boole did a 65.01, which was his quickest time. So he's dropping, you know, he's getting quicker all the time in that Mini. So it's not bad.
Here's a favourite of mine. This is Gary Hull in the little Jedi. Doesn't that look great? Little motorbike engine in the back of that, little Suzuki engine. But that's a beautifully turned out car. He comes from Southampton. I've seen him 3 times here now this season, so it's his 3rd visit here. He's really getting the flavour of it.
Yeah, I love these Jedis. They're really good. They used to race them a lot on circuits, you know, whole grids of one make cars. Don't see them as often now, but they're a great little thing. And this one's a really nice example. Gary's done a good job with this, and his times just keep getting quicker. His best so far, 56.93, as he crosses the line in a 54.5.
Wow.
Really good improvement for Gary.
He's really getting his way. Here comes Morty. This is Dave Newell, local man, in his Austin A40 Mark II. He's had a few problems with this car. He's had a lot of welding to do on it. But anyway, he's got it going. He'll be hoping to dip under 80 seconds in this car. It's only got probably 50 or 60 brake horsepower maximum. And he's changed the engine a couple of times. So we call this car, he calls it Morty. It's smoking a bit as it's going. It was smoking last meeting.
Yeah, no, it's a lovely machine. He did a 79.04 yesterday, just below the 80. It's a big lock up as he reaches the top of the hill. but I think it's brilliant, and it's so basic. He was having trouble with the rear door hatch yesterday. That was his big problem.
He couldn't shut the back, could he?
But yeah, brilliant little car that, and it's one of the local championships. Yeah, he races mostly here. Oh, a 79.29. He'll be happy with that.
Whoa! And Michael Crutchley is heading up towards the Cedar Straight, and he's in his Alfa Romeo Guila. This is an ex-Irish rally car, and you'll recognise this. This is like the car that the Italian police used to have in back in the 70s. Here comes Colin Mee. He edits the Hagley Talk magazine that we contribute to. Great guy, drives this car well, travels all over actually in this little car. Open top, of course, so it's probably quite chilly going up there today.
Yeah, a great little gaggle of classic cars that we see every time here at Loton. It's nice to see them. Yeah, Colin Mee heading on up. Michael Crutchley did a 73.18 in his Alfa, which is not bad.
He's trying hard, he's actually, Colin. Now look at this one, Bill Reese, this Austin Mini Coupe S. That looks fabulous. That looks like a proper little racing Mini, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's an original car, proper steel shell. It's got a 1380 A-series in the front of it, so it pulls well.
Yeah, and you can see on the front they've got like oil cooler and things sticking out of the radiator, and they've got holes in the bonnet for airflow. But it's mostly a standard car, but it's been fettled and tweaked, and it's a good little machine.
Now, talking of interesting machines, left the line is Jeremy Rivers Fletcher. Now, he's driving the BB Special One-Off racing car. Now, this car is literally unique. There's nothing like it on the hill. It runs a Triumph Bonneville motorbike engine and gearbox in the back of it. It's got no starter motor, so he has to bump start it or tow it. Here it comes now, isn't it? Tiny.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a scary looking thing as he heads into Triangle.
Oh,
and it
sideways.
gets a bit sideways. This was built in the 60s as a special for hill climbing. But it was found to be a bit of the death trap, so it wasn't used very much. Then it got damaged in a fire, and somebody else rebuilt it, and they found after that it was still a death trap, and then it sort of lay around for a bit till somebody else rebuilt it, and it still wasn't any good. Now Jeremy's taken this and he's made it almost drivable. But it looks a bit mad, doesn't it, going up the hill? But it's a great little thing.
It looks utterly mad, and it's for sale.
And he's gone round, found the grass.
Okay, he's had a moment, hasn't he? He's gone grass cutting.
That'll bring out the red flags, but he survived nicely. He's back on the track. He's going to finish anyway. Good on you, Jeremy.
Well, you said it was a scary little thing. We've probably just knocked off any potential buyers, but he's heading to the museum. Actually, Ian Stringer went by us in the
they might keep going.
Alpha.
Yeah.
He was from Hertfordshire, wasn't
This is beautiful. I think this might now be my favourite car at the circuit. It's an absolutely wonderful looking Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint. Just absolutely gorgeous machine. We've got several really nice Italian machines.
Can I just butt in? Look at this one.
Yes.
124 Spider. Pretty unique machine, that one.
In that red and yellow, I think they rallied them like that in those colours back in the 60s.
They did.
Another of this whole group of Italian machines that have turned up this morning that are absolutely glorious to see going up the hill.
Well, these are the Fassi Championship cars.
That's right, and there's one of the chaps was telling me this morning how the whole club, the whole Fassi Championship, really take pride in their machines. As we see another Alfa Romeo come through Triangle, 223. That's Clark Andy. He's got
now his is a 2-litre. That Spider, the Fiat, is a 1600 twin cam in that one. Now, but this Alfa has got the 2-litre GTV, the 2-litre, a marvellous bit of kit.
Yeah, and
they love the Alfas.
They all look after them so well. They're just beautiful machines, and they really improve the look of our top paddock here at Loton as they spread themselves out in the sunshine.
Well, look at some of the cars. Look, this is unusual. Look, this is the Fiat Abarth 695. Look at the engine cover. It acts as like a spoiler at the back there, but it's only got about 45 brake horsepower, I think.
Yeah, I love these little things, and they were really competitive in motorsport back in the 60s when there were classes on track and different categories, and I think it's a brilliant little machine.
Talking of brilliant machines, Martin Saunders in this Mark 1 RS2000.
Yeah.
Whoa, isn't that gorgeous?
It's a very well turned out Escort, that, and I think Escorts are just one of those cars that whatever motorsport they went into, they were really quick, really competitive, and this one just looks lovely.
Tell you what, the class we've got now, look, he's heading up towards the top of Cedar now. He's going to be followed by Matt Clark in the Mini, the red Mini. Matt Clark drives the door handles. Look at him sideways there, coming into Triangle. You won't see a better driven Mini than this one. Don't let me down, Matt. Go for it, boy, go for it.
Brilliant, squealing as he goes through Triangle.
He embarrasses these bigger cars, but he's got a big A-Series engine in the front of it. Drives it like an absolute lunatic.
Now, they've only had one run so far, these guys, and we've got Matt Clark, who's done 62.61, which is currently second quickest, but I suspect he's going to go even quicker on this run. I think he's in a chance for taking overall honours in this category.
Well, look at this. Is Gary Cox in Lemon Slice, this gorgeous scimitar coupe. Isn't that gorgeous? He knows a lot about scimitars. Him and his dad, they got a scimitar business, but that's the best looking one, I think.
It's lovely, and I love the yellow with the black bumpers and black trim on it. I think that yellow and black, I keep trying to persuade people to have Jaguar E-Type in yellow and black like that, but nobody's listening to me.
Wow, doesn't it look great? 77 miles an hour up the straight there, flings it into fallow there, heading up towards Museum. Gary often wins the class, but because obviously as you look at these are on there's handicap times for these, isn't there? So
that's right. Technically they're not competing against each other, they're competing against themselves, aren't they?
Yeah. So what we've seen so far, Gary's went up in a 61.32. Now on the line, if there's a better looking Mark 1 Escort, I've not seen it. No, it's got a BDG engine in it. This is Simon Braithwaite. He's away from the line. This car is in Anglian TV colours, which were period at the time, and Russell Brooks drove the equivalent car in these colours on the RSC Rally and binned the car.
Well, he's lifting up a rear wheel as he goes through some of those corners there, so really pushing hard. And you're right, it does look fantastic in the sunshine. Really amazing looking machine. It's great to have things like that here, isn't it? I can't get enough of a good thing.
Oh man, and he was telling me, of course, that all those stickers, that's a wrap.
Oh yes,
like a lot of the cars have got wraps. That's Porsche, Paul Howells.
Yeah, we've been spotting this on cars over the weekend. The amount of cars that have been wrapped instead of repainted, so looking really good.
I've just been joined by the venerable Bill Pardo, actually, who's brought me the runners and riders and the list of the Midland Championship cars.
Very good.
Here comes Martin Jones in his lovely Brabham. What do you think about that one?
Yeah, lovely little single-seater thing here. It's got a tiny little engine and little car without all the wings and things, but a beautiful little machine. Just a great run up the hill there for Martin Jones. So he heads up through the speed trap, 84 miles an hour in that green and gold livery. Traditional sort of colours there, looking amazing as he heads up. And we see Ben Fisher's Mallock. Now, we were talking about Mallocks a bit earlier. This Mallock is amazing. Hopefully we get to see the Mallocks leave the start line at some point, because the way they squat down at the back and take off from the line really is impressive. But this Mallock Mark 11, quite an old one now, but still relatively quick machine. Heading on up the hill, we'll have a look up there. Gets 71 miles an hour in the speed trap, heading up to the top of the course. Beautifully turned out Mallock. Ben Fisher doing a good job there in that machine. Round Museum, final corner of the circuit as he heads up to the finish line there. Gets a 60.13. Nice run for Ben there. Following him up the hill, we've got Simon O'Sullivan's Lotus Elise. This is a really good little Lotus, a Mark 1 Lotus Elise. And even though they're pretty lightweight and empty to begin with, Simon has stripped this out really nicely. Got rid of the headlights, as you can see, stripped out the interior even more than standard to make it as light as it can. Still got the Rover K-Series engine, I believe, but it's still got a good turn of speed just due to good handling. Then we have a slightly newer Lotus on track, Dave Wilson's Lotus. This one's a little bit newer in that black, and I think it's got JPS style gold stickers on it, which harks back to the Formula 1 Lotuses. But yeah, a great car, the Lotus Elise. Really good car if you want to get into hill climbing or any motorsport, really. So good little competition between them as well.
Well, I'm back on the mic. Just been chatting to Bill Pardo, who brought me the list of the runners and riders in the Midland Championship. There's a lot of them, actually. But here's Joy Hoyle, actually. I was chatting to Joy earlier. She's in Ray Lower's Caterham. Professor Ray. But Joy is from Bromyard, not far away from here. Very rapid driver, and she's also an instructor elsewhere. As we look at Robbie Birrell in the 500 brake horsepower Porsche Cayman.
Yeah, the Caterham, not as powerful, but super lightweight, and so still Joy will get a really good time. 57.79 for Joy. That's a brilliant time as Robbie goes up the hill, really pushing it through the Cedar Not So Straight there, right on the limit.
87 mile an hour up the straight, and that is a very powerful car. Shared drive, to be fair. That's one of the 4-cylinder Porsches, isn't it?
Oh, you've got me there. I don't know, but it's a slightly smaller one, the Cayman, isn't it? Not as big as the 911s and that sort of thing.
It's a 4-litre in that.
Yeah, it's good. A good machine though. 57.3 run for him, which is actually really similar to Joy's run in the Caterham, which is interesting. And here's a replay of that high-speed push through the straight. Just look at that. Oh, very good. So yeah, real good.
He
push
was
up
really trying. And actually, they own a Gould, you know.
Okay.
Also,
yeah.
But he's been driving the Porsche quite a bit the last.
A bit more comfortable, maybe.
Yeah, he told me, he was telling me up at Harewood, up in Yorkshire, that when he bought this car, he thought that would be a real class-leading car, and he's been proved right.
Yeah.
And certainly knows how to drive it. But as we see up at the top of the hill there, you can almost see a heat haze up there, can't we?
Yeah, it's really warming up, which is brilliant. I think red flags are out and the cars are lined up, so I suspect that was end of batch, those last few shared drives. So we'll see all these cars come back down. And to be honest, I don't know what it costs to get in at the venue here, actually. I must find that out.
What, for entry?
Yeah.
Or to get in?
Yeah, for a spectator.
About £12.
Well, I think £12 to see this line of cars coming down slowly back into the paddock is good enough. Goodwood's on this weekend, but I think it's this weekend anyway, soon. But you've got as good a selection of classics coming down the hill right now as you get at Goodwood. It's lovely.
Yes. Certainly is either this weekend or next weekend.
It's soon, isn't it? I can't remember. Yeah.
I think it might have been last week. I don't know. But I think Chris Stewart, when another commentator was telling me he was at Goodwood shortly. Also, Shelsley Walsh is running today, but they've gone on a closed event because there's no spectators. And
we can see that special getting bumped started now.
Started, yes. Look, it's got a handle on the back pushing, doesn't it?
Yeah, well done to that little marshal there, pushing.
That's a young lady. It's a young lady marshal, I think.
Running out of steam, perhaps.
These are both young marshals up the top there. Well,
keep going. That's doing a good job.
He hasn't even got a kickstart on the thing, has he?
No, keep going. Keep going. You're almost there.
It's not going yet. He says he's got a Triumph Bonneville engine, trying to get it to start. He's not improving his sale prospects, is it?
No.
He said he wanted. He said about 12 grand for it, didn't he?
Yeah, 12 grand with the trailer.
With the trailer,
which I thought maybe the trailer's worth 8. I don't know. It's
whoever buys it.
There it goes.
Anyone brave enough to buy it, they're going to have a lively ride.
I think you'll certainly get good. You'll get noticed wherever you go with that.
I think you need to take some brave pills.
Yeah, here we go. We've got a replay of him possibly having his little moment earlier.
Yes,
there we go.
He spins it coming out of fallow.
It's very narrow and very short wheelbase, so it does tend to oversteer and spin around a little bit.
It's a totally mad car, and narrow wheelbase.
Yeah. And narrow little wheels as well. But, when it drove through the paddock earlier, everybody stopped to watch, and I think if you wanted a fun car to just have a blast on the hills, you couldn't do much better, could you, really?
Well, you know, Simon Braith, who drives that beautiful Escort, here he comes now. Look, here he comes. Just coming down into our view at Triangle.
Oh, yes, there's a special,
special, it's a special thing, isn't it?
It's a special driver, I think.
Yeah, lovely. But he's also got a Triumph special single-seater, and he's won championships in that one, and that's his favourite car, and I think he was saying to us he'd like to sell this one to give him a few quid to carry on with
the Triumph.
Carry on with the Triumph,
Well, we were saying earlier that Bonneville engine special, it's sort of a hark back to the Jap-engined 500cc specials that started off hill climbs after the war. So it's sort of a continuation of the history there.
Yes.
It's a real sort of step from people like the Coopers, who were then building their specials, which led them to Formula One fame. That's where they started, was bike engine specials. And
so you said
it's sort of a follow-on, isn't it?
That
Formula 3
next
stuff.
generation. But To be honest, I would have thought the Coopers were easier to drive.
I think the Coopers were a lot better, to be honest. But, you know, that's fine. It's an interesting bit of history.
Car, isn't it? Fun car. Yeah, without a doubt.
Right, so we've got...
Just to interrupt, it's a regalia shop. I saw that.
Oh, yes,
open,
yes.
Yeah, so
go and buy your...
if you want a nice hoodie or something like that, or a nice pink cap, or, you know, something like that, go and see the ladies up in the regalia shop. That's open for business, and I'm sure there's some lovely bargains to be had. Well, the sun's out. It's good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
We haven't seen much sunshine this year, have we?
No. We've got the Malachite Mark 20 on the line. Hopefully we'll stay on this viewpoint to watch it take off, because it looked amazing when I saw it running this morning. There, just sits down onto the rear wheels as it takes off, and a 2.2 in that first 100 yards. That's a pretty good run, isn't it?
Very quick.
Yeah.
64 feet. Yeah, that's very rapid indeed. Anything under 2 seconds is really rapid.
Yeah.
So that's an excellent time. Here it comes now, the Mallet. Doesn't that just look great? Purpose-built Clubman sports car, weren't they? Built by Ray Mallet. Bit sideways out there. Going into keepers, trying hard.
Yeah.
Very hard, isn't it?
Pushing on nicely. It's a lovely little car, that. Really good run up the hill, hopefully. We'll see what sort of times he can get.
And what sort of speed? 94 mile an hour.
That's pretty
straight.
good.
That's smoky. And Richard Weaver now just left the line in the Empire. This is their new car for this year. It's got a lot more brake horsepower than the old one. Richard's sharing this with his son. Look, he comes into Triangle now. He used to be our recovery club driver, and he decided he watched all these people. He thought he could do better, so he bought a racing car.
Well, why not? I think that's a good thing to do. So Simon Nicholson earlier had his best run was a 54.87 in that Mallet. So that's pretty good. Samuel, sorry. Yeah. Yes, misread it.
Here comes young Stevie Morgan. This is Tom's dad, and they've got, this was new last year, Empire Evo, again motorbike engine car. 51.21 for Richard Weaver. Tom Weaver, his son, will be driving that later, and daughter Lizzie Weaver's driving the City Saxo.
Yeah, another clan.
And Helen, mum, is watching over them all.
Yeah. So Steve Morgan, his fastest time so far, 51.58, as he does a 50.1. That's pretty good running, isn't it?
Yes, certainly is. Now here's the Formula Ford car of Bernard Kevill. This is a Van Diemen RF90, so it's built in 1990. 1600cc Ford engine in the back. They were built basically to get people into motorsport, mostly at circuit.
That's right, yeah. So a lot of top drivers the world over started in things like this. Formula Fords have been going since the 60s, and have probably been the starting point for all the Formula One champions and Le Mans winners and all that sort of thing. Bernard had a slight lock-up as he got to the end of the Cedar Straight, but he's gathered it together and done a 61.54.
As we speak, so that's Rob Wilson just going by us in the Lotus Elise. There's quite a few little Lotuses here today. Bernard Kevill and Simon Andrews, they're racing that today, but they've also got the OMS, which they use, which is a big engine V8 car. But they're playing.
It's got a problem with that, hasn't it? Or something?
I think there might be a slight problem with that one. Yeah. So they're playing with the Formula Ford, and actually Simon was telling me that, to be honest, if he didn't drive anything else, he'd be quite happy driving that Formula Ford.
Yeah, I think it's a brilliant little car, great fun, and I'd be more than happy having a thing like that to play with.
Yeah, RS200 Renault just going by us as Stuart Hook. 59.29 for Rob Wilson. So David Wilson done a 58.80.
Well, that's pretty good. The class record, 57.76.
Yeah.
So they're only about a second or so off that.
Not bad
so,
at all.
If it warms up a bit and they get their eye in, they've got some really competitive runs in potential.
They need that track to be warmer.
A little bit warmer.
Yeah.
We should also say that some of those single-seaters we saw, they were shared drives, but they were actually the timed runs. Those guys, I think, are now on their actual championship runs.
They are.
They've had their practices. Now they're into times.
Yeah, we got Andrew Feekins in the Clio 172, one of the Feekins clan, and pretty little thing, this car. 2-litre Renault power, The 172 denotes 172 brake horsepower, and as this one goes away from us, we've got Bruce Aitken in a Citroen Saxo. Looks a standard-looking VTS.
That was Benoit's favourite, who was saying yesterday, when you was a kid, that's what you wanted in France, was a Saxo VTS. That was the
what would they have been, a 1600 fuel-injected sort of thing?
Something like that, yeah. That was the hot hatch that his generation were after.
Really?
Yeah.
Were they more popular than the Renaults, were they?
Well, apparently so. And I remember them being quite popular here, to be honest.
Okay, yes, I think they were good boy racers.
Exactly, yeah. I think that was the thing. I was too busy with my Minis and Triumph Spitfires. I didn't notice the boy racers, but...
well, I'm too old to have a Citroen.
Oh, well, there you go,
They were definitely after my generation of mine were a lot older, let's say, leave it at that, eh?
Yes.
Well, we just had Richard Pates in the MGF trophy, locks it into
I think this
fallow.
is a great looking little MG.
Do you like that?
I like the bright yellow trophy edition. These are special edition ones.
Now here's Lizzie Weaver
in
the
another
other
section.
Citroen VTS. Now this one, look at the stripes on it, looks great, doesn't it?
It does, looks proper. This car's been around for a bit with the Weavers, hasn't it? Various ones have done it.
So I like this car actually, and they've all driven it at various times, haven't they?
Yeah, but Lizzie's got it this weekend. Was doing some nice times yesterday, and again, I think these are competition runs. I think they're in now. So we'll see. At the moment, Dave Wilson's top of the board with a 58.8. Lizzie was getting quicker and quicker yesterday as she got her eye in. We'll see how she does.
So there's John Langmead just gone by. Jonathan Langmead in the Lotus Elise 135R. K-Series Rover engine and quick driver, this fella.
Yeah, and a
nice
quick car.
Isn't it?
Yeah,
like it.
So Lizzie Weaver finishes there with a 68.14. That's a nice run for her. Puts her mid-group for her class A1 road-going production cars up to 2 litres. As John Langmead is heading toward the line, he's probably going to do a very quick time now. Let's see where he comes out. 58.66 puts him top of the tables in that class.
Yeah, I thought he'd be good. Now we've just had Steve Atkins go by us in the M3 BMW. That's a V8 BMW from what I recollect.
Yeah, this has gone up a class into the over 2 litres production cars.
That must be him there, 24.
Yeah, that's Steve Atkins. We've got Tony Adams in a Lotus just on a 59.9. With Robbie Birrell on the clock with a 57.3. So that this category, their times looks like you've got to get under a minute on this group, otherwise you're not going to be in with a chance.
Now we've got Porsches coming into town. Here we go. This one here. This is Richard York in his 718 GT4 Club Sport. Very desirable motor car, that one.
Yeah.
4 litres of power.
We've got a whole showroom full of Porsches.
He's got 400 odd horsepower in that one, in a weight of 1450. So very kindly, Robert Lancaster Gay gave us this information yesterday, didn't he? And in fact, who's this one here? This is Simon Tarling in the 996 GT3. The 996s was the first of the water-cooled Porsches, rear engine like the 911, but not air-cooled. So what's that one there? That's got 3.6 litres, it's 20-year-old, and it's got 380 brake horsepower, so it's quite adequate.
Yeah, very good. So Richard York's just done a 63.6. He'll need to find a bit of pace somewhere if he wants to compete. Robbie Birrell's still top of this group in that Cayman, which is a shared one.
And here's another Cayman. This is Richard Snow in the Cayman 381 GT4.
Martini sort of racing colours, very sort of evocative of Porsche's racing past. Looks very smart, this car.
3.8 litres. All the Porsches are all quietly different, aren't they? And that one's got over 400 horsepower.
Yeah,
so
I'm sure Benoit can keep up, but I can't always tell the difference. Luckily, they've given us all these specs for us to go through.
Well, different specs. The car that's coming next is Rodney Isles. This is the Alpha 4C. This is 1750 turbocharged. It's got 344 brake horsepower in a car that only weighs 905 kilos.
This has got the carbon fibre tub, hasn't it? Sort of extra lightweight.
Special.
It looks lovely and it sounds brilliant as well. Very smoky though, going up the hill.
A bit smoky.
I'm not sure if
Smokey in the band.
Really smoking. It had a few issues yesterday, so I wonder if he's got engine trouble. That looks maybe a bit oily.
It's a bit expensive.
Oh dear. Well, he's still going quick though, so we'll see as he heads up.
Here comes Robert Lancaster Gay, car 29, the Porsche 718 GT4. That's lovely, actually. Robert's a smashing chap. He's also an instructor. This car is 400 odd horsepower.
So we've got Robbie Birrell's not far off that as it stands.
Leading. Look, he's up on his time, 79 mile an hour up the Cedars Straight.
This BMW is quick, so we'll see as he goes up to Museum. Can he sort of push it that little bit faster and beat Robbie Birrell's time? Here we go, up to the line. It's going to be 57.39, just misses out. Second so far in class.
Pleased with that.
That's a good run, though. Who have we got now? Mark Lawrence will be coming up soon in that Cayman. He'll finish his run soon.
First of the Yaris is with us now, James Stocks, DR Yaris. Popular little cars these now. One time you couldn't buy them for love nor money, they were so popular. 1600 turbocharged, four-wheel drive, got all the right kit on there. Yeah, they're
good machines. The really competitive class. I think we had 3 or 4 of them yesterday, all doing about 64 seconds up the hill. So that'll be the time to aim for James as he heads up to the end of the straight.
66 and 62 mile an hour for Alan Mansfield.
Yeah, Alan Mansfield braking hard into triangle so that the hazards came on, that automatic sort of warning light system that they have on those when you brake hard, so you can tell he's really pushing.
Yes, he is. Yes, he's trying hard too. So
66 for 79
James. 79 up the straight, so he's really pushing.
Yeah,
on. It's going to be quicker, surely.
We'll see whether Alan can beat James's 66.
Here's young Pete Richards from Coventry. I think Joy's probably with him today. I didn't see her in the paddock earlier, but she drives the car too, but she's often on the photography. She's a very gifted photographer.
63.01 for Alan Mansfield. That's a really good run for him. 63.01.
Oh, look at that. It's 3 seconds quicker.
Really, really quick as Pete Richards carries on up. He'll be the third of our
we'll catch up with Pete in a minute, but that was Malcolm Hickey in the Caterham 7. We've got a whole batch of these coming now, always quick and entertaining.
And really tight competition amongst the Caterhams, which is brilliant to see. Peter Richings goes 63.09, pretty close.
That is close. Oh, look, that's exactly what I thought would happen. Smoking into fallow there as Richard Price comes hurtling into triangle here.
Makes it round, but really tight going there.
They're always entertaining, and following him will be Ray Lower in the other Caterham 7. This is such a tight class. They are all good friends, but they don't half try hard, don't they?
It's brilliant, and they're so close. It's usually only a few seconds between them at the end of the day, so we'll see how that goes.
Here's Professor Ray Lower. He's a visiting professor on the Oxford and Cambridge universities. He lectures in mechanical engineering. He built that car basically, and he modified it over the winter. Very clever clamp, and he shares that with Joy Hoyle. As we look at Steve Garner, this red one, this is beautifully turned out car actually.
Yeah, and again, they were really quick yesterday, sort of doing 55, 56 second runs. So far, Richard Price top of this group, 56.61. That's right on time, as we'd expect. And another Ray Lawyer goes there.
Steve Garner was quickest yesterday, wasn't he?
I think, yesterday Steve Garner did a 55.81. So we're right up there already, but I suspect these guys could go a little bit quicker.
Well, there's Robert Lloyd just gone by us in the Westfield. Robert's second season with this car. He's new to hill climbing. He used to come as a spectator and thought, I can do that. I'll never go at that.
Yeah, I think one of the Westfields, was it Robert who had a slight mishap yesterday? I can't remember now. One of them did, but no major issues in the end. It's all part
Robert
of learning,
was
isn't it?
Me that Ash Mason's been sorting this car out for him. Oh, have a look at Andrew Russell in the Ginetta. Isn't that the prettiest little car? And isn't it quick?
Yeah, it's a brilliant car. It looks so controlled, this car, as though it's really well planted. I think handling on this must be amazing.
It looks like it's on rails.
Yeah, really, I'm impressed with this machine, and it's really pretty. It's one of one in its class, which means it's just Andrew Russell against himself, really.
Well, he's won that class a million times in the past. Rear engine, impinging.
It's
fantastic.
brilliant. Yeah.
Here comes Tony Feekins in the 205. He's got a couple of these, and this one is out to play this weekend. The other one's got an engine problem. And Tony is actually, well, one of the main man in the Feekins clan, isn't he?
That's right, another Feekins. And
he's the dad. He's the dad.
And he's sort of, this one's slightly more modified than other cars. They sort of, I think, as they get older, they get more modified cars, don't they? They climb up through the ranks of hot hatchers. Yesterday, Tony did a 61.69. That was his quickest run. We'll see where he comes out today. Coming up to the line now, he finishes 62.37. So.
Well, he finishes 62.37. He was three-wheeling into museum just now. Roy Holder's just gone by us in the Renault Clio, the 197. He's a big official with the club, over the grass a little bit. He's trying hard, isn't he? But he doesn't lock up going into Fallow. He's getting around there okay. Oh, and following him will be Clive Austin in the AC Cobra, the red one.
Here it comes, and looks glorious in the sunlight. Look at that. Not as quick as perhaps he's used to going.
Well, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. He's driven it here today, this morning. Young Ollie was sat in there with him. Look at this. This is a genuine AC Cobra, folks, with lots and lots of history. This has got a 7.5 litre V8 engine in it, so serious grunt. It's also extremely valuable. So I don't think he'd be looking to set FTD in that.
No, normally he would be in something a lot quicker. But luckily, when it broke, the organisers here said, here you go, carry on, drive what you like. So he's brought this, which, well, we'll thank him for that, because it looks glorious.
Well, it's the real deal, isn't it?
And I'm not sure what category he's in. I don't suppose it really matters. He's just having fun.
It's just a nice way of driving to the hill, driving up the hill.
It means he can still have his weekend here at the track on, competing. Lovely to see.
How often do you see a genuine AC Cobra?
Yeah.
Because a lot of them are replicas.
Exactly, yeah. So not a competitive time for road-going specialist production cars, but then it doesn't really matter.
No, it certainly doesn't, and that's lovely to see.
And I think that's probably, that might be his first run up the hill. I don't know if he had one already. Yeah, he must have had one earlier.
Have one earlier. This is end of batch, though, isn't it? So
he's only had a couple of runs, but well, interestingly, that some of those were actually Midlands Championship timed runs. So we're actually into the competition on some of these. So in the road-going specialist production cars, Steve Garner comes out on top, 56.59. In the four-wheel drive production cars, Alan Mansfield's setting the pace with a 63.01. In the production cars up to 2 litre, Robbie Birrell, 57.3. That's a good time for him. And then, where are we? Road-going series production cars up to 2 litres. John Langmead, 58.66. That's a really good time for him. It's some good times there. The Fassy Classic Speed Championship, Gary Cox. We've not had their. We've just had their practice run so far, I'm afraid. No, so we're still waiting for them to run their timed runs. So we'll see how that goes a bit later. Is that everybody? No. Classic saloons and sports cars manufactured up to 1971. Gary Cox is currently top of that group, I think. Oh no, hang on. That might be yesterday's times as well. No, that must be today's, yeah. So we've had a few timed runs.
Gary was here yesterday, but he was on his own pretty much. He was the only one in the Fassy class really yesterday, but they weren't, it was just practice. But he's got his mates turned up today.
Yeah, and it's a good field, isn't it?
And I'll tell you what, I mean, come on, what wonderful looking machinery we got there.
Yeah.
What's your favourite among? I'm going to say, I bet you predict you like the Alpha.
Yeah, there's those two Alphas, Julia's, they look beautiful, GTVs or whatever they are, they're lovely. That little Fiat 124 Spider, that's a pretty thing. The Arbath's nice little gaggle of Italian machines. Yeah. Benoit was saying, I think the little Arbath is run by the owner of the Fassy company, and they specialise in Italian machinery. So I think that's why there's that sort of Italian flavour to several of those. But then there's that Escort in there as well.
Well, we've got Simon Braithwaite's Anglian TV Russell X replica.
That's
Russell
a good-looking machine.
I tell you what, and you look at the standard of preparation on these cars, it's unbelievably good.
Yeah, really well turned out. They all spend time. Sometimes, if budgets are tight, people don't keep the cars in as top shape as they can. But all of those guys take real pride. And in fact, we've got some really beautiful machinery in the paddock all over this weekend. We've got that Ford Anglia's looking nice. Got those. Some of those Porsches look great. That little Ginetta's beautiful. So yeah, we've got some really smart machinery coming out for us.
In the sunshine.
Yeah, you would think it was going to be cold today.
Well, I don't think it's terribly warm.
No, I think it looks maybe hotter than it is. But
yeah, we're all right. We're in our centrally heated booth here.
Yes.
With obviously, you know, full facilities.
Yeah, we've got the mini bar and we've got the
that's right, and hot food on tap.
Yeah. What did we call it earlier? The House of Dreams, was it?
House of Dreams.
Yeah.
That's the one. That's
so,
the one.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
If you want to buy a house, this is the one to have, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not just a shed.
House of Dreams on the side of a deer park.
Yeah.
Actually, well, I'll tell you what. I think we're going to rent this one out for Airbnb.
Oh yes, you could do. Yeah.
I know it's a bit cramped for that.
We might have to get rid of all the flies. That actually, we're not that fly.
No, I think they had a bit of patina, don't you?
Yesterday we had an awful lot of ladybirds in our booth.
We did have a lot of ladybirds. We did.
There you go. It is just a shed on some breeze blocks, but it's probably one of the best views in motorsport, isn't it?
Dumb it down. I mean, look, we got lovely windows.
Yeah, plastic
with a fabulous view out of the greenhouse.
Yeah, we do have a really good view. For those who don't know, we sit looking up the hill from Triangle, and then out of our left window it heads off sort of up the hill. We can see about 4 or 5 corners, can't we, on the circuit from here?
We've got loggerheads up there, we've got Triangle here, we've got keepers up there. So, and actually, quite good to see plenty of marshals on the hill today. They were in on the ground yesterday, weren't they?
I don't think practice days as popular, but
no.
Lots today, which is great. As we said, marshals are always wanted. So if people wanted to volunteer, you wouldn't be turned away, I don't suppose.
You wouldn't. No, you would. You'd be welcome with open arms.
And then once you know how to do it,
well, you can go
circuits all over the place.
Not just circuits and hills and
rallies and all sorts.
Yeah, absolutely.
So volunteering as a marshal.
Join the gang in orange. That's the way forward, isn't it?
And you can see sometimes these marshals, they put badges on their overalls of where they've been. Yeah. And sometimes you catch a glimpse and they've been doing all sorts of interesting. They've been to different venues different events, even up to, if you really get into it, you can do Grand Prix and you can do all sorts, can't you?
The sky is the limit. The sky is the limit. There's our friend Victor over there. He goes to circuits.
Yeah. Now I've just spotted on HillClimb.TV chat somebody, Kowalski, I'm going to say, has asked how long is the climb. So I guess he means how long is the track here. It's about 0.8 of a mile bottom to top, and it really does climb quite high, doesn't it? The elevation changes quite a lot. I don't know what that is. Might have to find that out.
It's quite hard work.
And what's really good here is that it goes up a bit, then it goes down again, down into Triangle, then it goes back up again. So it's a good mix, as Andrew Colburn is showing us in his Van Diemen.
He is indeed. So you can walk up the side of the track here, up the path there. It's a lovely walk up towards the top. It is actually really beautiful, and you can see all the lovely woods, and when you get to the top, it's a totally different perspective.
Yeah, it really, up here, you can see, just coming up now into Museum, you're really high up. You've got uninterrupted views over the grounds. It's lovely.
Here comes Jonathan Evans in that lovely Pilbeam. We've got a few little Pilbeams on our way now. Nikki Cottrell, John Cottrell's wife, will be on her way shortly. And but this one of Jonathan there, this is a 2-litre car, as in fact Nikki's car is as well. Fine looking thing. Here comes Nikki Cottrell, lady driver. Trying hard, looking good, gets it round Triangle very smoothly. Old-fashioned looking racing car compared with the very latest spec, but still very valuable.
Yeah,
nice.
Oh, lovely car. So Andrew Colburn's the first to have a timed run in this category. This is racing cars between 1600 and 2-litre, naturally aspirated. He's done a 53.54. Jonathan Evans a 55.52. And Nikki Cottrell will be coming up to the line very soon.
Now, that's Trish Davis there in the family force that shares with her husband Terry. Trish, a very committed lady driver, to be fair. She's blooming good, and she'll be followed by another excellent lady driver, Nicola Dearden, in the Gould Delaro, which is going to be coming into our site very shortly. So actually, it's great to see ladies in motorsport, isn't it?
Yeah, Nikki's just gone second fastest in class with a 55.14. That's a nice run for her. As we zoom in now on the what Benoit likes to think of as the cigar car, this long and thin-looking machine with Nicola Dearden at the wheel.
It is very slim, actually. You're quite right. That's because the side pods have been removed, but actually it's rapid too, because it's got about 280 brake horsepower Vauxhall red top in the back of that one.
Yeah, and I'm really interested. I keep meaning to ask about the extra long air filters. I think they must have really long intakes to help sort of increase a bit of horsepower, smooth that airflow over. So I might have to ask about that later. But here we go. Nicola heading towards the line now. 61.16 for her. Her best time yesterday was a 62.28. So a little bit of an improvement today.
Well, now, who we got here? That is... Sure, a minute. But I did notice a bit of smoke, because it's... oh, it's Kelvin Broad. Yes, of course it is. Yeah, Kelvin Broad in the supercharged Hayabusa engined Force TA. And he's sharing that. In fact, they own it half and half with Alex Coles and Neil Coles.
Right.
Yeah, but Neil's having a year off the driving this year.
Alex is driving this car as well.
Alex is driving this car, and well, very rapid, the pair of them. They're both very quick drivers from the southwest. Kelvin's, I think, from Exeter. Whoa!
Really quick into triangle, but gathers it up nicely. That was all right, wasn't it? He did well. This is now we're in category K2 for this is forced induction cars, and powering up. A little bit of smoke for him as well, but it's a smoky old day.
I reckon it's probably with the supercharger and the bike engine in that. It's probably done a few miles, but it's still very rapid, isn't it?
Yes.
The engine's got lots of grunt in it, hasn't it, to be fair? Talking about grunt, we've got Anthony Hunt. Look at that.
Yeah,
Terry Grace
really
is
slowing down hard. He slides it into triangle. That's really good. Lovely looking car, that car.
It's a spectacular looking car, isn't it? Owned by Terry Graves, and Anthony Hunt shares the driving on that one. It's absolutely scorching up the Cedar Straight. Sparks, breaks into fallow there in 93 mile an hour up the straight, followed by Joe Mackerel in the Tigger.
Yeah, lovely little car. This is slightly older design, but still quite competitive. Had a bit of an incident yesterday when they forgot to do the engine kill switch properly, so halfway up the track it turned itself off, but that was an easy sort, so they're back here and running again now.
Yes, talking about loud engines, just leaving the line is Nigel Elliott in the TR7 V8, which is 4.6 litre turbocharged V8, so you can imagine that's got a lot of grunt.
Yeah, it's a noisy old thing as well, but it looks a bit like the TRs that were rallied in the late 70s, I suppose.
Yes, it's in the Works Unipark colours.
That's right, yeah.
And of course, Tony Pond drove the Works V8s. They were never turbocharged in that form, but nevertheless, an impressive piece of kit, really. Heading up the Cedars straight.
Yeah, and it's a category of 2, and they're both impressive machines, that, because Paul Howells and Porsche 911 also looks pretty cool.
And he has just left the line in that glorious Porsche 911, which has got the two-tone colour scheme. Here it is, green and yellow. Doesn't that look amazing? It sounds incredible, and that is one quick beastie car, that one.
Well, it was confusing, wasn't it? Because last year it was all yellow, and then all of a sudden it's mostly green, and it turns out he's just had it wrapped over the winter.
This is really catching on.
So it looks really good. Nicely turned out machine, and a little bit quicker than the Triumph, I think, yesterday. So we'll see if that continues today. But it's a great little...
Here comes my friend Stephen Moore in his Mitsubishi Evo 6. This is his production car. Well, it's a 600 brake horsepower production car. It's a road legal car. He's a farmer from the Wiley Valley near Salisbury. He didn't come yesterday because he did 105 acres of drilling, barley, because the ground's been so wet, but he was able to get on the ground yesterday and do 105.
Yeah, so this morning was his first run up the hill, and he managed a 58.79, so that was a really good time for him. Easily quickest in the category, so we'll see. Yeah, look at that, 57.02.
He's quality,
quick run.
Quality driver, quality car. Yeah, very rapid. Phil Goff, actually, he's also one of our officials here at Loton. He's from Maghall near Liverpool. He's driving his Caterham Hayabusa, so this is a bike engine Caterham, and actually really goes well. Here he comes into Triangle. Doesn't that sound good? Driving it beautifully, very neat. That's always quick up hills, isn't it? Raggedy is not so good.
No, it's a smart car, and it's a really good mix, isn't it? That sort of Caterham style chassis with the high revving bike engine, always quite entertaining. His best run, 58.49, so just under a minute for Phil. I think that's what he'll be aiming for again today.
Well, Phil's going off towards the finish. Here comes the Steve Mundy in his Ford Fiesta. This is a rallycross car. He used to rallycross this car, so it's got about 500 horsepower, turbocharged, four-wheel drive, blooming rapid bit of kit. That's a 61-second run for Phil Goff. Steve Mundy heads up towards the finish, and then Einan Price has left the line in his Skoda R5.
Yeah.
Here he comes. Look at this, folks.
These were absolutely brilliant to watch. These Skoda rally cars have been so spectacular up the hill. Pleasure to watch them. We've got two of them here today, and they're just brilliant little machines, aren't they?
This one is ex-Cali Pera, so world champion driven this car. This is a real history car that Einan has bought, and he's going to be followed by his friend Roger Moran in the other Skoda R5.
Yeah, they are absolutely brilliant machines, and they get driven like rally cars, which means that they're all over the place but under control. Really pushing hard into Triangle there, and a short burst of power and then up the hill.
Wow, did you hear that Radical leave the line then? That Matthew Price.
This is the SR3 that we were looking at earlier with the bigger engine.
Whoa, 280 brake horsepower motorbike engine.
Yeah.
Here he comes now. That you
Little
listen to
sideways.
this. Wow, doesn't that sound? Gosh, he's trying hard in that one. That is built for the job.
He always fills the track though. Look how wide it is.
I know, it's big, isn't it?
Yeah, it absolutely is. It's made for
54.05 for Roger Moran.
Yeah, Matthew Price, that Radical, made for circuits rather than narrow hills, but he really is hustling it up the hill now. It's 105 at the top of the hill in speed trap, and it's a quick old thing, isn't it?
Do you know what? That is some piece of kit. And he'll be followed by Stephen King in the Radical Pro Sport, which is just coming around Triangle now. He's got about 170 brake, so he's about 120 down on that other one. So that was Matthew Price, 52.40.
Yeah, really good run for him. And yeah, this little Pro Sport, this is sort of where Radical began with the smaller bike engine machines, but it's still a great little car. And you can see how much smaller it physically is. As, the SR3 was filling the track. This Pro Sport.
And there's David Bickley going by in the other Radical. That one's got about 180 brake horsepower. Again, a Hayabusa engine in that one, but three in that little class. Well, they're great to see, aren't they?
Yeah, that was excellent, those. And then we've also got Robin Nicholson in that Mallock Mark 20. So really interesting little group of sports cars there. And yeah, all really exciting stuff to watch.
Well, we had a wide exit out of Triangle then, didn't he? In that Mallock. And in fact, I think, well, is he gonna win the class in the Mallock, or is it going to be the Radical?
I think the Radical might have the legs on it. Of course, we've got Graham Lokes as well in that Lola.
Lola, beautiful.
Which is another beautiful little sports car.
Here he comes.
In fact, Graham, this is possibly my favourite little sports car, that Porsche-engined Lola.
Isn't it fabulous? Yeah, that he built that engine too, but it looks smaller and narrower, and just everything looks right about it.
Yeah.
So we've still got
Robin Nicholson goes third, 55.13. That SR3 is just so quick.
Do you know what? Yeah, you're absolutely right there. So, yeah, Graham Lokes is heading up the hill. We've got Tom Weaver just leaving the line in the Empire Evo. This is bike engine, single-seater, very, very rapid local driver. He's only young, but my goodness me, he can pedal a motor car. Yeah, here we go. Graham Lokes just finishing across the line, 56.22. He's in a class of one, so nobody to compete against other than himself. He's flying.
As we move to Tom, who's going really quick. Really pushing it there. Tom's times on practice were really good. 49.85 his quickest, which put him second in practice. So I think Tom's got a good chance of 110 in the speed trap.
He has. He's heading up towards Museum. This is a great run, actually. Come on, young Tom. Let's give him a marker. They've just frozen the screen. He's heading up to the finish. And what's he finished in?
Our timing's gone a bit funny. 47.9. That's a good run.
That's
isn't
a
it?
good run. He'll be happy with that.
Yeah. Class record of 45, so not quite there, but still 47.9. I think that's going to be hard to beat. The quickest time yesterday was Stuart Bickley at 48.46. So Tom really throwing down the gauntlet now as we see Gavin McLaren's OMS coming into view.
Yeah, we do. Gavin McLaren, that's a lovely... built in the year 2000. It's quite an old car, but nevertheless, Tom Weaver has thrown a real marker down because Stuart Bickley is usually the quickest in that car.
Yeah, certainly in practice, Stuart Bickley was ever so slightly quicker, but it wasn't much in it.
Have a look at this one, Richard Brandt in the Force. Richard, my goodness me,
oh dear, a slight problem.
Looks like he's a trier, but he's actually, unfortunately...
I think he lost the gears then, he couldn't find gears, but he's
gear.
found it again, he's off. This run will be ruined for him, but he can continue and use it as practice. So not a complete loss. Hopefully, I think they get another time run, don't they? So
they do.
It won't be too bad.
Yeah, well, it'll have to use it as a practice run, yeah.
And
so
I think Tom Morgan has stopped, probably because of the red flags. They thought that Richard Brandt was going to stop, so they threw red flags. That might have thrown Tom off.
Yes, so despite stopping, Richard finished in 54 seconds.
He did quite a good run.
Pretty decent run.
Even with that slight issue.
So he was trying hard, but he's always a trier, as young Richard.
Yeah.
Tom Morgan is a young driver. This is last year's car, brand new. Very, very quick engine they fitted into it this year. He was telling me it's got over 220 brake, which actually for that little engine, in a little 1000cc Suzuki thing, makes it pretty rapid.
Yeah, he was third quickest in practice in this class, so right up there. So I'm hoping this was just a confusion with the flags, and they might go backwards down to the start line from there. I don't know.
Possibly. He is going backwards to the start.
Because he's not far. I mean, will they just let him go again from there? I don't know.
Well, maybe. Yeah, that would make sense, wouldn't it?
It might be easier.
He's got to reverse it all the way down a hill now.
That'll be some trick reversing, won't it?
Stuff, won't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, just a quickie. So, welcome world to HillClimb.TV. This is put onto you by Rich Danby and Eleanor. HillClimb.TV. You can subscribe for free, or you can become a member and join for 99p, which is a great way of doing it. It helps to promote the channel and Richard to bring the footage to us, which is not obviously a cheap thing to do.
No, and the footage is going worldwide. We've got people from Australia, we've got people from Canada, we've got people from Wales. So all over the place.
Yeah, so already, he only launched this the other day, actually, joining us members. And say the tyre warming is the 99p, and then the 2-second club is about £5 a month. And then if you become a class winner, like Andy Greenan and the Motorsport Channel of Australia, or Motorsport Channel, or there's an Australia thing, or you can become a 2-second club, which is about about £12 a month odd for the class winners.
Yeah. And I think that's brilliant. I mean, just those people there, that money coming into the coffers will help HillClimb TV carry on and improve. And we were talking, was it yesterday, this morning? I can't remember now, about how they want to improve the channel. Every year they want to get better. So this year they've got more little tricks, picture in picture. They've got fancy graphics. They've got all the timing going on. They want to have more handheld cameras that can follow the action, which costs more.
He's always trying to improve. I know he works incredibly hard at that. And this is a new thing. So I've got to join and serve you, actually.
I definitely will.
That's what you've got to do, that.
And no, look at that. Hello from Brazil. We've also got Berlin. We've got the Netherlands. We've got Swansea, which obviously, yeah, that's good as well, isn't it?
Swansea?
Yeah.
Swansea. That's in Wales, isn't it?
Welcome
Wales. Welcome Wales.
Yeah, so...
the Netherlands, look, Cousin, there we go.
That's utterly... And France, of course, yeah.
Well, Benoit would be along, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he could do a section in French for us later.
He could. Yeah.
It's just brilliant that,
even from Wales.
In fact, where we are, we can almost stone's throw for Wales, aren't we?
We are.
When you're up at the top
border,
box,
there.
You're almost in Wales, I think.
That's Montreal, that's Canada.
Yeah, and I think that's brilliant.
Of course, we got our old friend. We'll give him a shout out. Owen Cool. He's racing in Anglesey.
Yes,
today.
he sometimes joins us in the House of Dreams and commentates.
He does, doesn't he?
But he's off competing this weekend in Wales.
New Brunswick,
yeah,
Canada.
Excellent. And what's amazing is that all these people worldwide, although that must be the Canada and the Australia people must be all
How many
out
runs?
today.
That's a good question.
So they've had a practice run. We're now into timed runs. They'll get 2 timed runs, and then the quickest will go into a runoff before lunch, I believe.
Yeah.
And then we've got some timed runs.
There's top 12.
Yeah.
Quickest will get a runoff. 10 runners will get points, and obviously the fastest one in the runoff gets the most points.
Yes.
And so we're going to get 2 runoffs today. One at lunchtime before we finish lunch, and then we do the time runs in the afternoon. Then we get another runoff. We also got a tin top runoff, so the saloon cars.
That's right. Yes, and then this morning before lunch we're in the middle of timed runs now. This is competition runs. Then we'll have another set. We'll go through everybody again. So that will be 2 time runs before the first runoff. In a little while.
And runoffs, of course, is what we live this for. We love runoffs. Runoffs is when it's flat to the track, isn't it? They don't hang around. It's where the points are scored. They don't get any points for competitive runs in practice.
No, that's right.
You know, we've non-practice. But when it's the runoff time, that's when the Midland Championship points will be secured. The same as in the British Championship as well. Anyway, talking of which, Tom Morgan now gets his rerun, and he's heading up towards Hall, going around Hall now in the little Empire Evo with a bike engine in the back. Very quick car, very rapid young driver, getting quicker and quicker. Here he comes into Triangle now, over to you.
Yeah, brakes hard down into Triangle, pushes on, doing 83 miles an hour as he then slammed on the brakes for that. Up through the S-turns onto the Cedar Straight. As you can see from our shots on TV, it's not very straight, but it is very quick. He hits 103 miles an hour there in the speed trap for braking hard up into the top section of the circuit.
Yeah, we'll let him run to the finish, give you the time. Stuart Bickley has left the line in the Force TA. He'll be coming into our view. This is in the fluorescent yellow greeny car. Here he comes down into Triangle. Stuart, young charger, very rapid driver. Started off with a Jedi, a single-seater, but now he's got this little Force. Going to be a very serious contender.
Yeah, Tom Morgan with a 48.88 goes second in class. Not quite as quick as Tom Weaver there, but doing very well as Stuart Bickley in this Dayglow fluorescent yellow machine. This was really quick yesterday. Really quick car, and I think will probably take the lead of the group. There he goes, 47.24.
Well done, that's Stuart Bickley. I thought he was going to show us something. Here comes David Owen, just gone by us in the Merlin Formula Ford car, and he'll be followed by Les Buck in the Pringett Mistral. Yeah. And these are 1600cc cars. In Les Buck's case, that Pringett Mistral, there was only about 19 made of those, and he's had this car a very long time, but that little Merlin was very popular. Here comes Les Buck in the Pringett, and again 1600cc, no aerofoils, no extra goodies on that car, so it's almost like driving a big go-kart, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. So the Formula Ford category that we're now in all have basically the same Ford engine. They all run on basically the same wheels and tyres, but the chassis are of all sorts of different ages. So we've got 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s that come and compete. in different weekends. These very old ones, like Les Buck has here, they're from the 60s, look lovely. They've got a real 60s vibe about them, and still managing to do competitive times against Simon Andrews in his much newer Van Diemen, but still, this is still from 1990, I think, so it's still a reasonably aged car, but quick little machine all the same, and lovely, beautifully turned out. This, really well looked after.
They are. They got the OMS as well, but they often race this car. Him and Bernie Kevill share this car. They're locks up, big lock up going into Fallow. Here comes Mark Slanker in the ex-Einem Price Force TA. That's a new car for Mark this season. It's a 1600 as opposed to his previous one, which was 1100. Einem Price, who drives the Skoda R5, that's the car he's sold, and and Mark has taken it on, and he's been telling me he's been getting quicker and quicker and quicker in that car as he grows in confidence. Already coming around the museum, heading up towards the line as Robert Capper comes into Triangle. 49.65 for Mark Slanker.
Yeah, well, Robert Capper in this Empire race. These machines are properly quick. The aero work on these, the amount of detail and the design that's gone into those, it's absolutely superb. But a little bit of an incident yesterday has left the car slightly damaged on the left-hand side of the floor, which they're hoping won't be too detrimental to the run, because it's integral to the aero downforce. But still managing a good time, 49.8. It's not a bad run, but I suspect maybe taking it slightly easier today than... oh no, he's really pushing it actually. Yesterday he only managed a 50. So actually slightly quicker today on the timed runs, despite the damage.
Mark Schlanker's run then was pretty blooming good, wasn't it?
Yeah, very, very good time. Mark Schlanker with a 49.65. Yesterday he only managed 50.18, so he's already knocked half a second off, but that might be the sunshine.
Well, we've got an end of batch situation, haven't we?
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah, and they'll be returning to the paddock. Again, glorious sunshine. We're loving that.
Yeah.
Big fans of that. And welcome to Loton Park, the historic deer park owned by Sir Michael Leighton and his daughter Ellie. Big house across the road. There are wild deer running around, and usually they stay out the way.
Yeah, I've not seen any this weekend, but we've not been up the hill.
No, that's true. They go up the hill out the way, don't they?
Yeah. But one of the, I can't remember who it was now, one of the site staff here was saying how great it is to have them because they keep the grass under control.
You're quite right.
They wander around all year nibbling at the grass, so there's no need...
For grass cutters.
Yeah, we don't have anybody on lawnmowers or anything, I don't think.
Which we have to other hills.
Yeah, so... So, it's a win-win there. You get the deer and they keep the grounds nice.
So perhaps I should suggest that to Prescott where I cut grass. Yeah,
we should just release a load of sheep or something into the fields.
And that might work. Well, it would work, wouldn't it?
The only issue is sometimes they might poo on the track. So the marshals have to go out and make sure it's all swept clean.
That's why they've got plenty of brushes.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, remember the Vauxhall VXXR went off yesterday in front of us and all that mud that was on the track, they had to get water out, didn't they, to try and get rid of it? There's so much of it. Yeah,
you can still see a bit actually when the cameras show us. That's a good shot on the TV there.
Tony Hunt, that is.
Yeah, it's a great shot that. When the cameras show the run down the hill into Triangle, there's still mud on the circuit there. It's mostly dried, and there's sort of a dry line sort of in between where the tyres have got rid of everything. But you do worry a bit if that adds. There you go, on screen, as we say. Ask and you shall receive. So up there,
Rich is on this.
Yeah, he's on it, isn't he?
Rich and Ellie are right.
Halfway down that straight, there's that little bit of mud.
You get me an ice cream, Richard.
Yeah.
He says, yeah. Well, I don't know what he said actually, but it probably was rude.
Yeah. You can see there's that bit of mud there, and hopefully that's not affecting people. We have had a few lockups coming down this Triangle, so perhaps it's been a little bit dusty from that mud as it's dried out in the sunshine.
Perhaps as they're in Trimbles, we could request a couple of cups of tea.
Yeah, they are right next to the tea, aren't they?
One with sugar for me.
Yeah, that would be good. Either that or Benoit, who's probably going to be heading our way soon. He could bring ice creams, couldn't he?
Yeah, I know. He could do all sorts, couldn't he? He's out there somewhere or other.
He'll be digging up interesting stories.
He
and
will
he'll tell us all the
paddock.
facts he finds when he gets here, and that will enlighten us all, because he's good with that.
He is good with that. Yeah, he knows his stuff.
He does.
In fact, he's our walking Wikipedia.
Yeah, because you and I can't remember anything like that.
Not my age.
No. So it's good to have somebody who knows these things.
Yeah. Any cars of the day so far?
Oh well, I think I'm a big fan of the classic saloons.
Yeah.
So all of those, not just the pretty Alphas that have turned up, but I like the Austin A40 and the Alfa Romeo that turn up week in, week out here, because I just think they're great fun.
They are.
But to be honest, I think we've got a really good turnout. Those Skodas have been absolutely spectacular at times.
Roger seems to be having the bragging rights at the moment, doesn't he?
Yeah, but it's been really close, which is nice to see. There's some slight differences between those two cars, engines and what have you. The car in all white is actually a rally car. It goes out on rallies.
How's Stephen Moore getting on against those Skodas? I'd be interested.
Oh, in the Fiesta.
No, in the Mitsubishi Evo 6.
Oh yes, in the Evo.
But he's in his production one, which is
almost
anything but production.
Stephen Moore did a 57.02.
Right.
I'm not sure where. Oh, hang on.
Modified four-wheel drive.
Yeah. And then I haven't got times at the moment for that. I don't know where that's gone.
Oh, there
we go. Yes, 54.05.
54. So that's interesting. So 3 seconds off those Skodas then.
Yeah, and it's interesting because it shows the track, as we said earlier, is only 0.8 of a mile, whatever that is, 1,400 yards or something, isn't it?
No,
I can't
less
remember.
than that.
Is it 1,200 yards?
1,200.
Whatever. Yeah, I can't remember with yards. 0.8 of a mile. So the difference in performance is sometimes really hard to judge because you've not got a lot of time to make a difference. On a big long 4-mile track, your strengths and weaknesses will really stand out. But on this short climb up the hill, sometimes you can get rather humble machinery doing some really good times if they can just get it all together correctly. So it's an interesting.
You were here earlier in the year when there was a diesel BMW.
No, diesel Porsche Cayenne.
Yeah, but there was definitely a diesel BMW.
Oh, there might have been as well, actually. Yeah,
and he was ridiculously quick.
Yes,
I couldn't believe it. The track was greasy and wet and horrible.
Yes, that's
but this
right.
Thing went up there like a scolded rat.
Yeah, it was a diesel 1 Series, I think.
He was a 1 Series.
That's right. I've forgotten him. Yeah. No, he was doing all right. The diesels, actually, modern diesels, sometimes are really good.
Oh, they're quick.
They've got a lot of torque.
Yeah, they do.
So if you get them set up right, they can really give you a good kick out of the corners, and that's what you need on a hill climb, isn't it?
Now, Rich is showing us up the top there now, isn't he? Look, he was showing us all.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
That's it. So that was
some of the spectators
going up towards the finish.
That's one of the lovely spots you can stand.
He's listening to us, you know that.
And
Richard.
any second now, you'll see our other house.
He said, I'm listening to that, Pons, because he's now.
There we go. There we are. Yeah, lovely. Thank you.
Box.
So
we're not using.
We're not in there today.
But it's open for Airbnb if you want a £1,000 a week.
It will be full of flies because we've not been in there all weekend.
About a few flies.
But
I'll tell you what, we'll chuck in a can of fly spray.
That'll do fine, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And then.
But it's a great spot.
Look at this. Now, hang on.
It's a shame we haven't.
That lovely roof on that one. Look at the vista.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Glass all the way around. You get not quite 360.
Waking up in the morning.
Yeah.
With your flies.
Yeah, and it'll be the
what a view.
Sound of cars going past.
What a view.
Deer knocking on the window.
Exclusive gate at the top of Loton Park.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm onto something here. And of course we're open for offers on this one as well, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean you have to put up with us as well during the day. We have to be in here.
We're not here for long.
No,
we
exactly.
are but passengers.
Yeah, that's right. And we occasionally we bring.
And look, he's even showing
food.
the vista. Look, there's the vista looking across towards Wales.
Oh yeah, that's looking good today, isn't it?
I mean, come on. I mean, this is. Am I selling this well?
Yeah, I think so.
Come and holiday at Loton Park.
I tell you what, though, it's a nice area.
It's a very nice area.
And, I mean, if you are able to visit, I mean, I'm not so sure if the people from South Australia can make their way here. You know, if they can, that's great. But if you fancy a trip to an interesting motorsport park, you know, I think forget your Silverstones and your whatevers, come here.
Well, come here. I'll tell you why you want to come here. Is at Silverstone, you're up in grandstands about 3 miles away from the track, freezing to death, right?
Yeah.
You got all the hassle of parking with millions of people. It costs you hundreds of pounds to get in. So here, you can come and watch here for about 12 quid a day.
Yeah.
You can get yourself nice burgers that actually taste nice, that don't cost the earth.
Yeah.
Ice creams, Bob the ice cream man's down there. Salted caramel ice creams. In fact, young Bob, he is there. He is there. Morning, young Bob. He won't be able to hear this, of course, but go and see young Bob for your ice creams. We've got the regalia shop behind us, of course, so they're selling lots of nice goodies in there, some nice Loton Park merchandise and hoodies and hats and beanie hats and t-shirts, all sorts of things, photographs. So, yeah, I think Loton Park is a holiday venue. And to watch motorsport is up there, isn't it?
I think so. I think it's a nice place to be. I'll tell you what, if you came on the British Championship weekend, the top spec single-seaters that they have running in the British Championship, they put some of those Formula One boys to shame.
I tell you what, you've got 700 odd horsepower on a narrow deer park. You've got no Silverstone runoffs. You run onto grass. So we've got Mike Tregonning, our friend from Cornwall, come up this weekend. He's come up and he's done 275 miles to get here. He's going to have the same journey home. He's retired. It's a long way, but here he comes in this beautiful pill beam.
Yeah, yesterday in practice he was sort of middle of the group with a 53.83. A few of these guys have run already because they're shared cars, but this is a timed run for racing cars up to 2 litres. So Mike Tregonning hoping if he could be middle of the tables, that's not bad. He might want to push for a little bit higher up, see if he can get into the runoff perhaps.
He's a long-time competitor. He hasn't enjoyed the best of health lately, but it's great to see him still on the hills. He'll be followed by Ian Tucker, another Cornish driver. He is really trying his Hayabusa OMS. Here he comes into Triangle. He's trying hard.
Yeah, really quick into Triangle, and then the change of direction for that car was really quick. A smart little
OMS.
Yeah, it's a really good little car, that. I think handling-wise, really good. We'll see Michael Tregonning currently second. He shot right up there with a 53.47. Which is actually a really good run.
88 miles an hour for Ian Tucker up the straight. He's heading up towards Museum now. Ian, he's often, well, he comes up from Cornwall, as we said, and he's on his own, so he does all his own spannering. He goes over the line in 52.88 for Ian Tucker.
Yeah, he's in his own class. Yes, that's right, because he's still got the bike gearbox in his. That's why it's slightly different. A lot of these are running proper racing gearboxes, so they put the bike engine onto the racing gearbox. He's still got the bike engine gearbox on that, which is why he's not counted in the same class. But his times are like about the same, really, aren't they? Yeah. So Aaron Colburn now. So we're back into K1. So this is going to be competitive. And I really like this car. It's got a really good look. As we said, it sort of started as that Formula Island single-seater, but there were loads built around that time of a similar design, and I think it's a really nice-looking machine.
Van Diemen's, of course, a big racing car manufacturer. This one's got a 2-litre Ford Z-Tech engine in the back of that one, and I think it's one of the best-looking cars here today. You know, I really am fond of this little car.
Yeah, and it was really nice watching it through keepers. Then the change of direction through that sort of S section was really smart. It looks like a good run. We'll see how he does. Yesterday, Aaron was 4th quickest in practice, 51.3. Today, let's say 49.95. Really good run for Aaron.
Yeah. Now here comes Pete Tatham in the OMS. Had problems yesterday. Hopefully they're sorted today. He is an extremely rapid driver as well. Him and his brother David Tatham, they're from Yorkshire. But Pete, he's this black belt kickboxer. He's also 10 times world champion downhill border on the wheel things. I can't remember the name of the sport. But yeah, Pete's heading up towards Museum. Get round Museum, head up towards the finish. see what he can do. He's going to be pushing around just under 50 seconds.
Not bad.
49.54 as Kevin Creven in the Pilgrim MP88 comes into triangle off to keep us.
Yeah, up the hill for Kevin. He'll charge on up. We'll see what he hits when he gets to the top of the hill for the speed trap. Just coming up on it now. He goes through at 94 miles an hour. That's pretty good. The big boys are sometimes doing 120, 130 there. So almost 100 for him. Kevin in that MP88, that Pilbeam.
Yeah, he comes from Ireland as well.
Very good, yeah.
In fact, yeah, I got a feeling he's got a family of racers as well, actually. His daughters have been across racing. There's John Cottrell in the Pilgrim MP82. John is here with his wife Nikki, and of course son Jack Cottrell is in the Dallara.
Yes, that's right. Yes, we've got a good group in this class. Actually, it's good turnout here with a variety of machines. This Pilbeam,
3 Pilbeams.
Yeah.
Is it 3 or 4? Anyway, here's Terry. Yeah. This looks like Terry Davis.
Yeah, I love this little yellow machine. There he goes, Terry Davis in that TA heading on up the hill as John Cottrell crosses the line, 55.83. You're looking here, anything around 50 seconds is a really good time for these guys.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Terry Davis builds the engines for this particular car with his own unique little V8 engines. But as we notice, Andrew Henson coming down towards Triangle in this slim Dallara, as you called it earlier, the Gould Dallara. Andrew Henson actually buys and sells racing cars.
Ah, well, there you go then. Somebody has to, I suppose.
Well, I think it's not a bad way. He's
yeah.
to live in doing it, and purveyor of fine racing cars.
Exactly.
How
so.
about that?
So at the moment, Aaron Colburn sitting nicely at the top of this group. He seems to be have a nice little margin over the rest as Andrew Henson comes up to the line at 50.4.
As Jonathan Varley heads into our sight round Triangle in the glorious Predator. 2-litre V8 in the back, brilliant driver. Gonna have something to say about this. He'll be followed by Alex Coles in Kelvin Broad and his shared TA. But force. But anyway, the Predator heads up towards Museum now, making on a very good run. He's all purple sector. Should be the quickest in the class.
Yeah, he should take over from Aaron Colburn. Over the line he goes at 46. He's got a real benefit
46.42. Can Alex Coles from Plymouth do something about it?
No, it looks like he's had an issue. He's gone off the line and then stopped.
And that'll be a failed run unless he was red flag.
I suspect he's launched and stalled, unfortunately, which is a great shame for him. So Jonathan Varley back up to the top of category K1 with a 46.42. That's a really good run for him. I haven't got my bit of paper to tell me what the
well, let me just while you're doing that, let me just fill the folks in so that when you launch off the line, once all 4 wheels have crossed the line, and you suddenly stop, then that becomes a failed run unless there was a technical hitch and the marshals stopped you. So I think that might be a foul, and he'll go back to the paddock, and that will be his run not allowed. So yeah, so you were saying...
Yeah, I was just looking. Jonathan Varley's currently 46.42. The class record is 45.62. Oh, hang on. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, just for some reason didn't get going.
It stopped, didn't it?
Yeah.
Never mind. What were you saying about...
Yeah, so Jonathan Varley is only a second off the class record for racing cars between 1600 and 2 litres. I think he's got a real chance to aim for that, hasn't he, today?
He has.
Which is good. I mean, maybe not warm enough to give him that little bit of extra grip on the track, but I think he's been doing really good times all weekend.
Jonathan Varley is an excellent driver. The car's great too, and yeah, he's really got the car sorted, to be fair. I think when he first took it on, it wasn't quite right, and certainly when Graham White raced it with the big V10 in the back, it sounded like you wouldn't believe how good it sounded and how quick it actually was. But talking of quick cars, we've got is that Ed Burgess there in the Gould GR59, GR55, I reckon. I can't see the colour, but it's dark. It is Ed Burgess. So Ed Burgess is on the line. Ed Burgess will be leaving the line shortly in his glorious gold, Rapid Man, and he's the Bugatti record holder actually. He's a big noise in the Bugatti Owners Club.
Yeah,
and a big noise at Prescott. But he's bought himself this GR55, which is ex-James Baxter, who's also got some lovely racing cars. But here comes Ed. Saw a bit of flame out the back there, lots of power. I think he's really enjoying this car.
Yeah, it's a nice machine, and he's been doing well all weekend in it. It's a bit different to the Bugatti, I bet, to drive. Different sort of discipline when you're going to slicks and wings like this, but he seems to be doing well in it, does old Ed Burgess. We'll see as he goes up what his time is, as we also have the Jaguar-powered OMS of Paul Croot on circuit.
We do indeed. Paul Croot, he's another Cornish competitor. Before he retired, he had a dealership, a Renault dealership actually, and but a lovelier man you won't wish to meet in the paddock. Absolute charmer, isn't he?
Yeah, and he acknowledges that his car is not the quickest, but he doesn't mind, he just enjoys the run.
And here's Terry Graves, our electrical contractor from Cornwall again. So big Cornish contingent, Big them up. Over the line goes Paul Croot in 54.34. Terry is absolutely on a mission looking at him. He's absolutely flying up the Cedar Straight there, goes over the speed trap at 96 miles an hour. Wow, already heading up towards Museum now. This is could be Terry's best run of the day. Looking good so far, 40 yards. So he's going to finish 49.83, under 50 seconds.
Yeah, not a bad run for him.
Who have you got on the line now?
So Graham Wynne next up in that Gould, and a good run off the line, 2.11 to that first 64-foot mark, as he then heads up around the sort of the first little high section, and then you'll see it drops back down again into Triangle, which really catches people out sometimes. Hard on the brakes there, good going by Graham as he then exits from Triangle.
Yeah, he's heading up towards Keepers. It's Graham Wynne, OBE no less. He's actually an incredible guy. His wife is the Lieutenant of Shropshire as well. And in fairness, Graham got his OBE for amazing charity work. But he's actually a 70-odd-year-old hill climber with lots of grandchildren, goes over the line in 47.10.
Really good run. That's quicker than he did in practice. 47.10 for Graham Wynne is very good run.
Excellent run.
And then we've got this beautiful old Brabham next up, Andy Tippett in that BT30. And I think this was actually designed for hill climbing, this Brabham. It wasn't a circuit racer for first. I think this one was the one that was...
There was a bag of bits, you know, originally.
Yeah.
Bag of bits which he built into this car, done an immaculate preparation on it. Got a beautiful V8, Rover V8 in the back of it. Well developed Rover engine. It sounds terrific, looks terrific. Heads up towards the finish now. He's going to finish in a time in the mid-50s, 56.42, as Robin Johnson in the Tigger comes into view.
Yeah, great little fun car, this Tigger, being shared this weekend between a couple of guys, I think. And they're sort of just trading places. I think it's just them in the category, but it's nice to have. One of the benefits of hill climbing is you can share a car and then just compete with your friend over a weekend, which is a brilliant way of spending your time, I think.
It's a lovely way of spending time. The hill climbing, we know. Here comes Dave Parr in the Ford Anglia. That's probably about 60 years old, that car. Dave's not a young man either, but it's great to see old cars like that still competing, isn't it?
Yeah, I like seeing all these classic saloons as well, and they always look good going up the hill, I think. As a slightly newer, but still getting on in age now, that Porsche 911, what's that, late 80s Porsche 911? I'm not sure.
I don't know. Probably
we'll find out.
Yeah, it's Peter Herbert is going to be coming into our view shortly. This is a left-hand drive 911, 6-cylinder air-cooled engine. I mean, if you want to see a lovely 911, you've only got to look at that, haven't you? Got the spoiler on the back there as well.
I think that might be a 90s one, you know, looking at it, sort of into the 1990s.
Well, it would have to be early 90s. Cause
yeah, getting towards the end of the air.
1998 was the first of the 996 water-cooled ones.
Yeah.
So it could, well, you could be right.
Early 90s, maybe. It's got that look to it, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Although they changed them every year a little bit, they didn't significantly change. The body shell and all that sort of thing was still the same for a long time in those cars.
These, if you're a Porsche man, probably are the ones you'd want. Because they're an awful expensive car now.
Yeah.
I mean, this car is probably worth an awful lot of
I
money.
suppose it's a good compromise, isn't it? If you've got the air cool, but you've got the slightly more modern chassis and everything, it's a nice car.
Pretty
and
fabulous bit of kit.
Run up the hill there.
Yeah, the water-cooled ones, I mean, that's the way you go now, because they're all water-cooled, and they're blooming great. But certainly Porsche would have made their mark with these, and of course they made their mark at Le Mans and places like that, didn't they, with the Porsche 917s and the like, and just amazing sports cars, Porsche. So we're going back, returning to the paddock now, Alex. So so that we got the Twingo's waiting on the line, and a little Fassi, Malik, is also there. So yeah, we can catch a breath now. Here's young Benoit coming to see us.
Excellent. Benoit with his sunglasses. It's got so bright here.
Oh.
Not with any ice cream, though, I noticed.
No cups of tea, no ice creams. Oh,
he's let us down a little bit.
I could have murdered a cup of tea, couldn't you?
That's never mind.
We're not allowed to drink on duty, so, a cup of tea
that would have been all right. Never mind.
I'd have thought a lot of him.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you?
Yeah, has it been a good wander around the paddock, Benoit? Have you got lots of interesting things to tell us?
Benoit, join the party. What have you been up to?
Well, yeah, it's definitely a great day here. Sun is out, and I've got my shades out. I got sun cream on.
Blimey.
Wow.
Yeah. First time of the day, first time of the year. Fantastic. Yeah, we've had a fantastic run. I think we're about to jump into the runoff, which should be coming after. Yeah, we're going to have the fancy cars, and then we got runoff coming up. Unfortunately, have some news to report, which are we had Graham Will Halls had to retire with clutch issues on the gold, unfortunately.
Oh, no, yeah. Was that when he took off from the line? Was that?
I didn't get all the details, but yeah.
Was that? I forget now. Was he the one that started but then didn't manage to get far?
Yeah. So Will had to retire, unfortunately. So he's packed up for the day to nearly back home. Not what he wanted, I'm sure. And I'm not sure if we have seen Jack Cottrell going up the hill as well. He has been dealing with trouble with fueling on the car, and I don't think we should have a time. I think I've not seen Jack going up. We have definitely seen Graham Winner going, isn't it?
Yeah.
It will be Jack in the 2-litre class. Alex, if you're looking at the screen.
Trying to find it. But
yeah.
There we go. Yes. So no, Jack's not put in a time.
Yeah, unfortunately that's. And then we'll have a time for Will, unfortunately. But yeah. Anyway, that's what motorsport is like. Sometimes you have to fight gremlins, and for many of our drivers today, it's been obviously their first weekend out, and
yeah, that's a great shame, because that's a couple of the really quick guys there that we might have lost, but I suppose it gives others a chance to step up and do well.
It definitely opens for our runoff this afternoon, and I can see a few people from Brittany in France. Hello, Brittany. Great.
En français. Benoit.
Oh yeah. I could read that in. That's fine. It's a big hello from France, which is great. Great to have a few people from the continent and across the channel as well. And yeah, it's great to see everyone back. I think it's the first live stream that we have this year. Welcome back. I'm sure, like everyone here in the paddock or spectators here, you've all been waiting for this to come back. And we've got a few events running this year. We've got hello from Argentina. I'm going to read that. That's Mr. Salvatito, and he's another one from Brittany. Normandy is well represented there.
Yeah, we've had loads of people all over the world, which I think is amazing. It's morning in Canada, it must be evening in Australia, and everybody in between.
Yeah,
it's brilliant.
As always, we have a lot of people that have been burning the candles or waking up very, very early. Well, here's one a bit more local from Manchester. Great to have you, Brian. And yeah, fantastic. You know, Ireland just.
Siobhan Creven. Now that's Kevin Creven's daughter.
Kevin Creven's daughter. There we go. Okay.
Is that you, Siobhan? Yeah, because Siobhan competes as well.
Yeah, Siobhan, I think great to have you as well watching. I think we've got some news with runoffs, and I can read that through when it comes to that. And
who's in the runoff?
So the qualifiers. For the Midland Hillclimb Championship runoff is Steve Morgan, Terry Grave, Aaron Gorborn, Robert Capper, and we've got Mark Shankler, Pete Tatum. Great to have him in a runoff because he's been having a few gremlins on the car, fighting a few things last night. Great to have him. So hopefully he can post a good time and it's going to make his day because he was telling me he's knackered. Basically, he's out to work.
What the car was?
No, the man.
Oh, the man's knackered.
The car's running. The man is knackered because he's had to work really hard on the car this weekend.
Also, Pete Tatum, he broke his arm, didn't he, last year when he won that World Championship?
You're right.
Yeah, and he's still struggling with that. Plus, he was doing his grading for his black belt kickboxing. It's 3 hours. That's a long time to do kickboxing. So another good reason why he's not feeling at his best.
Well, that's a sign of a man who can fight. And he's been fighting the car, but he's still running, so it's great that he's been able to post the time and made it to the runoff. And like you said, Alex, obviously some of our top runners not running today has allowed a few of maybe people that would not get into the runoff.
Tom Morgan, Tom Weaver.
So we had the young Toms really. Tom Morgan, Tom Weaver, 47.90. That was definitely a great time for Tom. Stuart Beakley 47.24, so we know how much competitive it is in this class. Graham Wynn, great 47.10, and Jonathan Varley the first into the 46, I think, today, and so the quickest so far today.
Well, that'll follow shortly, but we've got a few runners and riders before them, but we know what we've got coming in the runoff. So Jonathan Varley, the quickest so far this morning, and now that obviously Will Hall and Jack Cottrell have not going up the hill in the runoff. So we've got Ben Cross in the Renault Twingo RS, and he'll be followed by the little Van Diemen. So they're a normal car. They normally race that midget, but that's out of action at the moment. Shared drive, and both shared drives, father and son. So Ben Cross is coming towards us now in the Twingo, totally standard road car. Tell us a bit about this one, Benoit.
Yeah, it's one of the few of the Renault Clio RS that have made it here. They're quite rare actually, about 1.6 litre, 130 horsepower. And the competitors that we're going to see coming up are all in the Bugatti Owners Club Fassi Classic Speed Championship, which is a championship run by our friends at Prescott. And they get to come over here at Loton. So this is the first meeting for them as well. So they're all getting into the groove of things, and it's the first running for those guys.
Okay, just to interrupt, we've just had Phil Fisher going by in the Mallock Mark 11. That's a lovely old thing, actually. That's an early Mallock, that one. Runs a 1700 Ford Crossflow engine, but proper little racing car, isn't it? Front engine car, but rear wheel drive. Designed by, either Ray or Arthur Mallock, heading up towards the finish. You're going to go just over 60 seconds. Lovely looking thing, that.
Yeah, and if you're wondering, if you're watching online, all of the times are going to be Purple, that's usually the sign for us that's quickest of the class, but all of those drivers are driving to a handicap. So it's a target time that they have to achieve, and every run, everything is counted on the board, and then the secretary of the meeting will be going through, and whoever gets closest to that handicap time for the car or the driver will get the honours of winning the meeting. So it's not like you are competing against other cars, you're competing against yourself and the target time that you are looking at. So we've got those two cars which I believe are shared, and then they'll be going back to the paddock and then swapping around for the second driver who will be jumping on the car.
Okay, so they are going back to the paddock. They are shared drives, as Benoit says, heading back, and then they'll swap over. But we've got the other Fassi runners to come, including that rather special little car of Jeremy Rivers Fletcher's, that little Triumph Special, little Bonneville engine in the back of it. So I'm guessing we'll have those Fassi runners, and then we'll have that runoff, and then it'll be lunch, I'm guessing. So yeah, the sun's out. In fact, it's a lovely day at Loton Park, isn't it? This is the best day we've had at Loton this summer. Well, spring really. And obviously bit of warmth will warm the track up. It's not particularly warm out there yet, so it means the tyres aren't gripping as well as they would, particularly if they're on slick tyres. But so far, all so good. Welcome everybody from abroad. I think it's amazing. We hope if you're watching from England or Wales or Scotland or Ireland too, you're enjoying it. But we know that we've seen spectators right as far as Argentina, Australia, New Zealand. I mean, that's incredible, isn't it? You know.
Well, thank you for tuning in, and I hope you're enjoying it. Obviously, if you...
Oh, also, can I just bump in... subscribe to the channel, very important. We need your subscriptions. That's free, but you can also become a member. If you go on HillClimb.TV, you can become a member from 99p a month, which is amazing, which will give you lots of benefits. And then you can up your membership if you want to pay about £5 a month, and you could go to the sort of like the gold level of £12 a month. All that money will go towards helping Rich and Ellie to run the channel, to keep bringing us this wonderful coverage, which is amazing, to be fair. So anyway, so yes, keep watching, like and subscribe, join by all means, join the membership, which I'm sure is a very easy thing to do. You just got to follow the links. We've got some Fassi cars coming here now. We've got a Clio of Richard Case, a 197. That's not in the Fassi, is it, Ben?
No, I think we're back into our normal running order. So we're back into the road going series production car for our next batch of cars. So Richard Case just launching off the line in the Clio 197. This is the Mark III Clio. So you'll see a few of those Clios in this class. They're a very popular car in this series, fairly affordable to run, and a really competitive car as well. Great chassis, about 200 horsepower, so great way to get into the sport for many people on the hills. And it comes into our way, coming into Triangle, and it's great chassis on those cars, really. You can see how they handle the corners, and Richard has been one of our drivers running today.
Yes, he has indeed. As Benoit so expertly said, the 197 denotes basically the horsepower of the car. It's a late Clio, so much bigger than the earlier Clios, but they're bigger and heavier. But talking about quick, here comes Andrew Layton in this very rapid Honda Civic Type R. Now, if you're a serious boy racer, you're going to want one of these, aren't you? Because those variable valve timing engines, tremendous bits of kit, lots of horsepower, and I know he always goes extremely well, doesn't he, Benoit?
Yeah, Andrew, a really great competitive driver in this class, in this beautiful Civic Type R, the Type Rs that were built here in the UK in Swindon. And yeah, they were really popular, fairly affordable at the time when they were new. But Davy Fickens as well is coming into our view, all the way coming, and that's the Mark II, fairly smaller car than the Mark III that we've just seen from Richard Case, but another great sounding car as well. This is the second series facelift. You can see the 2 exhaust tips at the back, 180 horsepower that David is pushing out of that car. So great way to get into the class. But Philip still is also running as well in this class. Well, this class, no, this class higher. Philip is one driver, and today he's celebrating 50 years in motorsports. So he's had a number of commemorative stickers on the car, and actually prior to the meeting he sent me a few of his pictures that he's had, and you can see him strapped onto one of the drag racing, and I'm like, what is this thing? It's incredible. And he's had a lot of time running on those bikes, but is now having a lot of fun in this Boxster.
Okay, Martin Turner's just gone by us in the Subaru Impreza. That one, actually, I know for a fact he's got about 300 odd brake horsepower in that car. 4-wheel drive, permanent drive. The Subarus are very popular rally cars and increasingly popular on the hills as well. And they have great competition amongst the, well, we've got Stephen Darley and with that 700 horsepower legacy, haven't we, with Damien Bradley. And in fact, here comes the Audi TT of Andrew Coleman. He's been going well this weekend, hasn't he, Benoit?
Yeah, Andrew always driving this car fantastically well. The Audi TT RS, about 400 horsepower in this car. 4-wheel drive, obviously, that's the Quattro. The Audis that we know, 5-cylinder, 2.5. Yeah, Andrew trying always real hard, and always a very clean driver, and always top of the league in that class. I think wouldn't be surprised if he would be the quickest in this class.
He may well be. So here comes Tim Cross too in the Twingo that he's sharing with his dad, and they're both instructors as well at other hills, but they're just taking a standard car up the hill, which, to be fair, you can in hill climbing. You don't have to have an all singing, all dancing Gould GR59. Talking about mad cars, the next car you'll see, which has just left the line, is Ray Ball in that Z Cars Mini. Now this is the Mini that's rear wheel drive. Here he comes into our view. It's really not got much Mini in it, but it's got a Honda Civic Type R engine in the back of the thing in a space frame. Should be extremely rapid and accelerates like a demon.
Yeah, but a bit more than 200 horsepower at the back of that Mini. It's probably just the door handles from that. Otherwise, it's a space frame chassis with a bit of body on it, and it's an incredible machine. Some of those cars are also turbocharged or supercharged.
Wow.
And I think that would be way too much power in those things.
Okay, here comes Gary Hull in that beautiful little Jedi. That's one of my favourite little cars. I've always liked the Jedis. They started off life at 600cc, but most of them are running 1100 engines, 1000cc GSXR Suzuki engines. He comes from Southampton. He's been up for the last 3 meetings now, and he's scorching up 96 mile an hour up the straight, going into fallow now. Lifted his hand up. Something may have broken. That's such a shame. So there'll be a red flag for Morty. Right, he's still going on. There's Rogers waving the red flag, which has now been waved up above keepers. Dave's seen it. He's a marshal himself, so he's going to go back to the paddock and get a rerun. Meanwhile, Gary Hull is still stuck up the top below museum there. Something's probably gone wrong with the car. Something's broken or whatever. So he will have to get back down to the paddock or out the way. So Dave is now reversing here at Triangle in Morty, the little A40 that he spent a lot of time doing. He's had to weld a lot on that car. When he got it, it probably looked better than it actually was. But nevertheless, he'll go back to the paddock. He'll get a rerun as Gary Hull will get sorted out at the top.
Yeah, Gary looks to have come to a stop, and there was a sign of frustration from Gary, from what I gather. So it looks like he's going to be pushed back down the hill, and he might be able to be pushed back either to the top paddock or either make his way down. But
there's Marshall Petter, actually. I was chatting to Marshall Petter when we had an ice cream after the hill climb yesterday. So big up to Marshall Petter. Yes, remember, and she salted caramel. I told her she tried a little bit on the spoon first, didn't she? Decided, yeah, that was the one for her. So big up all the marshals. They do an amazing job, actually. If you fancy becoming a marshal, have a word with one of the boys or girls in orange afterwards, and they'll be able to tell you how to go about it. They'll welcome you with open arms. They train you. They feed you. You can have cups of tea. It's a great way of getting really close to motorsport. Without marshals, we wouldn't run the hills, would we?
Unlike your Coco Mentos, is it?
Hey, what?
Unlike your Coco Mentos.
Coco Mentos? What on earth is he on about? What is he on about now?
You're also commentators are not feeding you in. Are they?
Yeah. So they're just pushing Gary out the way up the top there. And he'll walk back to the paddock. Well, no, he'll come back down freewheeling, won't he? Hopefully sort his car out. Nothing's major. Nothing. He hasn't gone off, so he hasn't damaged his car. It just looks like a mechanical gremlin, doesn't it? Actually, we've got the technology down here of the big screen, but I'm also looking on your phone screen there, Alex, aren't we?
Yeah, we're following the chat. Following the chat on YouTube as well, so we get to see people's comments, and occasionally we'll be able to answer a question or two. Somebody thinks maybe the throttle was stuck open on that Jedi, that it was hitting the rev limiter, so that's a potential. We've had a few throttle issues in other cars already this weekend, so maybe that's it, but we'll see. Hopefully we can find out a bit later. We'll try and catch Gary in the paddock, see if he can tell us, and hopefully he can get it fixed and back on for a later run. I think he would be running again this afternoon. I believe. I have to check. He should be, hopefully. So yeah, he'll roll his way down the hill, I think, and that's good. He'll hopefully not take too much longer now, and then we can carry on with those runs. Not forgetting some of these have been timed runs, so we'll have to try and keep track on how things are looking for different categories. Here we go, bit of a replay. Ooh, he doesn't look too happy, does he? But not sure what happened there. We'll try and find out later. He's obviously decided that he was safer off just stopping. And, well, that's the best thing to do. We've had a few guys who, they make the decision sometimes, if things aren't right, just to abort the run. It's much safer doing that. As Gary rolls past us down into the paddock, and then that means the track will be clear. The marshals will double check it, and then keep your eye out. You can see the marshals will blow their whistles, take in their red flags, and Colin Mee in that little Austin Healey Sprite can then head his way up the hill. And yeah, there they are. The marshals just checking the track, making sure everything is good. Once they're back in their post, then we can carry on. And as the graphic says, championship runoff soon. I think we've got a handful of people to run through, do their timed runs before the runoff could take place. A few categories to run through. And then it will be the championship runoff, which Benoit has the sheet for, so we'll be able to see who's in the runoff, and we'll let you know how that goes. And as one of our YouTube comments there, thank you to the marshals. Of course, thank you to all of these marshals for keeping us all going. It's the best group of people here, really. They're going. And Casual Gearheads has asked what the temperature is. In our little box, it's quite warm, but I think outside it's still a little bit chilly, despite the sun. 11 or 12, you think, Chris? Something like that. I think it's a nice spring day, which we've not really had many.
Well, I think some of our marshals who are at the top of the hill might argue with this.
Yeah, they're a bit chilly.
It's still really, really cold. Colin Mee just launched off the line in the Austin Healey Sprite. Colin competing here in the Loton Park Championship, and in this beautiful Austin Healey. He's all about for over 12 years now. I've been competing in that car about 11 years. Obviously 2020 was a bit of a gap year for everyone, but Colin always beautifully driving this car, and he's our editor of the Hagley Talk magazine, the magazine that we have here at Loton Park. So Colin is always keen to report on anything that might have happened throughout the weekend.
Yeah, we've got a good selection of cars in the Loton Park Championship. The Austin A40 and Alfa Romeo that had to abandon their runs. This little Mini's running in the championship this weekend. It's a great little group of cars that turn in, week out, and I think they've all been doing really good times this weekend. They've all got personal bests or slightly improved in places. So it's been really competitive for all of them, and hard work over the winter has paid dividends. As Colin Mee does a 72.01, that's a nice run for him. Low 70s is often where he is.
Yeah, and Bill racing this beautiful Mini Cooper S, about 110 horsepower on this beautiful Mini. Great car to see on the hill. It's not a Motorsport UK event. He's out having Mini. Time for Bill race to 68.05. Dave Newell in the Austin A40. He's going well so far. He's had a time in the early 79, so that's what he's been looking at for this one.
Yeah, Michael Crutchley also in his Alfa Romeo out on the hill. We're getting through these nice and quick, trying to catch up a bit of time after that stoppage, I suspect. But there, yes, that A40 heading up towards the finish line soon, with Michael Crutchley not far behind. Again, these guys looking for putting out personal bests wherever they can, mostly competing against their own times rather than against each other. 81.57 in the A40, not the best time for Dave Newell perhaps, but he'll be all right with that. And now we get into the Fassi Championship cars, that glorious Alfa Romeo on track.
Yeah, beautiful Alfa Romeo GT. This is powered by a 2-litre 4-cylinder engine, and a great car, fairly lightened from standard factory. I think the owner was telling me about the car about 3-4 years ago now, and it's a great car. Ian Stringer just going all the way through and coming into the entry of Fallow. Tricky corner as the old driver came out of that long straight as we have here.
Yeah, David Fripp in that little Fiat Spider, beautiful little car in that red and yellow. He's already up and out, heading up towards Cedar Straight, really pushing on as he enters up there. We can follow him up the hill a little bit, as behind him is Clark Andy in the second of those Alfa Romeos. Oh yes, it's the wrong way around, Andy Clark. And there he is coming through Triangle, as we see the Spider at the top of the hill, going up into Museum. Beautiful car that, as it rounds Museum, heading towards the finish line, with the Alfa Romeo hard on its heels, coming towards the end of Cedar Straight as we speak.
The 124 Spider in the rally spec, but we've got the Fiat Abarth coming into our view, the 695, and actually this thing is deceptively quick for what it looks like a very small car. The Abarth, obviously 695 being obviously a little bit more powerful from the standard 500s, and it's great to see those cars running. You can see the open bonnet at the back, just to add a little bit of cooling at the back for the engine of that car.
Yeah, Lee Carter in that little Fiat Abarth out to the top of the hill. Probably won't 47 in the speed trap, probably the slowest we've seen, but this little Fiat is brilliant. As we see something slightly different to the Fiat, that's the Ford Escort Mark I. Martin Saunders in that. That's a beautiful machine in that silver and black livery. One or two Ford Escort Mark I's that we've got with us this weekend. Martin Saunders powering up the hill. He would probably break the speed line a bit quicker than the Fiat. I think 71 miles an hour. That's pretty good going for that car. As we see the Austin Mini really powering in, sliding through Triangle. That Mini and Matt Clark is so quick. Oh no, Martin Saunders has run wide at Museum, gone onto the grass. That will have spoiled his run, unfortunately, which means his time's 67.68. Matt Clark, I think, was quickest in this Mini in this group earlier. We'll see how he does towards the end of his run.
Yeah, he's definitely trying. It was great to see the car almost dancing as he was going through the kink in the middle of the straight, and you can see he's having some great fun in this little mini. Incredible run for him. The 62.10 is a great time for that mini.
Yeah, the really good time for that. We're not getting all the times coming up on that screen, unfortunately, but it was really great. As we move on to something slightly different here, this is a Mallock Mark 11, so that means it's reasonably old. Ben Fisher behind the wheel. Great looking machine, this. We've got these two Mallocks here this weekend, slightly different in layout and engine and everything, but very similar in concept. Nicely driven by Ben there.
Yeah, great, fantastic car. Obviously, a great sports car, the Clubman cars that Mallock have stood out for many years now, and you can see this one. Great car, but Gary Cox has launched off with that Reliance Scimitar coupe, just coming into loggerheads into our view in a few seconds from the commentary box here, and it's great to have one of those Reliance on the hills, powered by V6 Ford, and great to see Reliance still running around.
Yeah, Ben Fisher just did a 59.57 in that Mallock, which is a really good time for him, just under the minute, so he goes to the top of that board. As we have, yeah, like you said, this beautiful Reliance Scimitar coupe, absolutely lovely car. Gary Cox at the wheel, he's powering up the straight, breaks the line at 77 miles an hour. Really pretty car that, and good run. I think he must be the last of these Fassi Championship cars. Not quite. Oh no, we've got a couple more after that. Yes, of course, this replica rally escort of Simon Braithwaite, who I don't think has a time on the board currently on our machines. So we'll see where he comes out in this timed run. It's quite a quick little car, that, so hopefully he'll be able to post a good time, and we'll see how he does. Martin Jones behind him in that Brabham BT21C, heading up now, that little single-seater. Again, another very pretty car. It just shows the variety of machines in this Fassi Championship.
Yeah, Simon, a great competitor, and he lost that escort, but the Brabham BT21C, great to see one of the single-seaters running in this championship, and it's a very beautiful car, powered by the Lotus engine at the back, and great to see those cars running. Got Simon O'Sullivan, who has been thrown into the gang here as well in the Lotus Elise. I believe that's a car that's running in the modified production car, and this is one of the 1.8 K series engine from Rover, and a great car, very lightweight, great chassis on those Lotus Elises that Simon is driving today. Let's see what time he can post through. I think that looks pretty good. I think he's the only entry on that class, 64.82 for Simon.
Yeah, and a nice run for that little Lotus, and I'm guessing that must be end of batch because we've got a bit of a break, so it was fast and frantic there, trying to make up some time after a few delays, but amazing to see. I think that little red Mini that we focused on there, that was a brilliant thing to see going up the hill. Really exciting, really pushing that car, so a lovely run there, really fun to see that car going so quickly as well.
Yeah, it's great to see all those cars in this Fassi Championship. You can see the diversity of cars. Quite a lot of Italian cars in this championship. And I'm just looking at the timings of who has been able to either get close or better their handicap time. And so far I can see that we have a number of competitors that have actually been able to beat their handicap time. So that's really good news for that. That means they're probably going to get as close as possible to the top of the board, but it's still a bit of a complicated approach because every single run counts towards the running of the championship.
So there's that Mini coming down the hill, beautiful looking car. That Fassi Championship, really nice cars, as we've said, great to see. Once these cars have come down the hill, will be going into the top 12 runoff, which will be really fun to see. Let's see, our top 12 runoff. So our top 12 runoff will feature Steve Morgan, Terry Graves, Aaron Colburn, Robert Capper, Mark Shankler, Pete Tatham, Anthony Hunt, Tom Morgan, Tom Weaver, Stuart Bickley, Graham Wynne and Jonathan Varley. So hopefully all of those guys will be able to get out with us for the top 12 runoff coming up pretty much now, or very soon anyway, and that will be a good thing to watch, and we'll see. Hopefully they'll come in that order. That'll be nice and neat for us.
It should do, because these are basically going on the times they set earlier. So the obviously Jonathan Varley was the quickest this morning.
Yes, they tend to run in reverse speed order, don't they?
Yeah.
The quickest last.
Exactly.
So we'll.
The runoffs is what we live for, isn't it? I mean, this is when it's all crunch time. This is when it matters.
It. Up until now, it's all been just for fun, hasn't it? Whereas now, this is for the points. This is for the Midland Championship, isn't it? So we'll see. Look at that! The graphics on screen as well.
Yeah,
That's
I know.
nice.
Yeah, lovely. Lovely.
So they've got it in, well, the reverse of what I just read out, because they've got it in the fastest at the top. But we think they'll run in the opposite. So Steve Morgan will go first and up to Jonathan Varley. And hopefully that way you'll get quicker and quicker runs throughout the day.
So what we've got on that runoff, you see Steve Morgan and Tom Morgan, that's father and son.
Yes.
We've got Tom Weaver. Did his dad, Richard, get in? No, he didn't quite make it. But anyway, they're getting ready to rumble. That looks like Steve Morgan there with the black helmet there and the little Empire. So we've got quite a nice little mixture of cars.
Yeah, and I think, because as Benoit said, we lost a couple of the quick runners, so that means there's a couple of spaces for people who don't always get into the top 12 runoff, which is nice. So it'll just be a great little bunch to see, and like you say, this is where it really matters. So you see people really pushing, which means you sometimes get people pushing a bit too hard, so it could be exciting stuff.
So Steve Morgan on the line. So this is when it all matters. So I'm going to take him off the line for this one, and then when they get to keepers, you take him to the finish.
That's right.
All right. So Steve Morgan off the line. 2.27 for the seconds for the first 64 feet. That's really going quickly. Little bike engine car, little Empire Evo. These cars are made in Taunton by Bill Chaplin. Simon Kappa's got the Empire Wraith. Look, here he comes into Triangle. This is Dad driving this one, and son Tom will be up later on.
Yeah, it's Steve Morgan then up onto the Cedar, not so straight. These cars, even though they've got relatively small engines, still manage to turn a good speed.
12. So so Steve Morgan puts it down there at 50.96. He'll be followed by Terry Graves. Now, Terry Graves has got this beautiful Gould DR55, and it's got the IndyCar V8 engine in the back of it. Leaves the line just over 2 seconds already. He's up already. If we look at the green times on the screen, which obviously anyone viewing will be able to see, that means he's up on the previous competitor. So he's 0.11 up as he comes into view into Triangle here now. Round Triangle through the speed trap at 90 miles an hour, heading on his way up towards keepers, nearly a second up at the moment.
Yeah, through keepers, nice and quick. It's brilliant having this graphic showing that he's 0.87 quicker so far than Steve Morgan. It's to be expected. They should get quicker and quicker as they go. 98 in the speed trap as he then comes round, climbs the hill to Museum. This beautiful Gould powering round that final corner towards the finish line. Let's see what he gets. 49.09. That's a really good run. 1.87 seconds quicker.
Yeah, actually, I thought Terry might be quicker than that, to be fair, but obviously he's not been as quick this weekend as some previous weekends he's been here. I suspect that the track is still quite cold.
Yeah. Now, I think those are shared cars because we've got a red flag and they're returning.
That's true.
So both of those need to run again in the shootout, which is interesting. So they'll quickly roll down the hill, and then we'll carry on with Aaron Colburn as soon as they get back down, I guess.
Yeah, so that one there, Anthony Hunt's going to have a go in that one.
Yep.
And Tom Morgan, obviously the son, will take the Empire up in a bit.
Steve Morgan.
So, yeah, so great to see, actually. It's not often we get sort of double drive cars both qualifying all the time, which is
a bit of a headache for the organisers, but that's fine. They can manage.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Well, we used to get it in the British Championship runoffs with Graham Wynne and Scott Moran. Obviously, they would share that car, and it's quite a common thing in hill climbing for folk to share cars, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Now, just look at the comments on HillClimb.TV, and Drone Geeks has asked where Wallace is this weekend. Where's Wallace Menges?
Well, he's in the British Championships, and that's his main focus. He would have been at Harewood this weekend with his wife Nicola. She was driving her car as well, but that was cancelled because of basically the waterlogged car parking for spectators and officials, so which was a shame, but it was postponed, so it will run again later on in the year.
Yeah, so we don't actually have some of the big runners from the British Championship here because they were off doing other things, supposedly. But we've got the Midland Championship here, which is what we're currently watching, and they're just as good, aren't they?
Oh, I think they're
just
great.
as exciting.
And you get a nice mix of cars. You get sort of small engine cars and big engine cars, 2-litre cars. So it's great to see, actually. As they come back down now, look, there's the Empire, and there's the big Gould as well. A marvellous colour scheme on that Equinox.
Does look good, doesn't it? Yeah.
And it just look the part. And actually, it's a really quick. And I've seen Terry set fastest time of the day up here in the past. So maybe he's just sort of. I think he's finding his way back in. He's his first go this season.
Quite possibly. We'll definitely. I think we'll probably see fastest time come up in this group now, most likely. But what are we thinking? If Terry's doing a 49, we look at 45s, do we think, for the top guys? I think that's got to be...
think a 45 would be very good. I think 46 will win it.
Right. Okay.
I honestly do, because I don't think the track
is not as quick as it can be.
It's not quick enough. It's not hot enough. They're not getting the grip in the tyres. And in fact, Graham Wynne was telling me in his Gould that yesterday, the only time he started to get some heat into the tyres was more or less across the finish.
Yeah.
So... it is still chilly out there, 10, 11 degrees probably. The sun's sort of gone in, it's getting cloudier, so it's not exactly going to warm up, is it?
Yeah, and Benoit's just spotted that some of these guys have got quite shiny tyres on, so that means they're putting fresh rubber on, hoping for that extra bit of advantage up the hill. So that'll be interesting. Sometimes it can work against you, though. Shiny tyres aren't always better. Sometimes they need to have been used once or twice.
If you're watching,
they call it.
Yes, if you're watching there, they're just scrubbing the tyres off. They're trying to get only little bits of stone and stuff off.
Any dust.
Bits of muck that will just impact the tyre, really. And these tyres are soft. They're all on slicks today. There's no rain tyres out today.
Not currently, no.
No, and so we've got Aaron Colburn coming onto the line in this beautiful Van Diemen, this Formula Ireland car with its 2-litre power. One of the best turned out cars you'll see here this weekend, actually, to be fair.
Tom Vaughan has just asked who's going to have fastest time of the day, and it's probably got to be Jonathan Varley we're expecting, hasn't it?
Yes, as Aaron Colburn leaves the line. He's had a tremendous start. They're just over 2 seconds for the first 64 feet. He's already gone through Hall, heading towards Fletcher's, Loggerheads. And here he comes out into our view now, coming down into Triangle, absolutely flying. He's already up, actually, which is a slightly down now. So this is so good on the live screen. We can see where he is. He's heading into keepers, slightly down.
Yeah, obviously lost a little bit of time under brakes, but he's caught it back up again, coming through keepers and onto the Cedar Straight. If he can get a good speed. No, he's dropped again. 99 miles an hour in the speed track, but he's lost out some time somewhere. As he powers up towards museum, it looks like he's lost the momentum. Unfortunately, can he pull it back on that last push to the end? No, not quite. He goes second with a 49.52.
Still a good run. Yeah, pretty chilly out there today, as you know, you hardy spectators out watching, and obviously anyone watching on the telly, it's a lot warmer. As Robert Capper leaves the line, just over 2.01 seconds off the line. Quick start for Robert. Empire Evo Wraith, and I'll tell you what, this is a spectacular looking car, beautiful colour scheme. Here he comes down into Triangle. Had a bad day yesterday, so is he going to make amends? He's a quick competitor, he's got the car, he's a good driver. At the moment he's just about quarter of a second down, half a second down.
Yeah, unfortunately, slight damage to the floor of this car yesterday means that he's probably losing a little bit of downforce as the bodywork flexes. It's not creating quite as much, and he has lost quite a bit of time already, which is a great shame for Robert. He has had a good weekend in general, but unfortunately that slight incident at the end of play yesterday means he could only manage a 50.46.
Yeah, so that's a shame. But here we have, that looks like Mark Slanker to me. Mark Slanker is driving the ex-Einem Price Force TA. This is a Hayabusa engine car. He's off the line in 2.19. He's running on methanol, which gives him about an extra 8-10%. Very corrosive fuel though. Nevertheless, he's looking good so far. Mark Slanker's already up, heading down in towards Triangle. He's gone through the speed trap at 84 miles an hour by Triangle, heads out of there, quarter of a second up at the moment, heading into Keepers. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, really pushing there, clipped the edge of the track a few times, throwing up a little bit of dirt in his wake. Really pushing it up the cedar, not straight, as he goes 102 miles an hour. It's a very good run so far. Will he maintain that slight advantage in the last few sections? It looks like he's got it. He's ever so slightly ahead, 0.22 seconds up at the moment as he crosses the line. 49.35. He loses out to Terry Graves at the very last second.
Terry still has it. Terry still has it, as Pete Tatham come all the way from Yorkshire. We've already told you how clever he is at all these other sports. He's also a damn good competitor. This little OMS 28 is a beautiful little car, not without its little problems this weekend, and I'm hoping he locks up going into Hall, but he's around there. Come on, Pete. He's a very brave driver. You'll see him appear into view now. He's really trying, coming down here into Triangle. He's up at the moment, goes round Triangle. So far, so good. The throttle's behaving itself. The brakes are working. He's actually half a second up at the moment as he heads towards the Cedar Straight.
Yeah, Triangle was where he had his issue yesterday, and he seems to be all right now, running really quick. He's well ahead up there. Almost a second up on time as he hits 99 miles an hour in the speed trap. As he goes up towards the museum, he's still half a second up as he powers towards the line. Will he lose out like Mark did? No, he goes top of the board with 48.28.
0.87 quicker too, so well done to Pete Tatham. Really pleased for him there, actually.
Yeah, great run.
I bet young brother Dave will be looking in, actually, or older brother Dave. And so Dave, Pete's done you proud. The Tathams are looking good, leading the runoff at the moment in the little OMS. So currently we're waiting for cars to hit the line. So far, Pete Tatham leads the way. We've had 6 runners and riders. Terry Graves is second, Mark Slanker third, Aaron Colborne fourth, Robert Capper fifth, and Stevie Morgan is sixth. So, been a good runoff. That looks remarkably like Anthony Hunt.
Yeah, that was a quick turnaround for that team to get one driver out and one driver back into that Gould. So well done to them. That's a slight delay, is just as he lines up on the line.
Yes, he does, and a bit of tyre scrubbing there. There's Terry and accomplice on the front tyres.
Do you think Aaron has a slight, Anthony, sorry, has a slight advantage because that car's been up the hill?
Yeah.
Will it be slightly warmer tyres?
Yes,
and everything?
it's going to do it no harm, actually, and they've probably tried for that quick turnaround, which they've done. Anthony's a very big fella, actually. You see him in the paddock. He's a bit of a he goes to the gym pretty regular, doesn't he? So he's going to muscle that car up the hill. In fact, Terry normally has the bragging rights when they go to run.
Yeah.
So Anthony.
Well, let's see.
Look,
Hang on.
It's big waving hands here.
What's up?
Don't know.
What's cut the engine?
Okay.
Okay. Well, we'll find out what's going on. Hopefully soon. That's a great shame if Anthony doesn't get to run.
Yeah, well...
Or are they calling it before he starts his run? That way he might get out
Terry
again.
owns the car, and if he's seen something, he said, no, we're going to have to get this car back to the paddock for a lookie. So I think that. Oh, drive shaft. Well spotted, Benoit. Benoit's watching the live stream with us here in the box.
I don't know.
Drive shaft is a possibility.
Yeah.
Perhaps when he did his burnout, it might have broke a shaft. But either way, I think Terry spotted it and said, no, get that car back, because he's the owner of the car. That's a great shame. So, well, if Anthony isn't running, then Tom Morgan will be our next runner, won't he? Whether he can beat, he's got to beat 48.28. I don't know what Tom did earlier in the runs. What was his time before?
Where are we looking here?
48.8.
Yeah, 48.88.
So he's potentially, if it carries on like this, could go second, but he'd have to beat Pete to go first.
He could potentially put a good run in.
He's quick.
Yeah.
He is quick.
I think this is one of those times where we need the radio mic out. Benoit could have run down into the paddock and found out what was going on for us. That would have been good, wouldn't it?
Well, all we know is that Anthony has left. He's no longer going up the hill. But we're going to have Tom Morgan coming up to the line in his Empire. There's his dad, having a quick word with him now.
He's had some good runs, though, I think, over the weekend, hasn't he? So he's got a good chance to do something.
So, being a bike engine anyway, started it on the key. So he's I didn't see any big runoffs, big burnouts then. He's come to the line. So this is going to be Tom Morgan in the Empire. This little Suzuki bike engine car, it's less than 1100cc, so he hasn't got a lot of power, but what he's got is a beautifully engineered little car. He leaves the line, first 64 feet, 2.31. Obviously he hasn't got the power, but he's a young driver, he's got a cracking chassis, the car's well sorted, he's already on his way up towards us. We'll be coming into our view right now. Look at the colour scheme on this, bright fluorescent helmet, brakes hard, coming into triangle. He's slightly down, over a second down at this stage, which actually I'm surprised about. Maybe, I don't know, these tyres aren't very warm. Over to you.
Yeah, well, obviously Steve Morgan, who's already been up the hill in this car, did a 50.96. So Tom will be hoping to at least beat that as he brakes hard at the end of the straights. 103 miles an hour, so a good turn of speed. But as you say, down slightly on the times. He's not likely to get the lead in the class, but he might still put us a good time. He goes third with a 49.19. He's definitely beaten Steve, and third place is good, but I suspect he'll drop down a bit as some of these quicker guys come through.
Well, talking of quicker guys, can Tom Weaver better that? There's a very good chance he can. This is their new car this year, the Empire Evo 2, another bike engine car, again, very, very rapid. Ludlow driver. They're here in force today, the Weaver family. Good luck to young Tom. Leaves the line. Nice start, 2.43. He'll be picking up time, though, as he gets going. I suspect he'll be really trying very hard as he's slightly down on Pete Tatum at the moment by a second, coming into triangle, brakes hard but very smooth bit of driving, but till big sideways moment coming out of triangle, well sideways into keepers.
Yeah, he carries on now. His quicker time earlier was 47.9, so he's got the pace to do this, but with the deficit he's already got, I suspect he can't catch up. 110 in the speed trap, that's the quickest we've had so far, I think, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He's about a second down on Pete Tatham, so coming towards the line, it's going to be a 49.21. Not a great run for Tom Weaver. I think he'll be disappointed.
I think he was trying very hard then on cold tyres. Pete Tatham, that 48.28 so far, with 8 runners gone, is leading the way. Tremendous stuff. We've got Stuart Bickley in the little force. Now, Stuart was an absolute revelation last year. If anyone can put the cat amongst the pigeons amongst Pete Tatham, I think young Stuart can. He's a tremendous driver. So here goes young Stuart. He's about to leave the line now. So they've got the chock under the back wheel. He leaves the line, goes just over 2 seconds for the first 64 feet. That's quick. That's quick. He's in the mix. He's in the mix. So as he comes down now, he'll be coming into our sight. We get the next time check at loggerheads. He's only 0.32 down as he comes into triangle now. Goes round triangle nice and smoothly, not too sideways, heading up towards keepers. Quite tricky round keepers. He's in the mix. He's close. He's just down by 0.3.
He's ever so close to Pete Tatham, Pete Tatham has really pulled it out of the bag to get up to the top and to be holding that spot. But Stuart Bickley pushing hard. He's so close to this time, and he's gone ever so slightly ahead at Museum. Can he hold on towards the finish line and take a new top time? He can. 47.97. A really good run for Stuart Bickley. That puts him top currently, with Pete Tatham dropping to second and Terry Graves currently sitting third.
I tell you what, that was a fabulous run actually. He was really on it all the way up there. He drove very, very smoothly, and that is definitely a key thing in hill climbing actually. Smoothness is a real important factor. The raggedy runs rarely achieve a lot, to be fair. You try as hard as you like, smoothness is key. Now, that looks remarkably like Scott Moran.
But it's
Scott Moran is behind Graham Wynn's car. He's supporting him this weekend. There is our 6 times champion there in the blue and the black. Right, Scott Moran, son of Roger Moran. What a racing family they are.
That's it, exactly. And I don't know what's happened there. We've gone to a funny camera. I think, well, like you said, Scott's currently not racing this year.
Yeah, he's having a year out, and seeing how he goes. He may have the odd run out in the Skoda R5. Anyway, here comes Graham Wynn, OBE. Graham Wynn is a lovely, lovely chap. He's still racing this big Gould. I think he's about A73, I believe.
I think that he's been so impressive, certainly when you consider his age and everything. To be in with the fight, possibly at time of the day, I think that's just
a 700 horsepower car. Fair play. This is the latest spec Gould as well. This is a terrific bit of kit. So what's he going to do? He's going to leave the line right now, and he's on way. He's 2.25, but don't forget, this car has huge power, so that it's quite capable of getting up that single straight way over 100 miles an hour. Coming down here now. Here he comes into our view now. This gloriously turned out car. Oh, a big moment there for Graham Wynn. My goodness me, he's trying hard. He's only a 5.04 down at the moment, going into keepers there, exit keepers. He's up by 0.25.
He holds it all together, which is incredible after that moment, and he's gained time as he powers up 106 on the straight. Just look at that car. The aerodynamics on this looks so organic, those flowing front wings. He's actually making great time. He's now 0.5 up. He's going to post an excellent time as he crosses 47.12, putting him first currently. That's 0.85 quicker than Stuart Bickley.
Well, only Jonathan Varley to come.
Yeah.
Is Grandad Graham going to take the win?
Well, wouldn't that be amazing?
Well, I think I'd love to see that. I would love to see that. And I think he took the win at the end of last season when it got wet at the end of the day. And the later runners suddenly encountered wet conditions. But so Graham has gone over the line. He's taken the runoff win so far with 47.12, with only Jonathan Varley to go in the Predator, the 2-litre V8 Predator. Can Jonathan pull it out the bag? 47.12. He was in the 46s last time, wasn't he? So if he gets in the 46s, chances are he's going to take the run.
As you said earlier, 46 will win it.
46 to win. 46 to win. Jonathan Varley off the line in the Predator. He's a very committed driver. He's a quiet man. He's a really lovely chap to talk to in the paddock. He's already... Oh my goodness me, he's 0.22 up as he comes towards Triangle, and he's around there nice and cleanly. He's looking very good so far. He's at half a second up at the moment. Over to you.
Yeah, out onto the Cedar Straight, and he's gaining time all the way, and that's just incredible. It looks like 127 in the speed trap, by far the fastest. I think nobody's going to stop Jonathan this weekend. It looks like he's going to absolutely smash it. He's 1.26 seconds ahead by Museum, and a 45.89. An incredible time for Jonathan Varley that throws him well up at the top of the runoff. Oh, well, what a time that was.
Well, I tell you what, folks, Jonathan Varley smashed it out of sight on that last run, 45.89. That's a brilliant time. Well done, Jonathan, and very well done to Graham Wynne, Stuart Bickett, Pete Tatham. They had exceptional runs too.
Yeah, I mean, Pete Tatham to climb up to 4th overall, which is a brilliant improvement on where he was to get into the runoffs. I think that was a good run.
Well, actually, I'm thinking now it's going to be lunchtime. I'm going to find out for you how long we've got and what time we're starting back. But if you're here at the bottom of the hill, give them a good round of applause as they come back down. That's a brilliant win by Graham.
Yeah, brilliant.
Jonathan,
such
rather.
a shame for Anthony Hunt, who couldn't make that run due to some mechanical issue. Maybe we'll find out what that was over lunch and see what the issue was there. But that was an amazing runoff, I think.
Actually,
Great
it
fun.
was.
Yeah,
It was.
really good.
It really built through the runoff. They got
Yeah.
quicker and quicker, didn't they? And to be fair, the bike engine cars, they were up against some serious competition.
I mean, realistically, they're never going to be able to compete at the top end. But that whole group, within 5 seconds of each other, pretty much, that's pretty good, isn't it?
I think that's tremendous runoff. That's what we come here for. That's the excitement. I absolutely love runoffs. I love single seaters. Now I'm going to find out how long we've got for lunch. Could perhaps Benoit, you could ask one of the about an hour. But if we could confirm the actual time, we're going to try and start back.
Yeah, I mean, while Benoit's just checking, I'm going to say Jonathan Farley, the class record he holds already is a 45.62. So his 45.89 is very, very close to the class record, which, considering the conditions today, I think that's an amazing run.
Well, we've just been told it's lunchtime. We're going to start back at 2:20. That was a fabulous morning sport. Join us later on HillClimb.TV. We hope the spectators are loving it. We're all going to take a break, get our breath again. My goodness me.
Yes, we need
Get
it.
down, calm down, Ponzi. Not good for me at my age, get so excited, is it? Brilliant stuff. All right, we'll see you later, folks.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this afternoon's running here at Loton Park. Both people here trackside and those joining us on HillClimb.TV on YouTube. Everyone is very welcome. We're straight back in with action with Ben Cross in his little Renault Twingo heading up the hill after our lunch break. This is our first runnings again. Timed runs this afternoon. Then we have shootouts coming on towards the end of the afternoon for the Tin Tops and for the Midland Championships. It was an absolutely very thrilling runoff just before lunch break with the Midland Championship runoff, so hopefully more of the same, and we'll see some really interesting stuff. Ben Cross in this Renault Twingo, I think a shared car, so going up the hill, getting an early time on the board so they can get the car back down and swapped over. My name's Alex Burnham. I'm here in the commentary booth, the House of Dreams, with Benoit. Hello, Benoit.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Loton Park for the action this afternoon. Great to have you all, and great to be back up and running. The sun is out this afternoon, which everyone has been waiting for it for the past 6 months, I think. So it's great to have the sun with us today. It's going to give us some great conditions for all our runners this afternoon, and everyone's going to have a great time, I'm sure. So we're going to have a bit of action this afternoon. We are going to have what will be a time run this afternoon, and then I expect we'll be then jumping into the last two runoff for the day. So we're going to have the Midland Hillclimb runoff, so with single-seaters, top 10 drivers, and then the Tin Top for the Loton Park Championship. So currently on the screen is the Bugatti Owners Club Fassi Championships. The couple of cars that we are seeing just on the screen are going up the hill as they are shared drives. I would expect those two cars to come down later as well, and then the second driver will jump in the car for their run as well.
Yeah, earlier today I think these two were going up and coming straight back down to give everybody time to swap over, so we'll see if they do the same, and then we'll kick off with the smaller categories as we normally do. We start with category A, which is road going sort of cars, and we build and build throughout the afternoon into the biggest stuff, which will be the big single-seaters. They're usually like category L, and then a few things to round up after that. So we see Phil Fisher in this Mallock Mark 11 taking off and heading off around the circuit. This is a timed run for him. He's already had a time run this morning and a couple of practice goes, so it's he should be getting familiar with it all by now. Heading down the short little straight into Triangle, hard on the brakes, round that corner, and off up towards Keepers.
Yeah, fantastic car to see running really. This is the Clubman sports car really that we get to see around the UK, and Mallock has been going on for many years now, and it's great to still see those cars still taken out. And
I think this one's
many of our drivers.
Yeah, late 70s, early 80s. This car, I'm not entirely sure. We'd have to do a quick search, but they were they're running in sports cars an awful lot during the 80s and into the 90s. Ray Mallock's and both father and brother, I forget now the whole family name, but all of them involved in race car manufacturing. Great engineers, the whole family.
Yeah, incredible bit of kit that they've been building over the years and improved and iterated as well. But you can see we've got another Mallock Mark 20, and the concept is pretty much the same as we are seeing on this Mark 11. Great to have everyone back here at Loton Park, and if you're also following online, thank you for tuning in. I know that we've all been waiting as well for this, so continue to subscribe to the HillClimb.TV channel if you want to see more of the action for the rest of the year. We're going to be going all around the approach, and yeah, just a nice comment here. Well, nice comment. Sort of a bad news, to be fair. Alex calls broke a drive shaft this morning, so I think hopefully we can see him running, and I hope that's the case. Alex, I think
Yeah.
I have seen Calvin running, and so that should be a good sign.
Yeah, we had a few little bits and pieces this morning, little issues. The little special that had been joining us, the little Triumph Bonneville engine special. Unfortunately, that had to go back home due to technical issues. That's a bit of a shame, because it was a fun thing to see going up the hill. We've had a Porsche that was on the list but hasn't managed to do any running today. They had to leave as well, which is another shame, because that would have been nice to see. And most other people, I think, have fixed their problems as the day's gone on. So we should have pretty much a mostly full list of cars and drivers on track this afternoon. I don't think we've lost too many runners, so that'll be full action for us as we keep going, with those two cars having returned to the paddock, so the shared drivers can swap over. We'll be kicking off, I think, with our category all the way back at category A, road going production cars up to 2 litres. Starting us off, Richard Case in that Renault Clio 197. Now these cars, as the category would suggest, are pretty much road production vehicles. Very little modification allowed to these cars in terms of changing them from their road going specs. So much so that the majority of these drive to the tracks, do their runs and drive home again. But they have a great time, and some of them can still put some good times on the board. As we see Richard Case heading off and Andrew Layton in the Honda Civic Type R setting off at the same time.
Yeah, you're right, Alex. Obviously, the road going production cars are obviously limited in terms of what they can do, but there's relatively permissive regulations really when you look in the details. You can obviously upgrade brake pads and disc and exhaust and intake. You can do a bit of work to the car to improve the grip, especially like tires. Many of the runners in this class will have grippier tires than you'd probably find your more regular road-going tires. So especially in the hill climbs where you need to try and have a tire as grippy as possible, as you don't have much time to warm them up. It's very important for those drivers. Andrew Layton's through the finish line at 61.90. Still in the lead of that class so far today by quite a margin.
Yeah, that Honda is proving to be probably the quickest in this class so far. They're nice little cars, even factory fresh, they were good cars, so it's no surprise that they're quick up the hill. These Renault Clios in various forms are very popular. We also have Philip Steele in his Porsche Boxster on track. Philip celebrating 50 years of competing in motorsport this weekend. So Philip enjoying his time on track as much now as he did back in the 1970s when he started off on drag bikes at places like Santa Pod, if you can believe it.
Yeah, I don't know if Philip's daughter is watching the live stream today, but thank you for the cake that Philip has brought to celebrate his 50 years in motorsports, as we said before. So thank you for sharing this around the paddock and around the few competitors that we have today. Martin Turner has just gotten past the box in the Subaru Impreza, engine popping and banging. Not sure if he's got the anti-lag running yet today, but he certainly has a few times here at Loton Park, and you can see him just using all the track that he paid for and showing what the Impreza can do as well. He's going off-road a little bit with the four-wheel drive.
Yeah, using it like a rally car, clipping the corners, taking up a bit of dirt as he goes. This Subaru Impreza has been pretty impressive this weekend as he heads towards the finish line and gets a 60.19. Just misses out on that sub 1 minute, but pretty quick. And up against him in his class is Andrew Coleman in that Audi TT, these four-wheel drive production cars. And although very different vehicles, they've been pretty close time-wise, very competitive between the two of them.
Yeah, incredible time, and Andrew's been really competitive in the Audi TTRS, but Rabel just gone past the commentary box with the Z-Car Mini Type R. It's pretty much a body shell really of a Mini, but the engine is at the back from a Civic Type R, and pushing a bit more than 200 horsepower in what weighs about 500 kilo. Must be scary.
Yeah, and I saw the Audi TT had to slightly dodge a rabbit who was looking at crossing the track as it came into museum. So hopefully that rabbit has now found somewhere safe to go as Rabel crosses the line, 62.24. The Audi TT was ever so slightly faster than the Subaru Impreza, I noticed, just dipping under the 1 minute. So again, really close, those two.
Yeah, about 3:10, sorry, between the two. And Gary Hall, great to see him back and running. Had a little issue on his previous run before lunch, but it seems that's been fixed and he's now back up and running.
Did we find out what was wrong with the Jedi?
No, I'm afraid I didn't.
No, I didn't.
But great to see Gary.
Yeah.
Everything got fixed, so Gary's back up and running. But he's Dave in Morty in the A40, and Dave has been spending an awful lot of time last year fixing this car, welding and putting it back together with a new engine, gearbox, making a few improvements on the way, and it's great to see him running. If Dave is not driving Morty, he's usually one of our marshals here.
Yeah, I love this little A40, really fun little car, and Dave's doing a great job of improving it and his times up the hill, so hopefully he'll continue to do so as part of the Loton Championship. As he crosses the line, 78.96 in the A40.
Well, I think we're seeing a first here. I think that's probably a really... that's the first under 79 second for Dave, I think, at least this weekend. I'm not sure about...
He's been putting some good times on, so I'd have to go and check. But yeah, certainly it's a good showing for him as Tim Cross in that Twingo continues up and around Museum. And Michael Crutchley in the Alfa Romeo is also on circuit.
Yeah, so we're back into the Fast Classic Speed Championship, so don't be too surprised if you're seeing different type of cars on the screen and on the track here today. Those drivers here in this class are all in the Classic Saloon up to 1971, mostly running also in the Loton Park Championship, but they are mixing it up as well with a few others of the Fast Championship.
We've got a good group of classics.
Yeah, I know. Alex, you love.
Yeah, this is great. And Colin Mee really pushing his little Healy Sprite through Triangle, squeal of tyres, as Bill Reese in that modified Mini is coming in now. Now this is a pretty quick Mini. The Z Mini that we saw earlier is very quick, but the fastest Mini of the day, I think we'll see a bit later, that's the one in the Fassi Championship, which has been driven absolutely superbly, really having its wheels driven off. So look forward to that one coming in a little while.
Yeah, great to see. 71.82 for Colin. Keeps him third in the class so far today, and Bill Reese is going to look at keeping that second spot in that class as well. So really good time, and you can see this about... I'm looking at the time from Ray Ball in the Z car, the Mini Type R, and there's about 6 seconds between those two, so not much difference between the original and what looks like a Mini.
Yeah, and now we've got some of the glorious Alfa Romeos, and actually we've got a little gaggle of Italian machinery to go through. Ian Stringer first up with this Alfa Romeo Sprint GT, followed by David Fripp in that Fiat Spider, and then Andy Clark in another Alfa Romeo GTV. These things look glorious. This is the Fossi Classic Speed Championship, which is visiting Loton this weekend, and they've really brought a touch of class. All the cars beautifully turned out, a great selection of classics for the most part, and not just saloons. We've also got a couple of interesting, there's a single-seater in there, and unfortunately the special that we did have earlier this morning has had to go home, but yeah, these Alfa Romeos really looking smart.
Yeah, I saw that 124 coming into paddock yesterday, and it looked really smart. Looking at really great in that rally spec with the mud flaps on the back of the wheels, and great to see also Clark, Andy, and Clark Andy having a great fun in this Alfa Romeo GTV. Slightly later car, so you can see the two headlights at the front of this car. That's powered by 2-litre, 4-cylinder still, twin cam, makes a wonderful sound from those Bialbero engine that the Italian would call it.
Yeah, and here we have Matt Clark in this red Mini, and this has been absolutely fantastic to watch all weekend. Matt really throws it around the corners. You can see him really trying, and he's been very quick. He's been right at the top of the speed times in his class, and it's been a brilliant thing to see. Right on the limit, classic Mini driven, well, like it should, I suppose. Really exciting car to watch.
Yeah, I guess one way to make your Mini turn is to try and make it oversteer, which is sometimes be difficult, but something very much doable. And that's what Matt is showing today on the track. It's incredible to see that car running. Ben Fisher in the Mallock is taking over and pushing through on those. So all of the competitors in this championship are working towards a handicap time, which is usually a handicap calculated either on the performance of that exact car or that driver. Sometimes it's against the class record of what would be the car. So you're not competing against the other drivers, you're competing against yourself, and whoever gets as close, who can beat his handicap time, sometime gets the most points. And at the end of the day, someone very smart will do the calculation and will be awarding the points to the different drivers.
Yeah, and these cars are absolutely glorious to watch as the Scimitar exits from Museum and heads towards the finish line to take a 61.58. We also have this rally replica Ford Escort of Simon Braithwaite, looking really nice in the sunshine there, heading up out of the speed trap, 78 miles an hour. He gets it a bit sideways going up towards the top of the track at Fallow as he then powers round to Museum. A great run for him as we have Martin Jones in the Brabham BT21C. Now Martin's the fastest overall in this category, but actually they're not competing, as Benoit said, against each other. It's against their own times. So although it's interesting to look at fastest overall times, it's actually based on their own times and then what that is compared to their target time.
Yeah, Martin Jones is actually about 6/10 off his handicap time, and so obviously gets in quite close. But some of the drivers in the Fastest Speed Championship, when I'm looking at my screen, have been quicker than the handicap time, and so they will usually obviously get the most points because they have beaten their handicap time. We're now back into the normal running order with Simon O'Sullivan, who's running the Museum corner with this beautiful Lotus Elise up through the finish line with 63.27.
Yeah.
The only entry in Class 3B, so you'll be taking the honours at the end of the day.
Yeah, another Lotus Elise, this one the black and gold of Dave Wilson, and it's heading up the track. Lotus Elise is very popular for hill climbing, lightweight, with enough power to push them up the hill, but also to keep under control. Nice run up the hill for Dave there as he heads towards the finish line. Road going production cars of up to 2 litres we're in now. It's Class A1, so we'll see how they're doing. The class record for this group is actually pretty good, 57.76. If anybody's getting close to that today, I would be impressed. The conditions aren't perfect. Despite the sun, it's not actually that hot here. It's a little bit...
Two drivers at the wheel of those cars as well, so it's nice to compare who's quickest. There's always some friendly banter between people that are sharing those cars.
That's right. We've now come to the end of that batch. So the marshals put the red flags out to stop competition runs as we then get the cars coming back down the hill. You see them all leaving the holding area, which is right at the top, and some of them drive, some of them coast down the hill back into the paddock. It's really good to see all these different cars. I've really been enjoying seeing this Fosse Championship join us today. They've brought some absolutely beautiful machinery. I think it's been excellent. A real addition, and we'll see tomorrow. We'll see by the end of the day who's top in that group. having worked out from their handicaps and that sort of thing, what the actual order is.
Yeah, certainly the most amount of chrome in this
Yes.
corner of the paddock from all those cars, which is a fantastic thing to see. Fantastic as we see Multi just making their way down the hill. Again, we're getting a replay from
this might be the replay of the bunny incident. As he comes up into museum, you see the bunny start across the track and then head back again under the barriers. So well done, bunny, for missing out there. Now we have strict rules here that if we need to cross the track, we have to wear our high-vis jackets and we have to get permission from the marshals. The bunny didn't do either of those, so he'll be told off later by the clerk of the course, and hopefully all rabbits will be better behaved later on.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be receiving a note at the end of the weekend. For some of you who are here also spectating, Loton Park is a deer park, so you may have seen some nice little leftovers from them around the paddock or around the car park here. Sometimes they also like to show and get on the live stream for the pleasure of all other viewers as well.
Yeah, just watching these cars as they come back into the paddock. Now this might be the last run for some of these today. I think some of them might be eligible for the tin top shootout later, but I think a lot of these guys, this will be their last timed run, unless you know different, Benoit.
Yeah, I think that was the last time run for this group of cars, and yeah, great to see. It looks like everyone has had a good day, so great to see all the cars going back to paddock and without any missing cars or any incidents so far, so fantastic running.
Yeah, and next up we've well, again, I think we'll have a few out of sequence shared cars to go up the hill before we then get back onto the scheduled running. This way, it's a brilliant system, you know, you get to share your car, but it sometimes throws a curveball to us commentators because all of a sudden a car that we weren't expecting appears. What's great about having the live streaming here is that we can see stuff out in advance. But here we go, we've got the mallet coming up to the line, and I'm so glad this one comes first on a run, because it means we get to watch it start, and it's really entertaining to watch, just the way the back end of this sits down onto those wheels as it accelerates from the line. It's a great car, this in general, but I've been enjoying watching its starts particularly. There we go, lined up, ready to go. Samuel Nicholson in that Mallock. And those watching at home can follow the different times on screen with the different splits. So the first is a 64-foot split, it tells you their reaction times, 2.27, a good start for Sam. Then loggerheads is the next point, and it'll tell you whether he's quicker or slower by the colour that happens underneath. A purple means it's a personal best. Going down round the corner and into Triangle, Sam hits the speed trap there at 77 miles an hour and is up on time as he exits from Triangle and heads into Keepers. That's the left hand there, nicely through that and up onto what we call the Cedar Straight. It isn't straight, as you can see. This has quite a few bends in it, but then we have a speed trap at the top, 91 miles an hour for Sam, as he then heads round into Fallow for a sharp climb up and very tight corner at Museum, which then leads on to the start-finish straight. A really good run for him, all purples and greens, which means it's a 50. Ooh, the clock doesn't seem to have stopped. Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, looks like might have a bit of a timing issue with this one, but Richard Weaver's on his way through Keepers, and yeah, you can see that kink. It's usually a bit that also scares most of our drivers and marshals actually, who are just standing outside of that kink on the side, and usually cars are going up like to almost 130 miles an hour for some of the quick cars that are running here today. And Richard Weaver 52.29, the clock for Sam Nicholson, sorry, is still running. Yeah,
I think he didn't break the beam at the end.
Our timing people. Steve Morgan quickly follows Richard in another Empire as well. Great livery on that car as well. and Steve also was one of the contender in the first runoff that we had before lunch. So Steve is going to try real hard. That's obviously 50.37. I think that's about the time that he
not a bad run
posted
for him.
just previously. So that'll give him more than enough, probably, hopefully, for him to get onto the runoff. That's what we have here on what's at stake in this run, really.
Bernard Kevill then in the Van Diemen, heading up towards the end of his run. Bernard often in a slightly bigger car, but actually has been out in this Formula Ford a few times now, which he's been enjoying greatly by the sound of it. 60.52. He'll be disappointed not to have dipped just below the 1 minute mark on that, but it was a good run nonetheless, as we see Andrew Feekins in that Renault Clio Cup. These cars very popular, and this one pretty quick example. All of the Feekins very well respected on the hill climbs, and very big lovers of their French hot hatches, as Andrew is demonstrating his around the very top of the track now, Fallow up to Museum.
I believe we're looking at Rob Clark, Alex, on this Clio. We just had Andrew just going past the triangle, and
you're right.
Andrew has been going real well in that 172 Cup Clio, fairly a bit lighter, basically a bit less sound insulation and more simpler rear bench, which made the car from factory a little bit lighter. And Andrew just getting around Museum so far, fourth in this class, so 61.92, so you'll be looking to better that, but not quite, to 62.34. Bruce Atkins just came out of Triangle, no problem in this Citroën Saxo, 1.6 litre, about 120 horsepower, and obviously the spread of engine capacity that we have in this class, starting from 1400 to 2 litre, makes it quite difficult for some of those cars to really be competitive. But Bruce has been going real well so far this weekend. I think maybe his first event here at Loton Park as well, and he's been posting decent time in that Saxo.
Yeah, we've also got Richard Pates in the MGF Trophy. He's climbing his way up the hill, and this car, I think they found this as a bit of a worn-out, cheap bargain car, and have turned it into a fun and reasonably competitive hill climber, despite its sometimes old-fashioned appearance. These MGFs actually aren't that bad a car, and so can be quite successful in the right hands, as Lizzie Weaver in her Citroën Saxo VTS is the next up, pushing and improving all the time, Lizzie.
Yeah, great turnout. 73.33 for Richard Pate in the MGF Trophy. Lizzie continuously learning and improving on her time, like you said. It looks she is looking to do this on that run as well. You can see all the right lines from Lizzie, and she's going through the finish line at 67.19, so she's shaved another second from previous run today. Yeah,
John Longmead in this Lotus Elise, like the MGF, but maybe a little bit more hardcore. This mid-engined sports car really suited to hill climbing. It's small and nimble enough to cope with the tight twists, and with enough power to get it off the line. Maybe not as powerful as some machines, but good enough. As we also have Rob Wilson in the slightly older bodied Lotus Elise, this black and gold one, also heading up through keepers as we speak.
Yeah, John, 59.32, taking the honour in this class. Fantastic, great running for this one. But I have seen some liquid coming out of that car as he went through the finish line. So we're going to have a look at the cameras as Rob Wilson is just rounding Museum at the top. They've been rebuilding the engine on that car, probably producing about a bit more than 200 horsepower all the way through. But great run for Rob, 58.91. That's looking really good for him as well.
Yeah, Tony Adams is in possibly the ultimate spec Lotus Elise with that wing on the back and all the bells and whistles, and he's pushing hard to try and improve on his time in that class, doing a good job as he rounds out of Museum and up towards the finish line. while Steve Atkins' BMW M3 has started on his run, heading onto the straight as we speak.
Yeah, 60.21 for Tony Adams. No improvement on that second run today, but still good going for that Lotus Elise. Obviously powered by 1.8 with the supercharger on top, so that puts him just above 2 litre with the multiplier that you would apply to anything that would be supercharged or forced induction onto those engines. Steve Atkins all the way through the finish line is 63.63. Good going for him. Looks like to be really consistent for him.
Yeah.
I'm going to pick up Richard York as well in that beautiful 718 GT4 Club Sport. 71 miles an hour for Richard York at the end of the Cedar Strait. A great sounding car. If you're standing here at Loton Park outside, I would encourage you to go up to the top and sit outside museum. It's a great corner to see the cars really put on the constraint and really pushed really hard around that corner.
Yeah, we have a whole selection of modern Porsches on the hill now, and it really should be. Porsche should come and use this as a bit of a advertising. Every variation of Porsche that you could think of seems to be here, all of them heading up in really interesting times, and the differences between all the different makes and models, and it really highlights some of the differences and similarities between these cars, as we see Simon Tarling cross the line 62.01, followed by Richard Snow in his Martini liveried Porsche.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that basically you can get a Porsche with the engine right at the back or somewhere in the middle of the car. And this is the great example with this beautiful Cayman GT4. That was the track spec version of that Cayman with the wing at the back, and this things is going real well, and you can see fairly agile car as well, and it's great to see as well Rodney Howell's running as well, and it's good to see him back on the track. He had a few issues yesterday on his last run and had a moment this morning, but it looks to be back up and running. And Rodney obviously won the class last year, so I think he'll be very frustrated from that weekend, so he's probably hoping for some better running this afternoon.
Yeah, Rodney's Alpha has been a bit smoky oil today, has a few little issues perhaps. It's still running well, but I think he'll probably want to have a look at that next week when he gets it home. Crosses in 58.69, which is still a reasonable time, puts him 4th in class at the moment. As we watch Robert Lancaster Gay's Porsche as it heads up out of the Cedar Straits, gets a little bit sideways under brakes, but he collects it all together around Fallow and up towards Museum. A nice run for him, while Simon Hutchinson's BMW is on track. Simon, one of the pace setters in this, so we'll see what sort of time he can make.
Yeah, and if you're looking here or sitting outside here at Loton Park, you can see that we're really close actually to the class record in this class, a 57.26. So Robert Burrell this morning posted a 57.30, and Simon Hutchinson is going to get quite close to that, 58.04 for Simon. And fantastic to see also Rob will be coming a 58.30. So tough competition in this class.
Yeah, really good runs so far. Mark Lawrence in his silver Porsche Cayman is heading up towards the top of the straight and round towards Museum now, as we get into James Stocks and the first of a group of Toyota GR Yaris's that will be on the hill in a moment's time. Here we see James Stocks' Yaris. These things have been really close. There's I think 3 or 4 of them here, and they've been trading times all weekend, and they're great to see. Lots of people finding these cars really good to just put on the track and go. There's very little in the way of preparation needed to have a competitive run.
Yeah, should we send a message to Akio Toyota just to also give sponsorship for this class of all the cars and the GR Yaris that are running in this class? Alan Mansfield going through the second part of his run, making good progress on the hill, whilst we had Stocks posting a 64.80, so quite a tight battle at the top between first, second and third, sorry. So we're going to see who's going to get closest. Peter Richings coming into our view. Peter has been really close to like Clubman Racing, and he's just enjoying himself in this Toyota GR Yaris that he has been campaigning since last year, or maybe 2 years now. And Peter so far second in the class. He'll be looking to improve on that 63.09. I'm sure there's a lot more potential in that car to get up to the top level.
Yeah, now something slightly different. Malcolm Hickey sets off a run of Caterham-style cars. All of these cars, Lotuses, Caterhams, Westfields, very similar in their design, and we have a group of them, and usually the competition is very close. Despite different engines and different chassis manufacturers, they all post very similar times. There's a huge lock up there for Malcolm as he slows down from the straight, but he gets it done. He's climbing up now to Museum before heading towards the line, and we'll see if he can improve on his time of 60.45. No, not quite that lock up, slowing him down a little bit towards the end.
Yes, looks like we've not been able to improve on this time, but Richard Price locking the wheels onto the entry of Museum. A tricky corner for the drivers. It's a blind entry. You're pretty much looking at the sky when you're entering that corner before he turns round. And you can see Richard Price, a 56.66 great time. That puts him second in the class, very consistent compared to his previous run. Ray Law is making good progress as well, and looking to improve. He's been having a bit of a challenge this weekend with Fallow, and it's great to see him just rounding that corner with no problem. Off he goes, Ram Museum, and we've got Steve Garner in the Westfield.
Yeah.
He's also making really good progress.
Steve Garner is the pace setter in this group, and he's really been on it. He was very quick down through Triangle, and his time up Cedar Straight has been a personal best. It looks like he might improve on his time ever so slightly and cement his position at the top of this category as he heads over the line. 56.37. That's a good run for Steve there. He almost certainly will end up being the quickest of those specialist production cars today. We also have the Westfield of Robert Lloyd on circuit, which is coming now around Museum to finish his run, and Andrew Russell's beautiful little orange Ginetta, which is already posting some very quick times. We'll see Richard Lloyd holds on to his place in 6th as we switch over to Andrew Russell's Ginetta, one of my favourite cars this weekend, I think.
Yeah, 1120 cc at the back of that car, but you wouldn't guess that, so it's just there's that small of a number. It goes, Andrew's a regular competitor here, and very quick for that car as well. It's incredibly well driven by Andrew, and you can see him running the Museum corner all the way through to the finish line. There's going to be a time of 62.71.
He doesn't better on his earlier run, but that doesn't matter. He's in a category of 1 this weekend as we focus in on Tony Feakin's Peugeot 205 GTI, as we also have Roy Holder's Renault Clio just coming out of Triangle.
Well, it looks like Tony wanted to really push on that run this afternoon. A 61.38, almost a second quicker than his previous run this morning. Roy will have to push real hard if you want to take the honours of that class, but he's looking at good so far on this run. And yeah, Roy is one of our officials here, so if he's not busy working on a car behind the wheel of that Clio, he's always trying to help round, make those events run as best as possible, really.
Yeah, it's a nice run for Roy Holder's Renault 6354. Not quite up to Tony Feakin's number. As we see Clive Austin in his AC Cobra. Now, this is a genuine AC Cobra, not a replica. And although it's got a original sort of engine in it, it's been up to 7.5 litres. Now, Clive doesn't normally drive this on the hill. He's got a single seater which he usually uses in the top category. But it's not working, so he decided to go home and get this instead, and he's just enjoying a drive up the hill. His times aren't that quick, but that's fine. He was telling me earlier it's got so much torque and the gear changes are so difficult that basically he shoves it into second or third and basically just uses it. That's the whole way up. No gear changing, just use the power of the engine. So he's just enjoying a nice country drive as he rounds off and finishes his run. Will he beat his earlier time? It's 75. No, oh, it's not. And another one that's not taken the broken the beam, unfortunately. So we don't know what that time will be. But his run earlier of 74 was pretty similar, I think.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the best sounding car on the hill. You can hear the grunt available of that V8 is incredible. And Clive has got about 500 horsepower under his right foot when he's behind that car. And obviously, the AC Cobras have been very competitive in historic racing, so they're usually the cars to beat on all the tracks that they go through. They've obviously over the years they've improved on their handling, which is usually one of their weak points. They might have had the grunt, but against the E-Type, usually the handling is what has been not helping so far. But great to see one of those cars. Clive definitely had the most looks of that car around the paddock.
Yeah, that was very good. And as we see cars coming down, that batch having finished, we'll take stock a little bit. Don't forget, people who are watching on YouTube on HillClimb.TV, you can join the HillClimb channel for a very short, small amount. 99p is your entry, and then £5 a month or 12, and that will give you a few extra little features that you can use, access to things. But in general, it just helps support the channel, which does such a good job of bringing hill climb from around the country to everyone in the world. And considering that there's no hill climbing on British television or anything like that, this is the best way you can get it. So please do support the channel if you're able by joining, even if it's just at that 99p a month. The more people who do that, the more money goes towards not only running the channel but improving it. And there are many different hill climb venues that we broadcast from around the country and follow various different championships. Mostly the Midlands, the British Championships. These get the big views, but also, like on days like this, lots of the smaller categories get their time in the sun as well. So it's a brilliant thing to do, and I think in the modern world, hill climbing is a motorsport that lots of people could get behind. It's short, it's fast, it's fun. It really suits the Instagram generation of reels and sort of the TikTok videos style. Under a minute runs, well, we get that all the time. So I think it's definitely definitely something that I think could be very popular if the word just gets about.
Yeah, you're right. And I was just going around checking on the comments from everyone, and it's fantastic because it's also becoming a tool for us. Gary Hall just jumped on the live stream and said on his previous run he had a small stone that got stuck under the throttle on his previous run, and so he's been able to relay that to us as well. So looks like he got this fixed and been able to play again today. It looks like we have been keeping a few people awake as well. I can see some watchers have been up to well past midnight, so thank you for tuning in. The great thing about the live stream is that you can also watch it when you're at most.
Yeah, go back and watch it again, can't you, later?
At a sensible hour. But you know, I'm not feeling bad about keeping you awake at this time of night, especially when we're watching motorsports. And it's great to have everyone back up online as well. I'm sure we're going to have a great season ahead of us. We have still about 4 batch of cars, I think, if I've counted right. Maybe 3 batch of cars coming up, and then we're going to have 2 runoffs. So don't leave us just yet. We've got some more exciting stuff coming up.
Yeah, always interesting cars on the way. I can see now the Van Diemen lining up ready for its run, and we'll see what else is to follow. Series of single-seaters perhaps. and these have been very exciting today, and it's always interesting. Different classes can sometimes produce the most action. Sometimes it's the big boys in their single-seaters. Sometimes it's the humble three-wheel Morgans that produce the action. And one of the benefits of hill climbing is just the variety of competitors and machinery. So here we are. We'll start off again in a moment. I can see all the red flags have come in from the marshals, so the track is clear and ready. And unfortunately Clive Austin's time's still going because he never finished, broke the line. But we have Andrew Colburn in the Van Diemen heading off. A really nice start for him, 2.17 for that first 64 foot. He heads then up around the top of the track through Hall and towards Loggerheads. There he breaks a beam. Green means it's a good run for him as he then charges down the hill into Triangle. Slows it down for the very tight right-hander for heading out towards the quick S-bends around Keepers and then onto the Cedar Straight.
Yeah, this Van Diemen powered by a Duratec 2-litre Ford engine at the back of that car. The car that originated from the Formula Ireland that's made its way here to the UK. So great to see this, and it's great to see that little form of single-seater, pretty much what we used to see in the single Meg series around the countries, and it's great to see those. Andrew Colburn at 53.86 and Jonathan Evans in this Pilbeam MP88, a great classic iconic shape I think for hill climb that we have seen around for many years now, and Jonathan Evans has been driving this car beautifully so far this weekend, taking this car to really good level in that class.
Yeah, Jonathan Evans coming towards the end of his run as he climbs up and around Museum towards the end of the line, while down in Triangle we have Nikki Cottrell in her Pilbeam. That's a shared car. Nikki heading on now. Nikki earlier did some quite good times in that car, and so we'll be hoping she can improve on her earlier run of 55.14. We'll see whether she can climb up the boards at all in that category, as Trisha Davies in the bright yellow Force is also down at Triangle.
Yeah, definitely the awards for the best looking exhaust, I think, on this car. Nikki Cottrell 55.919, sorry, and Trisha Davies going through the kink in the middle of the straight, no problem, 90 miles an hour as she comes onto the entry of Fallow, and this is powered by V8 home built by Terry. Her husband, 51.62, puts her fifth in class, a great improvement on her previous run. Nicola Durden is also going through, and 61.16, I think, was one of her best time this weekend, and she'll be looking to better that in that beautiful Gold Dallara F394.
Yeah, we've had a small group of female drivers, it seems. I think that's just the way it was pulled out of the hat as Nicola continues on up the hill. Trisha Davies' time ever so slightly quicker than her earlier one, keeps her at the top end of the table, which is very good, as Nicola Dearden takes that slightly unusual slimline Gould around the top of the course and up towards the finish line. She'll break the beam now, ever so slightly slower than her earlier run. Several of them going slower. I wonder if the slight cool down in temperatures has affected things, or whether that's just the way it goes.
Yeah, I guess some drivers might be pushing real hard on that second run. There's obviously the runoff in the mind of many of our drivers here today, so hopefully some will be trying real hard, like the one that we have in front of them. Calvin Broad in that Force TA, supercharged. It looks like they had a few issues earlier this morning, but they've been able to fix the car. The drive shaft is back on. So it looks like it's running as expected. I know they've been had a few issues as well with the gears, but it looks to be running well today. So I think it's the first time that or the second run that we have for Calvin. Obviously Alex didn't have a run this morning, probably with the drive shaft issues. A 40.45 for Calvin.
Yeah, good run for Kelvin as we see the Gould of Anthony Hunt making its way up the hill. Great to see this on track after its earlier issue in the runoffs, but a very quick change for them on that rear end to put a new drive shaft in, and then they're running and back on song. 48.81 instantly goes quicker than earlier run. That's a brilliant time as we switch now to Joseph Mackerel's Tiger, this bright yellow machine from 1983, I believe. So it's a good vintage car nowadays, but still capable of some good speed.
Yeah, powered by a 1.6 16-valve Peugeot engine, and you can see the great turn of speed, about 74 miles an hour at the end of the straight. It's a great turn of speed. Car that is obviously, I think, shared this weekend as well. And Joseph looking good so far. 58.19 was his previous time, and a better start, just under the 58-second mark, a 57.97.
Yeah, and then we have this classic liveried Triumph TR7 V8. Not only has this got a great big V8, it's got turbochargers and all sorts going on, and it's a bit of a beast, but I think it looks quite impressive as Nigel Elliott takes it up the hill round Museum, really powering on. Now unfortunately he's been slightly outclassed all weekend by the Porsche of Paul Howells, but he improves slightly. 60.97 for Nigel Elliott. Let's see if Paul Howells can improve at all on his time in that green and yellow Porsche 911.
Yeah, Nigel will be pleased with that run, but hard to beat Paul here in that beautiful 911 RSR here. If you were watching last year, that car was entirely yellow, and Paul for this year decided he would like to have a bit of green on this car, so he had a bit of a wrap. It's still the same car, and Paul has been running real well. A lot of power at the back of that car. 58.17, an improvement. And Stephen Moore in that Mitsubishi Evo 6 so far, been running real well, I think, leading in his class so far. A lot of power on his right foot of that four-wheel drive Mitsubishi Evo 6.
Yeah, although he's running slightly out of sequence, he's actually up against those Toyota Yaris's that we saw earlier, four-wheel drive production cars, and he has quite a substantial advantage. His 57.29, slightly slower than his earlier run, but still well in advance of those smaller Toyotas. Phil Goff in that Caterham Hayabusa is next up, and he's on his own in that class. However, he can still better his time. 61 dead he did earlier. We'll see whether he can improve on that. All his sectors have been purple pretty much as he goes across. 57.54, huge improvement there for Phil Goff. What a run that was. Really good time. As we switch to Steve Mundy in this quite incredible autocross, rallycross Ford Fiesta.
Yeah, an incredible car that we have. Steve is Ford, first time here at Loton Park, and I'm not sure I would take a 550 horsepower rallycross car for the first time, but he seems to be managing this car with no problem. Had a few gear changer issues on the first runs yesterday. They've been able to fix that, and it's great to see the running of that car, and great to see Iron Price as well in that Skoda Fabia R5 rally car base, really, and fantastic four-wheel drive. Quite a lot of power, about 300 horsepower. Einan is a fantastic rally driver as well, and somehow he just comes on the hill and enjoys his rally car again.
Yeah, Einan Price and Roger Moran, both in these Skoda rally cars, have been enjoying a really tight battle all weekend. Einan just not quite able to get close to Roger's times. 54.29 betters his own time, but Roger Moran just that little bit ahead as we see his green and white factory liveried Skoda heading up the hill. Although Einan's is a pure rally machine, this one of Roger's has had a slight tweak to make it more of a hill climb machine, and it really is a quick old car. Roger then heading towards the line, going to beat his time, 53.56.
Well, that's an impressive time for Roger. Almost a second quicker than Einan Price, but Matthew Price has definitely been one of the drivers today that has been trying real hard in that radical SR3 powered by Hayabusa engine. He was sideways coming out of Triangle just in front of us, and he carries on with a good pace so far, leading that class with a 52.57. doesn't better his previous time, but it's still enough to keep the lead so far.
Yeah, he has a definite advantage over the other runners in this class, the smaller radicals. Although they have a bit more room to play because they're not quite as big, they don't have anywhere near the power of that SR3. So we have here Stephen King in that Radical Pro Sport. Beautiful little cars these, but just not got the horsepower to push it as quickly. Let's see if he can better his time. I think 58.79 is not quite as good for Stephen King as David Bickley in his SR1 Radical now exits from the straight at 88 miles an hour.
Yeah, just a distinctive color accent for the Bickley family here. David being the father of Stuart, who will be driving later on. And David just rounding museum all the way through to the finish line. That's a 56.36. But Robin Nicholson has been trying to put the cat among the pigeon really in this class, showing what the Mallock Mark 20 can do. And great to see that car running on the hill. Let's see what Robin can do. So far, he looks to be a little bit quicker on the previous split, but I don't think he's going to improve on that previous time at 55.13. He's going to go through the finish line at 57.49.
However, on a really hot run is Graham Lokes in one of my favourite cars here, this little Lola, Porsche-powered Lola T492. So far, purple in every sector. He's really pushing up the hill. Now, he's guaranteed to win his class because there's only him in it. However, by putting up a personal best, that would really make his weekend. Graham crosses the line in a brilliant 55.89. A great run for him in that wonderful little car.
Yeah, Tom Weaver here on the screen will be just left the line and he'll be pushing to get a good time out of that car. He'll be looking to get into the second runoff this afternoon, and let's see what he can do. His best time so far today, 47.90, and I'm sure he can do that. You can see him sideways here, like he often does really, and looks to be looking at the time. It doesn't seem to have improved on that previous time, but let's see what he can do. We'll hope for him to go through the final timing beam in a good time, 42.23 so far at the entry of the museum. What can he do through the finish line of 49.25?
Yeah.
Should be good enough, I think, for him to get into the runoff, I think.
Perhaps a little bit ragged that run, unfortunately, but you've got to try sometimes to improve, and sometimes it's just not possible. We have next Gavin McLaren in his OMS, this bright yellow and blue machine, running without an engine cover on the rear. They've had a few issues, I think, over the weekend, but it seems to be all right now as Gavin is pushing his way up the hill. Not a bad time for him, but whether he can improve on earlier runnings, I'm not so sure. We'll keep an eye as he comes up towards the finish line.
Yeah, Richard Brandt just exiting a triangle here, and no problem, not hitting the flip-flops. And Richard is always one who tries to get to the highlights at the end of the weekend. But Richard so far has been running real well in this class so far. There's a 54.84. I'm sure he can get a better, and it looks like the car is moving around him. It's a bit of a handful to manage, but looks to be improving at 50.76. That looks much better than his previous run.
Yeah, he pulled it out towards the end there as we switched to Tom Morgan in this Empire Evo. Brilliant looking car this, and really spectacular sparks flying as it goes up the hill. Not seen that for a while. That's very good. Tom really pushing, hoping to improve. Currently sitting third in class, but he's got a chance to maybe move up a little bit as he just misses out. 49.67. Still a good run, but it's so competitive today in this category.
Yeah, Stuart Bickley, you can't miss him with this really bright yellow. And on the camera, it doesn't look like as bright, but let me tell you, when you see it in the paddock, it's a blinding yellow. And Stuart's been obviously the leading and the car in this class, and Stuart's doing real well so far. Might not be able to better his time, but he's really close to that, which is a good sign. Consistency is good as well, 47.85 for Stuart.
Yeah, I think times seem to have dropped a little bit across the board this afternoon after lunch. Everybody obviously had too much to eat and are gone a bit sluggish. As we switch to David Owen in the first of the Formula Ford runners. We've got 4 Formula Fords running with us this weekend. A couple of these much older cars, these sort of 1960 styles. David Owen and Les Buck there in those older cars. They used to share a car. They used to share it between them, shared drive. Now they compete against each other in the Formula Ford category. Both beautiful cars as David Owen finishes his run 61.6, ever so slightly slower, and Les Buck making his way up to the top of the track, as we also have the Simon Andrews in the much newer Van Diemen RF90.
Yeah, Les Buck so far third in the class with a 60.78. So let's see if he can get under that time. Doesn't look like it. A 62.34. Simon Andrew in the Van Diemen has been leading that class with a 60.26. So great to see Simon and Bernard Cavill enjoying their Formula Ford. Meanwhile, we've got Mark Shankler coming through, and he's been enjoying that car as well in the Force TA. Mark Shankler so far good running. Simon Andrew is 60.58. Retains the lead of that class.
Yeah, no change in the running order, I don't think there, but some nice runs all the same. Oh, so we have Mark Shankler's Force on track, just about to finish his run in a 51.46. He doesn't improve, but we also have Robert Kappa in this Empire Wraith, and he is improving. He's got a purple sector going through loggerheads. If he could continue that sort of pace, he might be able to slightly improve. Now, this car was slightly damaged, so he's had a frustrating weekend with it. But I think he's got more speed in there if he can just manage to untap it. But it doesn't seem to have gone much better for him. He's over the line now. Oh, just a little bit, 49.53. He'll be happy with that improvement and the top of the category. That hopefully will get him into the shootout as well, I'd have thought.
Yeah, that should be enough. Actually, very close. A lot of cars in that batch of cars in the 49s, and so that's been really good to see. And so we'll see what's coming up. And I guess we are coming to the end of this batch of cars. We're going to have another batch of cars before we jump into the runoff, and we're going to have the Titan X Top 10 Challenge, which is for tin top cars, the runoff for the cars that we have here running at Loton Park today. So great to see, and we are going to go through the list, but before we do that, I'm sure we should be able to pick up some of the questions from our online viewers, right?
Yeah, they've gone a bit quiet actually. There's less comments coming up on my screen. I don't know whether you get different to me, but if you are watching the live streams, do say hello on the comments, do get involved, and do consider joining the channel. Even just the 99p a month would be brilliant to have loads of people involved, and then sharing the word out, spreading the Hill Climb love to all your friends on social media and that sort of thing, and just showing what a great thing HillClimb.TV is. Not only do they do these live streams, but they also have videos on the channel which you can go back to and watch later, or they highlight interesting runs or particularly fascinating bits. So if you are into motorsport, and in particular if you're into hill climbing, it's a must, I think, and I think a brilliant way to support the sport.
Yeah, great to see Hill Climb Monsters tuning in as well. Thank you for everything that you do as well on your channel. It's fantastic channels. I spend way too much time watching those videos when I get a moment.
Yeah, it is always good fun, and also, I mean, if you're interested, go on to whatever you use, Facebook, Instagram, all the rest of it. Lots of these drivers and guys have accounts, and they'll post up really interesting stuff. I really enjoy Alex Summers, one of our top runners, not here this weekend, but really good competitor. He'll put up some interesting stuff on the car that him and his family are building. And it's all very technical and in very, very interesting stuff, aerodynamics and the rest of it. And other people just put up very fast runs, and you just get a whole variety. It really adds flavour to the sport when you get all this background information, and then you can see these guys running on the hill and sometimes bump into them in the paddock, and it's just a brilliant way of really feeling involved in the sport.
Yeah, thank you for tuning in, Steve. Great, thank you for the nice comments. Hope you're enjoying the watching from wherever you are, in the comfort of your living room, office, desk. Fantastic for everyone to see. And if you're here at Loton Park as well, thank you for coming as well, joining here and joining the action. You can watch it all again, so if you have been sat at a corner, you can come back home and also watch the action, sometimes of the replay that some of the covering allow us to do as well. And if you're here at Loton Park, you can carry on to make your way up to the top of the hill. Just follow the fence to your right. You'll get to see our drivers getting up to speeds of well over 130 miles an hour for the quickest car here, as they just lift off for the King. Some drivers will try and be very brave and not lift, but this is the scariest part of the hill for most our drivers here, and for some marshal that has just stood outside that little kink on the hill. And then you can carry on to make your way through Fallow and onto Museum. Two great corners, really. Fantastic corners that many of our drivers also enjoy. The entry to Museum, you don't realize it's just blind, and they just have to trust the car, pick a braking point, probably with a marker somewhere outside of that corner, and carry on to make sure that's all good.
Yeah, there's an interesting question by Miguel Angel there, asking why is the last corner called Museum? Is there a museum there? Well, no, unfortunately there isn't. That would be a brilliant addition. Who do we talk to about getting a museum built at the top of the track? I don't know. I don't know why it's called Museum. I will try and find out, I think. Maybe not for today, but at some point in the future we will discover why that's called Museum, because it's a good question, I think, and lots of the corners here and don't really know where the names come from. Triangle is because it's a little triangle in the corner, so I know that one, but the rest of it I suppose we'll have to try and figure out some of those, but it's great place up at Museum. Just the views you get from the top of the track, as Benoit was saying, are really nice. It's worth the climb up there, despite the fact that there's no museum there to visit. Chris, one of our other commentators, thinks keepers might be because there's a cottage on the corner, a keeper, like a gamekeeper's cottage. Cedar Straight, obviously, although the straight bit is a bit misleading. Cedar is because of the type of trees that goes up there. Hall is opposite to the hall that's over the road, so I'm guessing that's where that comes from. Fletcher's Dello, I've got absolutely no idea. Fletcher was somebody who made the bits for arrows, didn't he? But yeah. Loggerheads, I'm not sure.
Loggerhead is the...
could be to do with logging, yeah. Don't know.
Loggerhead is the symbol of Shropshire.
That's a good one.
That we have, so we're here in Shropshire.
Yeah, that's a good one. Well done, Benoit. Then that leaves Fallow. Well, I guess there's sort of a bit fieldy up there, isn't it? Maybe it's a fallow piece of ground.
Fallow deer.
Fallow deer, yeah, it could be. Nice one, Chris. So we've made up reasons for these corners having those names. I've no idea how close we are. Maybe an official from the track will come and tell us better at some point. It only leaves really the question of museum. Where did that come from, or where did the museum go? Maybe it was there and it's fallen, down the hill. But here we are back on track. Michael Dragoning in that Pilbeam MP88. Great machine this. It's been running well all weekend with Michael. He's been doing some really good runs and it's been good to watch. But he too, the splits again are a little bit down on other running. Showing up grey, although he's quick in the triangle. I think maybe the fastest runs of the day have been. We'll wait and see how that develops as Michael goes up through keepers and up onto Cedar Straight.
Yeah, Michael so far looks to be improving on the second part of the hill, so looks good going for Michael in that MP88. Great things to see on the hill, great running so far, and Michael so far has been 7 in this class, so I'm sure he'll be looking to improve on that time. 52.62, great improvement for him. And Ian Tucker has just gone past us as well in this OMS 28. I think he's the only car in this class, but so far looking to improve on his previous time.
Yeah, just to prove me wrong, Ian Tucker is going to go faster in pretty much every sector, so he's found some time, even if nobody else has. That OMS on song with its motorcycle engine and gearbox as he rounds the museum and heads towards the finish line. Let's see if he can beat his time of 58.288. He does, 52.74. Nice improvement there.
Yeah, Aaron Colburn will be one to get into the runoff as well, so he'll be trying real hard on this run. Looking good so far. Good launch off the line and rounds triangle through keepers, no problem for him. He'll be pushing the Ford engine at the back of that beautiful Van Diemen all the way through to the entry of Fallow. Great run so far for him from the look of it.
Yeah, a little bit sliding through some of those corners there for Aaron, so I wonder whether that's lost him that little bit of time. He doesn't seem to be improving after that excellent start he got. However, he's right at the top of the tables in this category anyway, so he should be... Oh, he does improve at the end, but only just. He's knocked a tiny... what is that, 300ths off his time, so a nice run for him as we wait for Edmund Burgess, who is sat on the line, to head off. But yeah, really good time there, nicely done for Aaron in that Van Diemen, and you know, like you said, that should get him into the runoffs later.
Yeah, looks like Edmund, as you can see, some of those missions can be a little bit temperamental at times. So I'm not sure what's happening. His crew is obviously looking at the car and he's checking a few things, making sure he's got drive from the look of it. Looks to be the case. Looks like they are going to look to restart the engine. You can see those cars don't carry any starter, so they have to come up on the lifeline, small battery on the trolley, and off he goes. The engine is running, so that's a good signal to hear. This Gold GR55 is powered by V6 2.5 litre from the DTM era, so Opel engine. Great engine at the back of that car, really smooth. You can hear the sound of that car, and you'll come into our view. And Ed is the record holder in the Bugatti at Prescott, but having a chat with him today, he says the course at Loton Park here is scaring me. But Ed has been a fantastic driver all weekend long, and it's the first weekend for him, I think. So he's just getting back into this groove of things, getting reaccustomed with the car, and you can see 102 miles an hour at the end of the straight. That's good going.
Yeah, and as Ed heads towards the finish line, we've also got Paul Crute on track in his green and white Jaguar-powered OMS. He'll be coming up as Ed finishes in a 50.61, slightly improvement for him, which is nice to see, as Paul Crute continues up through keepers and on to Cedar Straight as Kevin Craven starts off in his Pilbeam. If you're watching on the screen, you can see that in the little screen-on-screen action, which is a brilliant addition to the live coverage.
Yeah, Paul Crute making his way through the second part of the hill at Museum, rounding Museum, no problem for him. He's going to go through the finish line in a few seconds. It's a time for 54.95 for him, just under the 55-second mark. Doesn't better his previous time, but no problem for Paul. Great run so far. Kevin Griven making his way through the kink, and you can see the car. Sometimes they'll be moving around those cars, but no problem for Kevin. 95 miles an hour as he touched the brakes onto the entry of Fallow, no problem. You can see the big diffusers at the back of those cars. This is the most effective way to produce downforce for those cars, all the way through to the finish line of 52.61.
Yeah, that's a good slight improvement for him. Puts him 6th in his class currently, as we wait for Pete Tatham, who has been doing some brilliant times all weekend, but has had a few little technical issues, so hopefully a false start there for Pete. As that hang on, He broke the beam, but whether that's going to count or they're going to restart him.
Yeah, as long as the four-wheel don't go past the start line, that's all good. You can have those little moments off the line, so he's going to go rerun, and you can see him just leaving the line 2.08 at a 64 foot.
Really struggles to get the power on there. The whole car was shaking as he accelerated away from the line.
Yeah, well, it's definitely looking good so far for Pete. Had a lot of work to do, and unfortunately it looks like he's
another issue.
Bought his run, so he's going back to the paddock, and that is going to be frustrated, man.
Yeah.
Definitely a contender for the runoff later on. That would have been.
No, I wonder what the issue is now. He had trouble with all sorts earlier today, but impressive that he got out at all. But his time earlier, 49.54, that's a really good run for him. Which is a shame that he's not been able to carry on now. I fear that might be the end of his weekend, which is a great shame, as John Cottrell is lined up in his Pilbeam, ready to start. There he's off and away over the first 64 foot. 2.14 seconds for that as he heads up through Hall towards Loggerheads. And there he goes round the corner to Fletcher's Dello, that sort of little kink, and drop down the hill into Triangle, where he brakes hard, takes a nice neat line through there, and posting some green splits, so maybe just a slight improvement on his earlier time.
Yeah, let's see if he can take the honours against Niki today. John driving this beautiful Pilbeam that's powered by 2-litre Ford Millington engine, so quite a bit of power, about 300 horsepower at the back of that car. A fantastic looking car. Love the livery of that car, very reminiscent of the time that car went out. And John going through the finish line is a time of 55.03, so 8/10 shaved from his previous run.
Yeah, just ahead, that shared car, just ahead of Nicky, as we watch Terry Davies, his TA, that bright yellow car with his home-built engine, but it does a good turn of speed as it powers up the hill, up through Cedar Straight. We'll see what it's like as it breaks the speed trap. 97 miles an hour, that's pretty good going, as he enters through Fallow and climbs up the short hill to Museum, around that, and then heading towards the line. Looks like he might improve on his earlier time.
Yeah, 50.50, fantastic time. Andrew Benson coming into rounding Triangle, no problem. Best time so far today, 50.40. That was good going, but yesterday posted a time in the 49, so I'm sure he's capable, and the car is capable of getting under that 50-second mark, which is what he's been looking out for this weekend. And Andrew so far improving on all the splits, so that's looking good. Let's see what he can do so far as he goes through the finish line. It's a time of 49.35.
Yeah, puts him second in class, which is a great effort. However, this man, Jonathan Varley, well, he's been untouchable all weekend in that GWR Predator, and he doesn't need to go quicker than his earlier time. 46.42 was a brilliant run earlier, but we'll see what he can do this time out. Got to be another contender for that runoff that we'll have very shortly, as he exits Fallow through Museum at high speed, heading towards the finish line. It's going to be a 46.67, ever so slightly down on the earlier run, but only a couple of tenths, so another good turn for Jonathan Varley.
Yeah, it's not more than enough to get into the runoff, I'm sure, and Alex Coles will be one who will be looking to get into that runoff as well. Pushing hard so far and control the car beautifully into the entries of keepers. Incredible car control from Alex on that, and let's see what time. 120 miles an hour at the end of the straight. That's really good. Hard on the brake. Let's see what he can do. He's trying real hard to get into that runoff, isn't he? And Alex is definitely a try on that run. Let's see what he can do through the finish straight. That's a time of 48.80. That's a great time.
Yeah, that's brilliant. And after his failed run earlier, it's so good to see him come out and just smash it out the park there. As we watch Terry Graves in this beautiful Gould come through Triangle. Yeah, his times are looking green as well, so he may slightly improve. This car was definitely a contender in the runoffs earlier, so likely we'll see it out again very shortly. 94 miles an hour at the top of the hill. Pretty good run so far. All those greens on those timing screens, people who are watching, well, that just gives you an indication that it's going to be a quicker run. As Terry heads up towards the finish line, he breaks the beam at a 49.69, so just missing out right at the end.
Yeah, Graham Wynne is on the line and getting ready to launch, and he's put his visor down, looking at the light. Launch control, off he goes. 2.2 second at the 64 foot, good going so far. And Graham will be looking to get into that runoff for sure. All of our drivers in that class, almost all our drivers have improved on their previous time. And Graham coming into our view with this jet-powered V8 car, about 700 horsepower at the back of that car. Incredible turner speed, and we're going to watch him going all the way through this Cedar Straight.
Yeah, Graham was really impressive earlier today with a 47.1 run, and this one, although not looking quite as quick, it's still looking pretty fast as he exits from Museum and he heads up towards the finish line. He'll finish his run in a 47.62, but Andy Tippett in that classic Brabham BT30 is on a flyer. All his sectors so far have been quicker. He's really pushing that classic car up the hill, and hopefully he's going to better his time than he did earlier today.
Yeah, Graham Wynne, obviously that should be a good time for him. Quicker than his qualifying run this morning, so good going for Graham. Andy Tippett going through the second part of the hill, no problem in that beautiful BT30, powered by V8 3.5 litre Rover engine, so it makes all the right sound at the back. 56.52.
Just at the end, missed out.
Yeah, missed out by 110, so probably didn't carry as much speed on the second part of the course. Robin Johnson is also looking to improve, trying to also take the honours of that class, just competing against his mate John Mackerel.
Yeah, and then out of the single seat as we move to this Ford Anglia, slight lock-up for Dave Parr as he drops down into Triangle, but gathers it together and continues on his way up through Keepers and onto Cedar Straight in that classic car as he climbs up the hill towards the speed trap. Don't expect 120 from this Ford Anglia, but he's heading up and around the course as down in the bottom of the screen and from the start line you see Peter Herbert start off in that Porsche 911.
Yeah, great, beautiful car to see on the hill, and Peter Herbert making his way through the first part of the hill, coming into our view in that classic 911 air-cooled 964, and great, incredible handling on those cars when they're properly sorted. They're just a wonderful thing to see on the hills, and yeah, great to see what we have running as one of those classic Porsches today.
Yeah, I think we've had a slight hiccup with our timing again. A few of the timing screens have dropped off, but that doesn't stop us enjoying the action and watching this Porsche as it climbs up the hill. A great sight. We've had a whole variety of Porsches here, old and new, and a few things to the side like that Porsche-powered Lola. So it's been a nice selection of cars for us to watch as Peter Herbert finishes his run. Unfortunately, we do have a time for that, 62.12, so a nice run for him as he ends off that batch of cars. They'll be heading back down the hill, back towards the paddock. And again, some of these will have run for the last time today, so if you're here trackside, do give them a wave, a clap and a cheer, just to show your appreciation, because we often say thank you to the marshals and everybody, but we should also say thank you to the competitors. They're the ones that actually put on the show, so it's good to see them and to support them when we can. So it's nice to see a bit of support for them, certainly as they come back down slightly slower. They can see and appreciate your waves as they pass by. The great run of cars and a great selection of things here again today. Benoit, have you had a favourite car going up the hill then today?
Oh, every single time is the Jonathan Varley in the GWR Predator is incredible. John is always very consistent as well in that car, and he's shown it again today. So he's an incredibly talented driver, but also an incredibly nice bloke around the paddock. He's always the first one who will be helping to get another car running or helping another competitor back up and running. And it's fantastic thing to see such a friendly atmosphere around the paddock here in HillClimb. I think that what stands out after spending a bit of time around the paddock this morning is what really stands out is such a friendly bunch of people around, always ready to help, looking after one another, making sure that, you know, if you have an issue, I'll help you fix your car. Very often as well, we see some drivers who can't run, and they will often be invited to drive someone else's cars if they want to. So a fantastic bunch of people here. Great to see the cameras here at the top showing us a great view of the top paddock and the work our marshals are doing, especially with our single-seaters. Sometimes they need a bit of a push to be started again, or simply to get run down the hill. So a big thank you to all the marshals here, everyone from the rescue team, the ambulance crew as well, who are making these events possible. Without them, nothing would be running, and it's a fantastic thing to see. So thank you to everyone, including people in the office, everyone in the organization that makes those events possible for us to have a little bit of fun.
Yeah, it is very, very good. It's been a very enjoyable weekend. Got to say, I've really enjoyed watching Dave Newell's Austin A40 this weekend, as I always do. That's always fun to see, and I have a real soft spot for that car. But I think my favourite has been Matt Clark in that red Mini, who's just been so quick through every corner. I remember reading a thing about mini racing back in the 60s, where it was, I forget who, someone like Andy Shepherd, who raced them back then, said, we didn't bother using the brakes for the corners, we just turned and let the speed scrub off as you went sideways. And it does seem that that's been picked up here. It's just been so spectacular watching that little red Mini. So I think that's been my favourite of the weekend. Chris, what about you? What's been your favourite so far?
Well, hello again. Hang on, hang on.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm not there. Oop, hang on. I think we're somewhere handy now. Well, I got to be honest, Matt Clark is brilliant, isn't he? I mean, he drives the pants off that little Mini. But the whole Fassi class, I think, has been very, very entertaining. I'm just having a problem here with this microphone. Hang on, let's get sorted. Yeah, that's right. Yes, it's been absolutely fabulous weekend. That little Porsche going back, that's Peter Herbert going back into the paddock, that left-hand drive 911. I mean, that's a classic Porsche, isn't it? And I'm a huge fan of those. Yeah, it's been a great weekend. I see, we're just looking back into the paddock now, the single-seaters are getting ready to do their runoff. We're going to have the tin top runoff as well, aren't we? So which is coming up shortly. We've got the runners and riders for that in here now, haven't we? Yeah. Yeah, and that's previous running order. We haven't got it for that yet. Benoit's got that, yeah. And that's quite a hard one because that's done on the previous time run on this that they've just done. So in theory, somebody could have a pretty poor run, get up the hill, but still get in the runoff, and then be 2-3 seconds quicker if they really get their act together. So I'm not sure I'm entirely a fan of that, but there we are. That's the way it is. But that'll be exciting to see. Simon Hutchinson and the like. Whether they won't be hanging around, will they? Stephen Moore, they'll be giving it everything they've got, won't they? But yeah, Matt Clark and his little Mini, fantastic car. But there's been loads actually. Of course, I've loved seeing all these single-seaters this weekend, particularly the 1100 class. It's so competitive, isn't it? Yeah. Like Stuart Bickley there and the young guns, you know, Alex Coles. Looks like we've got a car on the line, actually. We'll be back into action. Looks like a Lotus Elise.
Yeah, Rob Wilson is the first of the Contender in Titan X Top 10 Challenge, and for viewers here and spectators here, the Titan X Top 10 Challenge is against the fastest class time. So it's not the whoever is fastest in that runoff, is whoever can get closest to the time that you have in that class. So everyone will be pushing real hard to get close to that time, and that's how points are awarded in this runoff. And then there's someone very smart in the office who will be working everything out. So as we go through, we'll take you through, and hopefully I'll be able to make and work this out to give you at least whoever's been getting as close as possible to that top time. Rob Wilson just launched off the line in that Lotus Elise, the first of the Contender, qualified with a 58.91, and unfortunately looks like to have going straight on. So Rob Wilson probably was looking to try, hopefully nothing. He has disappeared from the screen from the look of it, but there's quite a large runoff outside of that corner, so hopefully we can get him back and running. That will be obviously, I think, a fail for Rob. Our marshals will be attending to the car. I can see the back of the car looks to have locked up onto the entry of that corner, so no real problem. Car looks in one piece, so that's great news for us to see. You'll be very frustrated with that run, obviously. There'll be a foul for him, and he'll be taking it a little bit slower onto the second part. He'll be probably driving back to the paddock, I believe. I don't think there's any point him running up the hill.
Yeah, unfortunate, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. As you say, no damage to the car, just to his pride. Going back into the paddock. Yeah, the failed run. I see we got the two Skodas who both got into the runoff, as you'd expect. But we got some quick stuff here. Stephen Moore in the Evo, obviously Robbie Birrell in that very rapid Porsche. But just looking through the times then, so the actual best time for the tin tops has been Roger Moran then.
Yes, yeah. But that's not how everything runs.
No, I appreciate that's not how it runs,
we'll be obviously looking at, what I'll be looking at during this runoff is improvements based on those times. Usually those drivers will get real close to those time, and hopefully we'll get to see some good times as well. So that's what all our drivers will be looking. They'll be looking to improve on those qualifying runs.
So if you're going to pick a winner out of the handicaps and the fact that they're trying to improve, any that stand out to you think, I think he can probably go a bit quicker? What are you thinking?
Well, it's hard to say. I wouldn't be surprised of seeing, for example, Andrew Coleman, who probably has a bit of potential in the car, and looking at his time, I know he can get to a low 58. It's quite difficult to look at the top times. When I look at Simon Hutchinson, they're really close to that class record, so that's going to be a bit of a challenge for those guys, for Robbie Birrell and Simon Hutchinson, to get really close to that time. Andrew Coleman is on the line. Let's see what he can do.
He leaves the line. Andrew Coleman leaves the line. He's off the first 64 feet in 2.54. So he's going to be the first runner we see that actually probably reaches us and hopefully completes the course. So at the moment he's looking very nice indeed. He's just coming into our view now, coming down into Triangle. At the moment we haven't really got much clue about what time he's going to do, but nevertheless he's our leading runner and rider at the moment as he heads up towards Keepers, looking smooth. Four-wheel drive, permanent four-wheel drive, I believe, on that car, about 300 horsepower. Benoit, what do you reckon?
Yeah, great turn speed so far for Andrew. It looked real clean so far, and that's usually a good sign of speed. He'll be looking to shave a lot of speed onto the entry of Fallow, no problem. Turns around, no problem, into the entry of Museum, rounds that corner. He'll use all the traction of that four-wheel drive to power him all the way through to the finish line. It's a 57.94 for him, a good improvement, I think, on his previous time.
That is a good time, isn't it? 57, and his bogey time was 58.76, so he's nearly a second quicker, isn't he? So that's That's always puts the cat amongst the pigeons, and it is quite hard to improve on your time. I know the last time we had a tin top runoff here, Stephen Moore won it, and he was actually about 2.5 seconds quicker than his previous time. So whether or not that happened this time, I don't know actually. So the next one we're hoping to see will be Dave Wilson. He's also in that little Lotus, I'm taking, as a shared car, isn't it?
Yes, he's just jumping his seat after a little moment. Everything looks okay, so great to see the car back up and running in the hand of Dave.
Yes, so Dave, I was chatting to him before. He had a Clio last year, Benoit, didn't he, I think? And he thought he'd got about as much as he wanted out of the Clio. And already he's gone quicker in this car than he did last year. And I was looking at the engine configuration. Little K-Series, he says you've got to take the back end off. Anyway, he's 2.28 away from the line. Can he get the thing out? Yeah, he's got round Hall, which is a good start. Yeah, that's it. And he heads towards Fletcher's and Loggerheads. So he'll be coming into our view anytime now, round about now. Here he comes, looking good so far, coming down into Triangle. Unfortunately, we can't tell you whether they're up or down on the handicap times at this stage, but first job, they've got to get to the top. So he's gone round Keepers, and he'll be heading up towards the Cedar Straight.
Yes, Dave, looking good so far, good progress on the hill. He'll be looking to push that car, try to improve. Qualifying time for Dave Wilson, 58.80. It's looking good so far. Look to be on good course to improve on that time. So good for him to go through that. And let's see what time he can post on that one. Getting real close, actually. Not going to improve on his qualifying run, a 61.16.
So quite a bit slower, actually. I don't know whether the track conditions have changed at all. The sun is sort of out. It's I don't know what the temperature is. Similar to probably just prior to lunch, I suspect. Here comes Einan Price, actually. Einan Price went up in 54.29 earlier, so that's what he's got to beat. And Roger Moran has got the bragging rights this weekend so far. So can Einan pull it out the bag? So he's away. 2.13 off the line for the first 64 feet. That's extremely quick. That permanent four-wheel drive. There's about 300 odd brake horsepower in this car, but the suspension, the braking is an incredible setup actually, and the handling. Here he comes now. Now Einan's been a bit ragged this weekend, but he's gone a bit wider into Triangle Dead. He's smoothly round. So far, so good. I think he's trying to keep this run as smooth as possible, not the usual rally driver style that he's sort of used to. Anyway, he's away.
Yeah, looks like Einan couldn't resist sometimes just to slide the car, but it's looking good so far. 92 miles an hour at the end of the Cedar Straight. Good entry onto Fallow, carried a lot of speed onto that corner. Looking good so far for Einan. Pushing wide a little bit onto the exit of Museum, but no problem. Up the gears through the finish line of 54.62.
Okay, Stephen Moore with us now, already around the triangle. Let him off quicker now. So Stephen Moore, who was very quick this morning, he's got three Evos he owns. This is probably his slowest Evo, but it's still 600 brake horsepower. It's a production road car. Can you believe that?
Yeah, Stephen, great turn of speed as well so far. 72 miles an hour at the end of the Cedar Straight, but I'm going to let you pick up Roger Moran coming into our view.
Yes, Roger Moran is away from us. Can he beat Einan Price as Stephen Moore heads up towards the finish? Here comes Roger Moran. Is he going to beat Einan Price again? Right, he's looking good so far. Very experienced driver. Father of Scott Moran as well. Heading up towards Keepers. He's round Keepers now. Okay, over to you, Benoit.
Yeah, time for Stephen Moore. 57.49. Roger Moran making good progress through the second part of the hill. And looking at the time, he looks to be a little bit quicker than Einan Price actually, so that's looking good. We're going to take this all the way through to the finish line. Let's see what he can do. Pushing real hard through the finish line. Let's see the time. A 54 dead.
54 dead as Simon Hutchinson has already gone by, absolutely barrelling it up the Cedar Straight now. He's going to be on an absolute mission. Can he take the class record? Who knows? He's heading in towards Fallow now as Robbie Birrell follows on in his Porsche. Benoit to the finish with Simon Hutch.
Yeah, it's been a tough battle between the two, Robbie and Simon, but Simon looking good so far. let's see what time. 57.16. I believe that's a really good time. That's almost better. Well, 2/10 quicker than his qualifying run. So let's see what Robbie can do in that 500 horsepower Porsche Cayman. He's definitely trying hard. You can see the car moving a bit, and he's definitely looking to improve on that time. On the throttle, up through the gears, all the way through to the finish line. Let's see what time. 57.05.
Whoa, that's quick, isn't it, too? So, yeah, Robbie Birrell has beaten his bogey time, as did Simon Hutchinson. Stephen Moore was just fractionally out his time. So actually, that I don't think all the runners and riders are going. So Richard Snow doesn't look like he's going to run. Stephen Moore, so Richard Snow. Robert Lancaster Gay, I think he's maybe not competing now.
Yeah, looks like there's two I've not made it up the hill. So the competitors in that Titan X Top 10 Challenge are making their way back to the challenge. So yeah, it was great running.
Who do you think's beat their bogey time the best?
So the quickest of, the driver who's most improved and has gone quickest of that lot will be, I think,
Andrew Coleman?
I think it'll be Simon who will be improving, or Andrew Coleman. But obviously unofficial results. I don't want to say anything wrong whilst I'm trying to figure out those numbers that I've got in front of me.
Yeah, I'm going to pick Andrew Coleman. It's not the official one, but he looks like he's beaten it just by the most. So what a cracking little tin top runoff that was, actually.
Yeah, and actually, if I look at the time, 57.05, if that would have been on a competitive run for Robert Birrell, that would have been a new class record, including Simon as well, which have posted a 57.16, which is a tremendous effort from both of those drivers today. Great to see how quick those cars have gone. For reference, the record on that class is a 57.26, record that stood out for the past almost 2 years. And yeah, they've improved about 2/10 that record, which is a tremendous effort from Robbie and Simon Hutchinson so far this weekend.
Okay, so we are now heading towards the championship runoff, the second one of the day for the Midland Championship. If it's as good as the first one, fantastic, fantastic. And I see that Graham Wynn was in second place in the qualification again. So Jonathan Varley, yes, is definitely been the quickest so far, but lovely to see Graham up there again. Stuart Bickley was third quickest, and Alex Coles and Anthony Hunt fourth, then Tom Weaver. So that's going to be fantastic. Before we start that runoff, a massive thank you to all our marshals out on the hill, doing an amazing job in the paddock, start officials, to all our medics, to all our clerks of the courses, to our timekeepers, to everybody that's doing an amazing job. Here comes young Bill Pardo, coming to see us again. Hello, Bill. What have you got for us now? Thank you very much indeed. Okay, we've got the running order for the Midland runoff, and Stevie Morgan will be the first up in the Empire. So yeah, thanks very much to the marshals, doing an amazing job. Everything's running well. After this will be the end of the meeting. There probably will be a presentation up at the top there.
Yes.
And I shall just have a word with my colleagues to see if any of those are involved with that.
Yes, so we are going to look into the runoff. So the cars are going to start being lined up. And yeah, great to see, and everyone as well who has been joining us live today. Thank you for tuning in this weekend. We'll be looking at this last runoff for this Sunday, so we'll be pushing on and to that.
Well, okay, so we've got Steve Morgan, father of Tom, coming to the line in the Empire. Now, these little Empires, they're lovely little things. They're built down in down by Taunton by Bill Chaplin. They're running motorbike engines, as most of them do. This one's got a little Suzuki engine. This is in the 1100 class. It's a normally aspirated, non-turbo engine, very rapid. So he leaves the line. Steve Morgan leaves the line, 2.43 for the first 64 feet, heading into Hall. Looking good so far. He'll be our first contender. I don't expect him to win it, but he'll put a marker down, and if he gets to the top, he will be the quickest so far. Here he comes into Triangle. Nice smooth line round there. This little car actually has got a new engine this year, and it's got about over 200 horsepower out of that little engine, heading round keepers up towards the Cedar Straight.
Yeah, Steve Morgan putting the first marker down. Quickest time from Steve was a 50.10. That was his qualifying run from earlier this morning, and he'll be looking to better that time, I'm sure. It's looking good so far. Car looking and behaving real well so far on the course, and he'll be going round the finish line of 51.77. That'll be our reference time for all the other cars coming up.
Excellent. Well, that is a starter for 10, as they say. Terry Graves is just about to start. He'll be handing the car back to Anthony Hunt. Quite a bit of smoke start at the start, but already he's up on time, as you'd expect from this big, powerful Gould with its big V8 engine, big IndyCar engine. Terry Graves probably be looking to improve on things a bit. He's warming up this weekend. It's his first weekend back, so yeah, he comes around Triangle. Does that car look good? Sounds tremendous. I can't see. Oh, a little bit of smoke again on overrun there. Round keepers and away.
Yeah, great to see Terry Graves back in the DJ, and great that they've been able to fix the car, obviously, as Anthony Henson was not able to complete his run previously. Looking good, 1.45 second quicker so far, second quicker so far, with the power of the DJ car powering through 50.53 as we've got sparks coming out as he goes past the finish line. 50.53, a little bit slower than his qualifying run, but
yeah,
good time so far.
Yeah, he slowed up a bit there, to be fair, I'm not sure. But anyway, those two cars will now come back down the hill to hand over to the other drivers. Terry's definitely, I've seen him a lot quicker than that here, but I'm hoping the car's okay. Certainly a little bit smoky. That's an unusual sight. These big engines, they're not cheap to buy. They're certainly not cheap to rebuild. But it might be something tied up with the ECU, who knows. But either way, he should hand that back to Anthony Hunt, who Anthony Hunt, incidentally, this weekend seems to have been on a mission, doesn't he? I've never seen him go so quick. He's been very impressive, actually. We've got, so we should have, according to this, we should have Aaron Colborne next in the Van Diemen, the Formula Ireland car. So, yeah, very entertaining. What do you think so far, Benoit?
Yeah, fantastic run. And as you said, Anthony Hunt has been driving real well this weekend. He was the fifth fastest in the qualifying time that I have got in front of me. Let's see what Aaron Colborne can do. He was one of the runners today under the 50-second mark, so always a good reference time that many of our drivers are looking to beat, but I'm going to have a close eye as to what Tom Weaver is going to do. I think he was frustrated from his run so far in the runoff this morning, so I'm sure he'll be looking to improve on that, as there's a lot of potential in that car, and I'm sure Tom is capable of putting down a real good time this time around.
Yes, so Tom Weaver from Ludlow and Alex Coles from Plymouth, they're two of our young guns that have been absolutely brilliant, and getting quicker and quicker every year as the cars get bigger and better and quicker. They are definitely two to watch out for, really. And I was pretty impressed with Alex, to be fair, in that supercharged force that he shares with Kelvin Broad. They own half the car each, don't they? I don't know which half he owns. Either way, amazing. Now it looks like Aaron Colborne is about to come to the line. It looks like quite a quiet paddock down there. There's certainly not a line of cars, but they'll all suddenly appear. Ah, yeah, that's it. They're getting there. So here comes the Van Diemen approaching the line. Is he going to do a little burnout runoff? Yeah, I think he is. A little one there. That's right. Can't miss that bit. So yeah, he'll be looking to get. Well, what would he be happy with? 6th or 7th? Would be a really good result, wouldn't it? Really? I don't know. Anyway, he's getting ready to go. He's getting ready to go. Pulls the visor down, gloves on. Revs the engine, and he's away. A nice clean start. 2.07, that's a quick start. He's already 0.034 up on the previous contenders, which is some going, but I don't think he's got the power back to Big Gould, for example, but he's still up by 0.43 as he comes down into Triangle. This is a tremendous run so far. Can he keep it up on his way? Oh, a little bit sideways going out there. He's not hanging about. He's certainly trying hard. He's round keepers already. He's 0.17 up. Over to you, Benoit.
Yeah, he's on course for a time in the 49 seconds, 0.89 second quicker so far, 100 miles an hour so far. Good going for that car. Half a second quicker so far on that run. Carries the speed through Museum, and he's going to use all the speed and the gears that he has to go through the finish line of 50.19. That puts him faster so far. Good running for Aaron.
Yes, it's still over 50 seconds. We know that Jonathan Varley, wasn't he in the 45s, wasn't he? 46 this morning. But that's a lot more to come yet. So after this, we're expecting to see, is it Tom Morgan? Tom Morgan next, yep. So he'll be taking over from Dad. Tom is probably got the bragging rights on his dad at the moment. Another young driver. I think he's only about 18 or 19 years old. I remember last year we celebrated his birthday at one of the meetings when I think we decided he was 17 then. Do you think he's 18 now? I don't know. Anyway, it matters not. It matters not. All I know is we're waiting for him to come to the light. Oh, somebody's coming now. That looks remarkably like him. Yeah, that's him. That's him with a bright coloured helmet on. It's a great looking car, isn't it, in the blue, and they got that pink on there as well. That 220 brake horsepower out of the engine, so that's a seriously good performing Suzuki engine. And I was given a heads up on this engine. He was told me he's got some really great new engine builder. So can Tom go under 50 seconds? He's got to beat 50.19. He's away. A good clean start. 2.30. He's into his stride. He's into Hall. He's heading down towards Fletcher's Dello and Loggerheads. Here he comes. He's coming into our sight now. Nice. Yeah, looking good. Straight, clean, round triangle. At the moment, he's about level pegging at the moment as he heads towards Keepers. Keepers is looking good, and he's slightly down on Aaron Colburn.
Yeah, it's looking good for Tom, but he might not have the power to beat some of the quick cars, but he's quicker so far. 101 miles an hour at the end of the straight. Nice entry onto Fallow. Carries the speed all the way through to Museum. 0.7 down. Quicker, that's good so far for Tom. It's going to be quicker so far, I think. 49.40. That's the first time that we've gone to the 50-second mark, so that's a real good time. Actually better than his qualifying run, so we'll be happy for this.
Excellent time, takes him into the lead as Robert Capper is on the line. Robert's got all singing, all dancing Empire Race. We know he's had a little incident or two this weekend that's meant to have affected his handling or his ultimate speed. Anyway, at the moment, 2.17 off the line into Hall. So at the moment, he's looking pretty good. He's not getting the sector times. Yes, he's up by 0.012 as he heads down towards Triangle. He will be giving it everything he's got. He's a quick driver, comes from London, keeps the car in Windsor, going up towards Keepers, round Keepers, and he's up by nearly half a second.
Yeah, the car will be looking to push error on that car, using all the downforce available to him. 96 miles an hour at the end of the Cedar Straight. 0.18 quicker so far than Tom. Looking good so far for Rob, and he's rounding Museum so far. Let's see what time he can do. Up through the gears, through the finish line of 49.35. So that's 0.05 quicker than Tom.
just a little bit quicker, so he goes into the lead. We've had 5 runners. Robert Capper is in the lead with a 49.35. We've got Andrew Henson next in the Gold Delara, the Slim Delara, but it's got about a 280 brake horsepower engine. He's a good driver. He's gone very well in this car. Last year, I know he'd put up some tremendous times. Can he ruffle the feathers of Robert Capper? At the moment, he's 0.45 down on Robert as he comes down towards Triangle. Nice line through Triangle. Power goes down, away. Doesn't look as quick at the moment. Heads in towards Keepers, just slightly down.
Yeah, he might be able to make up a little bit of time through the straight, but no problem for Andrew so far. I'll be pleased to get into that runoff. The sparks coming off at the car, and quicker so far on the entry of Fallow. Great time so far for Andrew. Quicker so far around Museum. Carries the speed all the way, use all the rev of that engine all the way through to the finish line of 49.12. That's a great time for Andrew.
Well done, Andrew. Tremendous time. Takes him into the lead. 6 runners and riders gone. Andrew Henson in the lead with a 49.12. Okay, we got a young gun, Tom Weaver from Ludlow, in his Empire Evo. This car's a lot faster than last year's model that they had. They sold that car now. They've got this one. It looks absolutely amazing in these colours. This young man can pedal a racing car. He's away from the line. 2.43 off the line. That's a quick time off the line, but he'll make his time up. I'm sure he's got a lot to come. So here he comes now. What's his sector time going to show us? At the moment he's 0.45 down as he comes down towards Triangle. Is he trying too hard? Can he keep it really straight, not ragged? Yeah, he had a big slide out of there last time, but so far so good. Into Keepers, I think he's half a second down.
Yes, Tom looking good so far, half a second down, but he can probably make a bit of that time onto the straight. Let's see what he can do. 0.41. In his previous run, he made quite a bit of time onto the second part of that run, and I'm expecting him to improve on that. Locks the brake onto the entry of Museum, no problem for him. Still a little bit slower, but 0.15 is only the small difference that he has against Andrew Henson. A great run for him though.
Okay, so Tom goes into second place with a 49.27. 7 runners gone. Andrew Henson still leads him with a 49.12. Okay, coming to the line now, we've got Anthony Hunt in this big Gorgia DJ55. Big IndyCar engine, 700 horsepower. This is a big, seriously fast car. He has a great chance of taking first place at this stage. He's away. Quite a bit of smoke from the engine as he leaves the line. 2.25 off the line, going up towards Hall. Okay, so is Anthony going to take the lead in the runoff? At the moment, we're not getting with Judd. Yes, he is. He's 0.20 up as he heads down into Triangle. Brakes hard into Triangle. He's at 76 mile an hour at the speed trap there, puts the power down, going up towards Keepers, going round Keepers, nice and cleanly. He's away, and he's up.
Yeah, he's up, and he's going to make probably a lot of time with the power of that XD engine at the back of that car. 96 miles an hour at the end of the straight. Great turn of speed, 0.24 quicker so far. He's going to go round Museum, 0.07 down, so hasn't carried all the speed that he wanted to between Fallow and Museum, but no problems through the finish straight. 0.12. That's a 49-second dead for Anthony Hunt.
49 seconds for Anthony Hunt takes him into the lead. So 8 gone. Anthony Hunt leads it. Alex Coles from Plymouth on the line in the Force T8, the supercharged Hayabusa engine in the back. He's scorched off the line in 2.27. This young man can really drive a racing car. He's hungry, he's young, he's keen. He's in the lead at the moment as he's coming down towards us at Triangle. He's trying hard. Go, Alex, go, go, go. He's still up. He's 0.02 up at the moment. He had a bit of a moment there. Heads into Keepers. He's still looking good, and he's up.
Yes, from the big V8 engine to the 1300 supercharged engine, Alex is showing the power of that car. 124 miles an hour at the end of the straight. Tremendous turn of speed. 1.3 second quicker so far, 1.46. That's a great run for Alex. You can see he was pushing that car real hard. And off through the finish line of 47.31. He'll be really happy with that run. That might give him at least second or third, I think.
Well, at the moment he's leading. He's 47.31. He's well in the lead at the moment. He's taken a second and a half nearly off Anthony Hunt there. That puts him in the lead with 9 runners gone. Only Stuart Bickley, Graham Wynn and Jonathan Varley to come. But that is a great time. Stuart Bickley was very rapid earlier. He was superb all last season. You won't miss this car, the Force TA in the fluorescent yellow. My goodness me, this young man is a charger. He's away. Just 2.5 seconds for the first 64 seconds, but for 64 feet, he's already round Hall. So let's see what he's up to. So he's going to appear in our screen any moment now. Here he comes now. He's 1.43 down. Stuart's had a mare. Okay, so he's gone round Triangle now. He's 1.52 down. It's not happening for Stuart this run at the moment, Benoit.
Yeah, let's see if he can make it up onto the second part of the hill. He's making up a bit of time, so 1.35, closing the gap, but obviously Alex Coles has put a tremendous time here at the top of the board, 2.28, and remember this is only under 1100cc that car, so let's see what he can do. 2 seconds down, let's see the time. His previous time over 47.85, and that's a 49.42. Not a great run for Stu. He's going to be quite frustrated with that run. That puts him 7 in that runoff.
Well, I was surprised there. Something happened around the top end that we didn't see. We couldn't see it because it's out of view there. So anyway, Alex Coles from Plymouth still leads with a 47.31 as Graham Wynn, just 2 to go. Graham came second in the runoff last time. Can he take the runoff win? He's got to beat Jonathan Varley and Alex Coles. But he's certainly a wily campaigner. He's been doing this years. He's held hill records. He's been brilliant in other classes as well. He's got a beautiful gold, which he shared with Scott last year. He knows his way up the hill. He's still very rapid indeed. And Alex Coles has put a marker down there. He's away. Graham Wynn is 2.19 for the first 64 feet. That's quick. Into Hall. No mistakes so far. Okay, now we're going to get a green or a red sector coming up any moment as he appears in view. He's 0.22 down on Alex Coles as he comes into Triangle. Don't forget this car's got 700 horsepower, immensely powerful, heading on his way up towards keepers. Graham, what have you got? What have you got? He's slightly down. Over to you, Benoit.
Yeah, Graham will be trying to make up the gap through the straight, and 0.13. So hasn't gained much time as you would expect from the power of that gold, but 0.3 seconds quicker so far for Graham, all the way through to the finish line. His time of 46.72. The first time in under the 47 marks, the first 46 second. That's definitely a second spot for him. Let's see what John can do as he joins us and lines up the car on the start line.
Okay, Graham Wynn, fantastic time, 46.72. He's in the lead now. Now Jonathan Varley, he's the only one left to run. He won the runoff this morning. Is he going to get a good clean run? Is he going to win the runoff? Or is Graham Wynn going to take the win? Win for the win? Or Jonathan Varley? Do you like that? Okay, right, Jonathan. He's away in this magnificent Predator. So far, so good. 2.12 for the first 64 feet. He's already going round Hall. We'll get a little idea any moment now as we get a sector coming up. He's already up by 0.28 as he comes into my view at Triangle. Locks up coming into Triangle, but gets it round. Looking good so far. Heading up towards keepers. We'll get the next sector time. And he's round keepers. And he's slightly up at the moment, 0.77.
Yeah, 8.8 quicker, and let's see what speed he can do at the end of the straight. 125 miles an hour. Tremendous turn of speed from John, who is the only driver in the 45 seconds on that today. And let's see what time he can go through the finish straight. It's a 46.09.
46.09 takes the second runoff win for Jonathan Varley. Graham wins second, Alex Coles third, and Anthony Hunt fourth, Andrew Henson fifth, Tom Weaver sixth. Wow, that was another brilliant runoff. Wonderful driving by Jonathan Varley, and I think Graham Wynn and Alex Coles. Amazing, fair play. You know, when you're around, give them a jolly good round of applause as they come back down the hill. That's the end of the action, competitive action for today. Give them a good round of applause. Thank you again for all our marshals. Thank you for everybody that's contributed to this meeting. Benoit done a great job. Alex Burnham, you've done a great job as well. So we'll give them a jolly good clap. And in fact, up at the top there's Graham Wynne. You'll see on the live screen just shaking the hand of Jonathan Varley. Fantastic. But, another terrific runoff. Graham will be chuffed about that, you know. He's going to be chuffed, isn't he? I think to do that at that age, I think it's tremendous. What do you think, Benoit?
Well, we know what Graham can do, and he's done it again today. So fantastic run for him. Put that twice second in the 2 runoff that we have seen today. So great turn of speed for those 2 drivers. But Jonathan Varley has been obviously the quickest so far, and obviously going through will be the fastest driver today. All our drivers are making their way down, so give them a round of applause as you see them coming back to the paddock. It's been a fantastic day for all our viewers online as well.
Yeah, it's worth saying to all of them, make sure you subscribe to the channel and join it as well. Pay your small monthly fee to get it a little bit extra. And don't forget to follow HillClimb.TV on all the social media and everything like that, and help spread the word of hill climbing. It's been a brilliant day's action here, really exciting runoffs, great to see all the classic cars and everything. I just don't see any motorsport fan how you could want anything more than a day like this. Well, thank you, Golik, as well, for that comment you've given there. It's been a nice day to be in the commentary booth for all 3 of us. So I'll say thank you very much to everyone.
Yeah, thank you everyone for joining online, or if you have been spectating here today at Loton Park. We will see you next month for another event here at Loton Park.
Yeah, Benoit, amazing job. Thank you very much. Terrific job from you, Alex, as well. We're all giving them a clap as they're coming back down the hill. My name's Chris Ponsford. I've had a fantastic time as ever. I hope you have too. Join us again soon for more HillClimb TV. Like and subscribe, join the channel, and we'll be very happy to see you.